stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS, parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi to aatras, kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi to aatras, kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi to aatras, kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone.
Grabe namang intro yun. Magandang tanghali at maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena. My name is Hans Galeria.
And I'm Kalusi, and we're back for another triple header.
Di ko alam kung ano bang kailangan kong gawin eh. Pero sige, let's just give a recap of what happened yesterday. Dahil nakuha na ng bagong barangay ang kanilang unang panalo kahapon. And in addition, another milestone for the walking legend Pew being first all-time in MPL PH assists. Ano pa ba naghihintay sa atin ngayong araw?
And Hans, let's not forget na Golden Month celebration pa rin. Kaya handa na ba kayong sumayaw at masurpresa?
Handa na yata sila, men. Tingnan natin. Okay?
Let's
5,
go!
6, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, and...
Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Maglaro ka lang ng 10 p.m. kada gabi. Hanggang sa 3 a.m. tayo mag-MLBB. Golden month na ngayon, huwag kang magpahuli. 1 minute, 1 phone mula sa MLBB.
Okay, sige, Zumba. Ay, nawala na yung tugtog. Tapos na daw.
Grabe
Akala ko
yun.
magiging Zumba instructor ako, pero itigil na muna natin yan. Kasi maraming sorpresa pa ang naghihintay para sa atin for today. Kaya oras na para ilabas ang lakas ng Pinas. Ito ang MPL Philippines Season 15.
Opening up another jam-packed weekend of MPL Philippines Season 15. Welcome to the strongest league of MLBB esports in the world. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Brigida and Renmar Santa Cruz, starting off this 3-match weekend. It's a lovely Saturday for MLBB. How are we doing?
I'm surprised that we started week 3 with full sweeps. I don't know if it had something to do with me not doing a watch party yesterday or just being a mere audience. But last night, yeah, it was surprising.
On behalf of everyone, thank you.
Oh, you're
Thanks.
welcome.
But you're here today, so should we get ready for 9 games? I don't know. I'm just very excited.
Well, if we do end up getting 9 games, which I don't know if there's something in play there, we're in for quite a treat. 3 matches, 3 best of 3s with the world's best here for your entertainment. Once more, the standings are about to shake up, and early on in the season, there's a lot of pressure for some teams, and by some teams, I'm talking about these ones over here. We are going to be talking about the schedule in just a bit, the lay of the land, but first, real quick, let me remind you that you can play like a pro with Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL official tournament phone. Grab yours now and use the voucher code INFIMPL, that's INFIMPL, to get up to 1,000 pesos off an exclusive exclusive freebies. Sa GT20 Pro, sigurado ang hashtag lakas sa laro. These are the exact same phones that our athletes are using on stage.
Yeah, this is why sometimes I get kind of jealous of the fancy Kalaban people who get to use that when they compete.
Yeah, which reminds me, if you want to try, you can also join and come early so you can join the Fancy Klaban. But before that, you can also get more data for maximum gaming with Smart's Power All 149. Make it look easy with 16 gigabytes for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram or only TikTok, depending on what you like, plus only calls and text to all networks. So bound to be OP for just 149 pesos for 7 days. Don't forget to load now.
Renmar, give us a TLDR and don't tell us to watch the whole damn series. What exactly happened last night? Remind the good people.
Omega finally got their first series win, and Falcons PH defeated TNC Pro Team in a sweep, although it was kind of close in the second game.
There were crazy drafts, a few debut pickups.
Oh,
Riga,
yeah.
did you see that? Debut Alice, debut Florin.
Yes, it really was a throwback. We kind of had a mini time travel, although it was yet to prove itself effective. I see a lot of potential.
Did you see Super Yoshi's Badang?
Yes, I had to post something about that.
Yeah, and that's why you see Omega there on the board. 1 match point. Again, they got that against Twisted Minds, who, as you already saw earlier, will be facing off against AP.Bren. And yeah, only 2 teams remain with no victories yet in Season 15, while Team Onic Philippines and Falcons Philippines are looking good up top.
It's the age of the Titans once more in early 2025. And just to double down on how dire it is for Twisted Minds, especially going into this first best of 3 today, they have 5 matches played already and not a single one won. Here is what you're expecting for today. Again, the opener, the former MDL champions facing off against Twisted Minds. Next up is, of course, fresh off their win, Smart Omega facing off against Aurora, still on that streak. And then we're closing off with a star match, the world champions versus the newly minted Cavalry.
Yeah, I feel very lucky to be part of the audience for the 3rd series, because I will
Spoiler
be
much.
able to. Yeah, unfortunately, I will not be casting that. But at the same time, I don't know. It just feels so exciting to be one of the viewers as a fan of both these teams. One of the. Or it's not one of the, it's the most recent world champion up against one of the former world champions who we're yet to see bounce back. And the last time we saw them, I think, was Friday last week too. So I bet a lot of Sonics are looking forward to see what they got for us the next time, or now that they're playing again in MPL.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of eyes on Onic to see if they're going to be able to bounce back against the top of the league right now in Liquid Philippines.
Back to the matchup at hand. Again, about 10 minutes until this one starts. Should AP.Bren and Twisted Minds feel the pressure? Yesterday, Omega swept Twisted Minds, so that's very fresh in our memories. But just the same, AP.Bren has but 1 game win in their history in Season 15. After this matchup, one will get their big dub. One will be 1 point on the board. So which of these do you think it feels dire for? I already said it's Twisted Minds, but does the sentiment echo on the board here?
For me, yes. Part of me feels like AP.Bren are on a more motivated state, in a sense that a lot of people acknowledge what they're able to show us in the previous weeks, and we can't feel anything but them potentially improving week by week, day by day. Whereas on the other hand, Twisted Minds, it feels like they're trying a lot of things, but we're yet to see signs, or at least yesterday I feel like there was a bit, but solid signs, if I may say, of them actually making it work and them finding what their identity actually is.
I feel like AP.Bren have a little bit of a bye here, don't they? Wherein you're on a very young roster showing off some very young, promising talent, and they're still just getting into the groove. This is their first season in the MPL as the squad as a whole.
Yeah.
We're looking at the stats of the young James Panks, the man with 1 million moves. In comparison to the other junglers he's faced off against early in Season 15, you'll see here the damage dealt per gold, ladies and gentlemen, that is a multiplier. So every gold that these junglers gain, how much that they convert into damage.
Yeah. And the league average right now is at around 2.5, so getting 3 against Demonkind and 3.55 against Carl TZ, even all the more impressive, especially since you see the Lord control rate rising for James Banks. Turtle control a little bit better against Aurora, too difficult against Team Liquid Philippines. However, I think the stats show that there is some slight growth and improvement for James Banks, especially after going through a nightmare start against TNC Pro Team. They showed up against Aurora and Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, and I must say, just by seeing James Pangs in that state, but I don't think MP the King wants to lose in terms of the dance showdown too. Both junglers are looking very hyped up heading into this match today.
I could not imagine a better way to enter this match again, looking for that first victory. MP the King, one of the more colorful members of our league here, once an import playing for MPL Cambodia. He's a champion there, then flew back home 2 seasons back. This is the story of his return.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow, similar to how Omega mentioned that for them, their week 1 starts yesterday, MP the King has had a history of also taking his time before they eventually are able to perform and get the groove, quote unquote. But then, I would say it still is a very difficult position to be in rock bottom of the standings, especially after already 5 series.
Yeah, and this is going to be your 6th series. You've had one of the more demanding schedules in MPL Philippines so far. I think this is why the sentiment is echoed across the table. This is a definite more must-win for Twisted Minds Philippines.
And luckily, they're the veterans. They know what it's like to be in these positions. They know how it is to have a rough start and then find a way to claw back in. I'm talking specifically about their coaches too, Coach Bonchan and Coach Essa. Now, we're talking to you, folks. Here's a community poll for the day. Which country did MP the King Wink Wink play for before returning to MPL PH? Was it in MENA? Was it in Latam? Was it in Cambodia? Or was it Singapore? Which MPL region did he play for?
Yeah, I remember when MP the King lived in Phnom Penh, Brazil. It's a great neighborhood.
Yeah, that was a clue right there.
While he had Laksa.
Yeah, well, he had Laksa. Beside Marina Bay Sands.
Folks, we just talked about it, literally. Oh, you mean the real Sands?
Yeah, the real Sands.
He won a championship there, all right?
Yeah.
He played with some Owls. Even competed in the World Championship. Come on.
Yeah.
You guys should know this.
Just type it down below.
Went deep, by the way, in M5.
Yeah, it was a deep M5 run. Impressive MSC run considering they won 1 series against Onic Esports without a coach. So I really hope you know which team we're talking about, which country.
Put it in chat. You don't even have to put the letter. Just say where, all right? Say where. Oh, my mouth. There's a clue for you. Ladies and gentlemen, the match is almost upon us once again. First victory on the line here. First to the board. And again, quick reminder, we're approaching the halfway mark. It's already week 3 of MPL Philippines Season 15. No better thing to do right now than welcome the teams onto the stage to get this match started.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, here are our marshals for the first series of the day. JJ, Chico, Patrick, and Juvin. The beginner of our triple header Saturday, and on the stage is the Hive. It's AP.Bren. In the EXP lane, he's there! In the jungle, the man with a million moves, James Park! In the mid lane, Chovsker! In the roam, it's Kekadon! And in the gold lane, the silent kid, Shizo! Lauren, Angela, Alice, they've surprised us with their twist in the meta. We know there's more under their belt. It's Twisted Minds! In the EXP lane, the ultimate fighter, James! In the jungle, MP the King! In the mid lane, the KDA machine, Jeezy. In the roam, the magician, Escalera. And in the gold lane, Outplayed. And welcome their coaches, Coach Bonjan and Coach Jeff. MPL Arena, welcome again to our triple header Saturday. Magingay para sa AP.Bren and Twisted Minds.
The Hive comes alive for the former MDL champions. Brigida, talk to us about this legacy franchise, AP.Bren.
Yep, you mentioned it, the Hive. I believe they're very much hopeful about these young bloods, AP.Bren, and their new lineup, especially after what they've been able to show us in the previous weeks. If we're focusing on James Panks, I believe just given the aura he's shown us earlier, dancing around, and from last week even saying it's showtime, it's all the more time for him to shine, especially as his teammates. They're even showing us a lot of highlight plays. They're slowly getting there, and it's really their moment to show the hunger, the young blood mindset come into play, even up against the veterans, Twisted Minds.
I hear you, but they're facing off against teams, players who, if they're not victorious, at least they're bold. This is Twisted Minds.
Keep twisting up the meta. We mentioned the Florin and Angela there in the opening, the Alice as well. Show us more of that. You're up against a young AP.Bren squad, still trying to discover themselves. It seems like you've discovered your own take on the meta. Just double down on it. Now isn't the time for you to go back and say, let's just play with what everyone's playing with. Play your style, continue it, and you will eventually be rewarded. By the way, James, I see you. You my Loki King in Twisted Minds PH. Keep it up, man. You were great yesterday. I'm pretty sure he's going to be great today as well.
James is capable of holding down the lane, even a quarter, even half of the map. So if Twisted Minds, once again, starts off with ridiculous loco drafts, Twisted Minds are going to be twisting AP.Bren with their own rotations, with their own gameplay. And look at this. I haven't seen a spider graph this close.
Yeah, it feels like almost in all aspects, they're just really close to each other. But then again, this is given the fact that they're both yet to gain a win.
Yeah.
But it's surprising to see this. I mean, even after some of the most significant, like I'd say, remarkable wins, AP.Bren up against Aurora and Twisted Minds, they're just really close.
Hell, even average game time, you see that? Like 3 seconds off of each other?
It's like right there, neck and neck. And what I like though is that even in the stats, it shows that Twisted Minds are really trying a lot of things to discover themselves. The 10 hero difference, 29 unique heroes played against 19 for AP.Bren.
Take some cojones to start doing that, especially in the early weeks of MPL Philippines. Again, the most difficult league, physically and literally, to get a championship in. Twisted Minds are already pulling out all the stops. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the show on the road and see what these players are up to before the match begins. This right here is the ping test.
Mamimigay ng cellphone. Ang hina mo. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay. Bibigyan akong cellphone ito. Sumayaw kami kanina, baka bibigyan kami. Ano yan, mamimigay sila ng cellphone? Pahingi ng cellphone.
Lagi mo isipin yung mga pangarap natin, pre. Mind over matter lang, pre. Kabukol yata yung pre. Isa po, Jojo. Ay, sa kanya, sa kanya. G. Kala mo mag-ampi tayo, pre. Opya.
Long and short of it, Shizu wants a phone, and Outplayed is just, what was Outplayed saying?
Was that?
It was James. It was James.
Oh, that was James?
It was James.
Could have sworn.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the keys to victory.
Keep moving, AP.Bren. Don't be so static. You gotta be making sure that you are proactive with your rotations and getting to the key spots so that James Panks has enough space. Maybe don't overlook the fact that you also have to protect your jungle. Sometimes the best offense is actually a very good defense. That's how it goes, right? Disrupt James Bank's groove. Twisted Minds, it goes against with what you mentioned for AP.Bren, because knowing Escalera, he's going to be looking to disrupt the roam and jungle of AP.Bren. That's always Escalera's playstyle, but it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes he really just goes in a little bit too deep. So Grace under pressure. Chill out. James Banks and AP.Bren were vocal about their first week jitters at the beginning, and they're starting to really acclimate to the MPL. Well, for Twisted Minds, no pressure. You just really need to win this.
Yeah.
Opening up the match, we have AP.Bren choosing the blue side, of which they have a 25% win rate in. But overall, league-wise, I'd reckon we're still at maybe 58, 59% blue side win.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting to me to see how will the entire... I know we're focusing on both like the junglers, the gold laners too, but like James and Dare, I've been thinking about it since earlier. If we're seeing Dare in like the type of XP laner to do clutch game-saving plays even, and then James on the other hand is a very consistent XP laner. That sounds like a very interesting matchup to me as well heading into the series.
We saw him on a Badang last week, almost damn well turned the game around, but now the draft is upon us. This is where we'll see if they arm those players with those kind of heroes. AP.Bren once again on the play, banning out the Matilda, the Selena, and the Joy, while Twisted Minds taking out the Fanny and the Jushin.
Yesterday we saw a lot of Joy and Suyo not getting picked up because they would get frequently banned. It seems like one of the rising trends for week 3 is the bans first phase onto Joy and to Suyo, which means the jungle changes up. You see Hayabusa getting picked up more often. Link got picked up yesterday by Team Falcons. But with the low E ban committed by Twisted Minds, it looks like either a choice between a Suyo, Harith, and Granger for the power picks. AP.Bren will go for the Suyo, Harith and Granger will be, just one of them will be open for Twisted Minds.
Which all the more makes the Suyo 100% the correct pickup here for Coach Jeff and the gang. Twisted Minds, what do y'all reckon? Harith or Granger? Which is stronger now?
For outplayed, I feel like it's a Harith, unless they really want to go on a little bit more individual kind of approach.
Like leave him be.
Yeah, leave him be. Their Moskov is still there too, but now that both the Granger and the Harith is open, right? You would want to at least get one of them.
Yeah. Considering that they picked up the Phobius, we might actually be seeing the Harith, picked up. So it's the pairing. So AP.Bren, let's see if they're going to bite on the Jawhead and or Hilda, but the CC is also quite open.
I love the Harith pickup. And again, we've seen Twisted Minds. They are known to ube themselves, so they want to be together. Ain't about leaving outplayed alone. Great range by AP.Bren, the Granger and the Farsa. Damage profile, damage types, through the roof.
All right, so instead of locking in for the EXP laner, they decide to commit and show their hand already for the roam, mid and gold, and go for reach. So they want to go into the second phase with favorable matchups in the roam and the EXP lane, which, considering that we talked about there, often coming up in the biggest clutch moments, and what I would like to copyright right now, trademark as his Badang Bang moment. He did that twice, and that's where he really popped off with that hero. I think Badang's going to come into play here.
Yeah, not unless Twisted Minds get to really take it out later on. It's very unlikely they'll be getting it at this point too, since they already showed us the Phobius. Who's... Oh,
they're doing it again!
As early as now?
Florin coming in to close up the first phase for Twisted Minds. If AP.Bren don't ban the Badang here, I'm going to say it now, this is a very Badangable draft. Like, just finding that Granger, finding that Farsa, knowing how far Dare is willing to go, how deep he is willing to go with a Flicker Badang. They should see it coming from a mile away.
Yeah, and rightfully so, Twisted Minds will take away the Jawhead. I think they even have to consider banning away Hilda, funnily enough, because the Hilda will absolutely mess up the formations of Twisted Minds. AP.Bren decides to take away the Alpha, a very old combo with the Florin, actually. So it's like AP.Bren are funneling Twisted Minds into picking a Hayabusa instead, which, if that's the case, then Hilda Badang will just be so easy to pick up for AP.Bren.
Yeah, but if this is the kind of like route that Twisted Mind wants to go for, then that reminds me of a lot of junglers not just the Alpha, there's the Alice yesterday, the Barretts too, or even the Lucas who recently have been showing up.
I still feel bad about the Lucas. I don't like it. I hate that you brought it up, Brigida. There's a bad taste in my mouth.
Florine.
No, very rarely do we see the Beast King Kong play bad. And he did play bad with that Lucas. See, I can't even say it out loud.
Yeah.
All right, back to the match here. AP.Bren, if they do ban out the Alice, which is more of a weapon for Twisted Minds,
Yeah.
I'd reckon they're just choosing their bed and laying in it. You know, like,
Yeah.
we take out the Badang or we take out the heroes that James Banks can play.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if they're giving up the Alice's Twisted Minds and they do decide to go on that, which might be quite strange because will they lean towards a Flora and Angela? Because Alice will not work without an Angela. So AP.Bren takes away the Cho instead.
It is too much to think of an Alice and a Florin together.
Yeah.
And an Angela, too. Overkill.
Yeah, and they turned off the Hajizi mid lane Cho because Escalera will be playing this Florin. So I think fighter mid still for Hajizi, but with the Cho gone, what?
What if we go far back as like 2022 mid-Phovius?
Mid-Phobus, mid-Lapu-Lapu.
Mid Phovius. If you go a year after that, mid Turisla.
Oh, God. Oh.
That
It's a Hilda.
Oh!
Still doesn't say much. Still doesn't say much. We don't know.
didn't Blacklist play Hilda mid last season?
Why do I feel like they did?
Was it last season or was it in an SBS?
Or it could have been an SPS, yeah. I think this is a Hilda mid. And AP.Bren will just go, CC Badang, either of those two.
CC Badang. Oh, yeah, right. The Badang's still open.
Oh, they go Lucas instead. All right.
There's the Lucas in the EXP, I'd reckon, and of course the Hylos in Rome. Very big, explosive team fighting from AP.Bren. What does Twisted Minds close the draft up with? This should spell out what their lineup looks like. No jungler.
Yeah, if this goes Hayabusa, very sad. If this goes Hanzo, still susceptible to getting invaded.
Still very sad.
Still very sad. They can't go fighter here. It's going to be so slow, and they're just going to be playing for comeback.
But there's a Nolan. But then...
I guess that might be their next best bet if they want to go assassin, because at least the damage will be there.
Still doesn't feel good though.
Yeah.
Aldous. Just bring it back.
Just in the deepest depths of the DNA of Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
Oh,
what? Really? They're gonna go Florin Alice? All right.
They're gonna make Brigida sing.
I hope I'm able to sing with an equally majestic voice.
As Big J.
Was that Big J yesterday?
Yeah,
oh,
Joe.
In the
Joe
big
sang
pink
right.
But he wasn't the casting desk yesterday. There was someone else who sang in the casting.
That was
desk.
Renmar.
No, I don't sing.
You don't?
I twerk. I dance, not twerk, dance.
Now people are going to look at your
That was
social
too
media to find that.
specific.
Ladies and gentlemen, the draft has been concluded. Alice has been locked in for Twisted Minds. And looking at it, again, AP.Bren cookie cutter, but it works. It's efficient, it's clean, great team fighting, great coverage. Twisted Minds, though, they seem to have overthought it and halfway through repaired it with an Alice.
It's also somewhat team fighting, though, thereafter.
Yeah. Funnily enough, the stats are leaning towards Twisted Minds in terms of lineup rating.
It's the Harith, remember?
Yeah. Harris does skew a lot of the stats with how powerful he is. But let's see again if this is going to work. This is what Twisted Minds have doubled down onto since yesterday. Fighter mid for Haji. Put Escalera
Confirmed!
into healing. My goodness.
Just freaking build a magic defense.
Yeah.
That's why this lineup is so dangerous. That's why we're laughing about it, Jones, because very rarely do pro teams make this kind of a gambit work.
Yeah, there are two things that counter Twisted Minds. Athena's shield, radiant armor. Once those are on the board, that's almost GG. The lack of crazy physical damage might come back to hurt them. Unless James pops up with, a unique Phovius build that's more damage dependent. I'm sure he's going to end up becoming the tank. So does that mean Hajizi will be building a bit more damage? He's also going to be frontlining, so what's going to happen?
Casual Fury Hammer.
Casual Fury Hammer? Oh, Twisted Minds. I mean, this is what I asked for Twisted. Double down on your identity.
Yeah.
But until it works, I will be skeptical. I'm not a hater, just a skeptic.
So when the monkey paw curls, you're like, uh-oh, what is this? I got what I asked for. Am I ready for it? Folks, are you ready for it? Because the game's about to begin. All right, into the land of dawn we go in just a few moments. We're just getting things ironed out for both of our teams. Again, athletes of a world standard. Literally, there are world champions playing amongst the ranks of AP.Bren and Twisted Minds. And I'm just wondering what's going on in Coach Bonchan and Coach Essen's mind as they greenlit this draft. Here we go, game one. First victory, series victory that is, in Season 15 for one of these teams.
Yep. It does feel like Twisted Minds really wants to make this work, though. We've seen it almost working in their favor yesterday, but it seems like AP.Bren were able to really draft in a way that can answer back against this lineup of Twisted Minds.
Let's see how aggressive Haji can be. So far, the answer is yes. Well, yeah, I guess. Because he's getting the information. In terms of the rotational speed, of course, expect an Alice to be slower. But at some point, it's going to come to a bursting point for Twisted Minds, wherein once that Clock of Destiny gets locked in for MP the King, as long as it's like not at a very late timer, then that's when Twisted Minds are going to go, similar to what they did yesterday. In terms of the emblems, nothing too crazy.
Yeah. Both Haji and James seem like they will be a little tanky, so the question of where will the physical damage come from still remains from Twisted Minds.
It seems like nowhere. Choveskirt here in trouble,
Oh.
gets caught onto down bottom. They're here to the rescue.
Oh, are they planning to dive early or less than 2 minutes in? They won't. They'll be a little bit safer, and MP the King still will be resuming his farm. And again, the question remains, there seems to be very little physical damage for Twisted Minds as of this moment, whereas AP.Bren, it seems like they have a lot of physical damage coming in from their side. Evil Queller will not be enough to take down Hajizi.
I think Hajizi had the shield there, and of course with the help from Escalera to be able to stop with the Sprout. So that's one thing that Escalera and Hajizi just needs to rinse and repeat all throughout here. Hajizi gets info. If he gets caught, just provide a stun. MP the King not going to be going to this turtle. He'll be invading the purple buff, actually, of James Banks.
He's going to be able to do it quickly enough. And James Banks, I think, is aware of the theft at hand. MP the King gets away with it.
Yeah, he secures it either way, and AP.Bren just felt so confident in securing or positioning themselves first in that objective. Not even James is able to get the best possible scenario for his early laning phase as the Phobius up against the Lucas.
Oh, now it looks like AP.Bren about to go vertical. James Banks spots the purple. MP the King and Escalera here to try to contest.
4 members of AP.Bren here in the purple buff, but James will make it too, so that's 4 members from Twisted Minds, but that's a better airstrike. Oh, James barely making it out alive, and there's a flicker coming in from there, but he will still be able to sustain it and take down Choveskirt too. MP the King onto the back lines. Will he be able to escape though? He will be blocked and be taken down by Dare, and that's the Unleash the Beast for you. He's still going at it.
They had no choice but to fight there. Outplayed Ghost in the mid, but he'll only be going there for double laning farm. Twisted Minds are going to get caught out, and that's what they have to watch out for. When AP.Bren are going for an invade close to where Dare is, they will win fights up until MP the King has items.
I assume MP the King threw out the blood flow, got mini stunned, and then could not press the teleport right before the flow expired. So perfect timing here for AP.Bren.
Yeah, I mean, the Lucas is just really able to displace you every now and then, right? And his skills are just really so spammable, so it serves as probably one of the best possible interruptions that Twisted Minds could do, and or AP.Bren could do and offer up against MP the King, but outplayed. Oh, that was close.
Huge movements by AP.Bren, standing their ground, pushing away Twisted Minds from underneath their tier 1, turtle up in 10.
All right, Twisted Minds have good position up top to just supplement outplayed. More of a heavy mid rotation for AP.Bren. You see Dare in the mid. Looks like they're going to be going for a heavy commit on the turtle.
Ladies and gentlemen, do bear with us. We are ironing out a few things for this professional match. Once again, 4 minutes about elapsed into game number 1 with a significant lead for AP.Bren, 2-1 currently. I'd say, would I be wrong to say that there's not a single lane Twisted Minds is winning right now?
I can't recall either. It doesn't feel like AP.Bren needs to exert much effort into making their lineup work, whereas Twisted Minds, they have to do so much just to ensure that they'll have even the slightest bit of advantage whenever they're going to engage up against AP.Bren. And it's mostly AP.Bren just picking the timings of whether they want to fight against Twisted Minds or not, because either way, it doesn't feel like Twisted Minds will be ready.
And speaking of ready, MP the King is 2 levels down from James Banks.
Yeah.
This is arguably the best and fastest, most efficient farmer in the jungle right now in the Suyo, up against an off-meta pick, the Alice. So Twisted Minds, they have so much to catch up for if they want to get to that, what, mid-game-ish, late-game power spike for that Alice.
And that's why you saw that after that take onto MP the King during that invade, the Flower of Hope from the Florid was actually transferred to MP the King to supplement him with a little bit more stats, and so it's going to be off of the hands of Hajizi. That's the right call, though. At least it gives it like, it's not really like a full item. It's like, Flower of Hope is like half an item at this point of the game because it's not like fully maxed out yet.
Happy almost birthday.
For who?
For her.
Oh, it's almost her
Almost
birthday.
her
Oh,
birthday.
Yeah, it's almost. So, I don't know. It feels like it's taking so long. Even the Clock of Destiny.
You guys are so
isn't-
happy.
We're happy for them.
We're happy. Yes, yeah,
We're happy for them.
Very happy for them.
Bridget, you were saying?
Yeah, I was just looking at how far away from the Clock of Destiny was MP the King.
And that doesn't even confirm if they'll be okay.
Yeah.
It's not all on MP. He is eventually going to be the end game, him and Outplayed, but there's just so much that they have to consider from AP.Bren. AP.Bren, again, they ended up with a friggin' Farsa, a Granger, and a Suyo.
Yeah.
Like that all but covers the bases to choke you out of that mid-game power spike.
Good thing James was able to get a kill onto Jovskar. That sort of like balanced things out somewhat. Just when we thought James was going to be the first one down, he still had a sliver of health available. He flickered forward.
Yeah.
He was able to get a jump onto Der that got him a little bit more shield. And then he flickered forward, saw Jovskar was low, jumped on him, and then he was able to get a kill, which allowed him to get a bit more resources. MP the King, though, is 2 levels behind compared to James Banks.
Yeah.
Huge, huge. So I think there is that sliver of hope for Twisted Minds and the minds watching here in the arena and online, that if they can confuse there, make him move like a little confused chihuahua like he did in that last team fight, maybe they can delay these fights long enough to deny AP.Bren the actual conclusion to these early game aggressive ganks.
Yep.
If they're able to do that, then maybe we'll see that late game.
Yeah, and on top of that, if like they always go after the same target, similar to I think what we saw when AP.Bren did invade the purple buff. I think MP the King just went straight in for Jovskar, and it just became a call for like even James, who was trying to run away, to just re-engage again. I think they can just focus everything into a single target, but I don't know how long that'll allow them to survive.
Sense says it's go time, and indeed it is. AP.Bren first to the turtle, down to a fourth, a fifth of its health.
Whoa, Kekedot, he just zoned out 3 members all by himself. No one was able to go near that turtle, not even Hajizi.
Yeah, I like how AP.Bren rotated a 5-man up top, and they're going to continue with this into the gold. That means they've activated the mid-game power spike conditions of the Granger and the Lucas. They've won the first 2 turtles. The Granger will be able to maximize the shield, get out of lane first, get his tower broken first. Everything's going well right now for AP.Bren.
Yeah, and you get to deny Outplayed from getting his early farm too. Even when we were just talking about this, MP the King did get his Clock of Destiny already. I don't think this is any go signal for Twisted Minds to fight against AP.Bren just yet.
AP.Bren holding on to that XP lane in mid though, Jovskar.
Whoa, are they just really set on taking down this tier 1 turret? They won't even mind Hajizi, not unless they get that turret down, and they do.
Twisted Minds are just trying to put out fires. They really shouldn't have committed a dive onto there. Don't know what Hajizi was thinking. Not worth it to defend it at that point and give your life. At that point, you give up the turret.
It was so much easier to make, but in the moment, Hajizi thought and he believed they could have kept that mid lane tier 1, which is again a main artery. They need that to be able to allow their cores in Outplayed and MP to get farm, but now down bottom!
Are these 3 consecutive tier 1 turns that they're planning to take? Oh, there's the glorious pathway and the counter. Twisted Minds, but they're from behind! Still takes out James! Kekedot will be the trade, but it seems like he's trapping MP the King and Hajizi. Oh, that's not from the Blade Surge, but he will not be able to take down Hajizi and MP.
Who's the confused Chihuahua now? Dare gets a kill all the way in the back and gets out of there.
Shockwave blast right on point. AP.Bren on point. They go for the 4-man dive under the turret and made sure that they had an EXP laner blocking off the exit path for Twisted Minds. That is just fundamentals shown by AP.Bren. I think I saw a little bit of hope, though, for Twisted Minds. If they can keep this a little bit closer for the next 3 to 4 minutes, they should be okay.
Another turtle, final one of the game. About half health, got reset.
Oh, Kekazot, he's down really low and will be the first to fall in this fight there. Already using the Unleashed. Oh, not just yet. And he will be taken down before he's able to do so. James Bass seems like the next target for Twisted Minds. But will we be able to survive this? There's the dash coming in from him, but a flicker from Outplay to make sure he goes down. Together with Hot GZ and 2 members from AP.Bren forced to retreat under the turret.
Twisted Minds throwing bodies at AP.Bren, smothering the MDL champions. They were backing off before they knew they were losing.
I was being nice about it. 3 to 4 minutes, and it happened just when I said it. The glimmer of hope. Twisted Minds saw more. They saw an opening. They saw their time, and we are definitely in this now.
I mean, the constant 5-man rotations for AP.Bren, they were working so well earlier, and Twisted Minds, it felt like they just decided to respond with, yeah, we can. We will also go for that 5-man engage, which it was a little bit overwhelming for AP.Bren. They just kept going straight towards the members that they were finding.
All right, a little bit of a redemption from AP.Bren's fumble. They do get a push down bottom, trading it out for that tier 1 up top. Outplay doing some work. Now the purple in jeopardy.
They're here again. Oh, but MP the King still secures the purple buff either way. So Twisted Minds might be okay with this.
Whoa.
But multiple members were stunned. Gekadon, he will be left alone. Not even the Glorious Pathway will allow him to escape. And Chop Skirt from the backlines too will fall. 2 members immediately deleted by Twisted Minds.
Gotta love a good ube when I see it.
Oh, Florin with the set. I can't believe I'm going to say that, but that was the sprout of Escalera coming in just in time, setting it up for MP the King. And yeah, this is what we were talking about yesterday. Coach Boncha and Coach Eshon digging back to the history and DNA of Twisted Minds. It's old school ube.
Yeah, even if they weren't able to get the conversions, the turrets early on, now that they are slightly able to regain control of the map, they can just take it back immediately away from AP.Bren.
And suddenly AP.Bren on the defense. They lost their 3,000 gold lead, and slowly but surely the pendulum swinging over to Twisted Minds. Once more, we're figuring things out, making sure that our athletes get the best experience for your entertainment. Again, elapsed. We are past the final turtle, counting down to the first lord of the game. Scores even.
Yeah, I can't believe this. Earlier, I was starting to think of so many scenarios. I was starting to worry about, oh, Twisted Minds, they might not have enough wave clear. How are they going to deal with this? The aggression that AP.Bren is just doing all over the map. They're consistently rotating as 5 members, taking down turrets, but then just a single decision from Twisted Minds to, okay, let's fight. I think we'd be able to do it at this point. They just are able to even out everything.
Yeah, and I like what Twisted Minds showed here. Again, what I saw as just a glimmer of hope. They already saw as their chance to fight, because that team fight in the bottom lane lasted a little bit too long.
Yeah.
I thought it was just because of the presence of the tower that made AP.Bren hesitate. But then when you really look closely at it, it's because of the raw sustain and even the damage being dealt out by Twisted Minds were starting to bother AP.Bren. So when they finally pulled the trigger and said, you know what, we could go ahead, fight, take this 3rd turtle so that we can ensure we get at least 1.
Yeah.
And it allows us to unlock our mid-game power spike because you're going to contest this, and because they got the kills too, everything just ended up going well as well for Twisted Minds. But in the counter, I like what AP.Bren immediately did. They went for macro, they got the tower in the bottom lane, and they are not backing off. They're not being scared to show themselves in front of Twisted Minds.
Yep. Luckily for Twisted Minds, I don't think anyone from AP.Bren has built magic defense just yet. I think looking at it, it's
yeah, you're right.
At most Lucas with the robe.
I see a robe.
They're on the way. They're on the way, so there might have been a little bit of a prioritization that AP.Bren could have done better going into this mid-game point where Twisted Minds are clearly finding their footing. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. About 8 minutes and 46 seconds into the game, as we paused, it's actually Twisted Minds at the lead, 5-7. I wonder if objectives-wise, the same is true because 2 out of the 3 turtles went to AP.Bren, while the last one went to Twisted Minds. Clearly, Twisted Minds are ramping up. Like, this is the point of no return. If Twisted Minds keep steamrolling AP.Bren and keep living right in that space where Farsa and Granger can't fight back, Twisted Minds are getting game 1.
Oh, and MP the King actually caught up already in terms of levels against James Panks.
Still a slight advantage in terms of the goal, but honestly, as an Alice, you're okay. You just want to get to this point where the lead of the opponent isn't too crazy. You already have the Clock of Destiny and Dominance Ice. Once he gets that Oracle, he's even going to be more of a problem for AP.Bren to deal with. And ever since MP the King got taken down, the Flower of Hope has not left the Alice.
So nice, we did it twice. Sent says it's go time once more. Lord in about 5 seconds.
Oh. That actually made me wonder, Renmar. Like, the Oracle, what if it's not just like MP the King who decides to pick it up too later on? Like, it's a Harith we're talking about, it's a Florine in their lineup.
Phoveus.
Phoveus, that's multiple ways to just keep yourself alive in a fight.
Oracleception.
I'm cool with that if there's just a bunch of Oracles on the side of Twisted Minds. And then now, AP.Bren later on will be thinking, okay, we have 1 magic defense item. We're on the road to having another for our roamer as well. Radiant armor already built up by there. Then they're going to be thinking about building anti-heal.
Oh, there's the Oracle.
That unloads a lot of the priorities at AP.Bren. Now MP starts a fight.
Oh, are they deciding to fight now? Outplayed already using the Zaman Force. Takes down Gekedot. And from the backlines, MP the King. It seems like he's owning out too many members from AP.Bren. Now they have all the control. The turtle, the Lord Pit is all to themselves.
And they're a man down. Gekedot not here for about 10 more seconds. James.
Oh my goodness, MP the King letting go of the objective once more. He's joining the fights, and they will successfully take out their own surprises. James Panks too. They're not letting go of the control in this Lord Pit.
And it looks like Twisted Minds, despite the rough 6 minutes that they had, will be able to get the first Lord of the game after pushing back AP.Bren.
They're the Juggernauts, switching it up. And suddenly they're on the offense. AP.Bren can't stop them. Hell, even this purple buff. Oh, did MP get it?
No, wait.
No, James Panks did.
Yeah, I think there's a purple swirly underneath his feet.
That would have been salt on the wound.
Yeah, because he got there last second.
Yeah, and MP still has his retribution. He didn't have to think of anyone contesting the objective.
He did think about going twice though. He did think about getting both.
Okay, looking at the items now. Yeah, I think you might be seeing more Oracles across the board, although it's actually Athena's shields getting brought up as a response to the Farsa. So Twisted Minds acknowledge that the Farsa is one of the biggest problems right now in terms of the damage at this point of the game. Later on, you're going to see them build more items to counter the Granger.
Dear God, Outplayed just built a Holy Crystal. So even more Twisted Minds damage output is going to reach a milestone here at the 11-minute mark. And AP.Bren have to clean up these lanes.
Yeah, although for AP.Bren, I think their lineup will be able to manage the waves a bit more compared to if Twisted Minds were on the defense. I mean, they have the range in them. They have the damage too to be able to clear out the waves. And it seems like they'll be shoving up the bottom lane too to minimize the damage that Twisted Minds could deal. But still, that's all the outer turrets almost taken out by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds now, with them taking control of the map, although the towers are still quite even. However, they can place themselves in more forward positions, and now they're threatening the purple buff of James Panks yet again. They're going to go for an invade.
Okay, James here. Curse of the Crow will not connect just yet, but that's MP the King making his entry, and he will steal away the purple buff from James Panks.
And he forced the man with a million moves to pull out that one move, the Retribution, and wasted it. He out-retried James Panks.
Yeah, and at this point, I don't think we're seeing jitters or the lack of experience from AP.Bren. This is just Twisted Minds playing better. Straight up playing better, understanding and accepting that, you know what, we built a lineup for ourselves that will find us power spike around 7, 9, 10 minutes later in the game. will play around that idea, and they're playing around it very well. It's already up to a winter crown for the Alice, fully built for MP the King after being down 2 levels at around 5 minutes in.
The King is asserting himself. Anywhere you see a blood flow that is colored teal, you think twice about your entry. Yesterday it was reinforced by an Angela. Now all he has is but a bloom. So they have to kind of, you know, literally find a way to keep guiding MP the King towards the right team fights, but they're doing one hell of a job so far here. Up by about 500 gold, 13 minutes in.
Whoa.
Quick reminder, the last time we saw Twisted Minds with this kind of a win, this kind of a position, the only way it was turned around was their opponents baiting them into a losing situation.
Yeah. From AP.Bren's lineup, I think they'd want to fight together. It's very unlikely that there will be an isolated member you could go after, similar to what happened yesterday, but let's see.
Kekadot!
Oh no, they're going for Kekadot once again. How is he immediately getting bursted down like that by Twisted Minds? But Shizu already dealing out the damage as well. There will be some sort of a retreat from Twisted Minds for now.
Okay, this actually looks quite good for AP.Bren. Unleash to the Beast was not used yet, and the Feathered Airstrike should be coming back in the next 15 to 20 or so seconds. I think they should be able to hold out, but Twisted Minds, they're deciding to blitz this. That's the right call by Twisted.
Kekadot still has his Revitalize, so they might be able to pick this fight. All members of AP.Bren in here. MP the King, sandwiching there!
Oh, but there will be able to run away and uses the Unleash the Beast moment as the 3-man stun coming in from MP the King, and the Bloom as well from Escalera to help them sustain everything. Kekadot running away, MP the King trapped behind, but he's still waiting for the engage and the Winter Crown right under the turret. They're not letting this go, and Bloodhound out after they take out 2 members from AP.Bren.
The King is untouchable.
The Alice is on, and Twisted Minds are on the way to potentially securing game number 1, as they will secure this Lord. It might not be an easy siege, but they've shown it will be a siege that they are willing to fight heavily under. Hopefully they don't mess it up like yesterday though, like, cause that's what cost it them. Yeah.
Folks, real quick, a recap. Yesterday, it was in the hands of Super Yoshi's Badang, a smart Omega, that in this very same situation, Twisted Minds had a clear grasp on the game, and it suddenly got turned around by them reallocating their priorities to but one lone hero. Here, it looks like Twisted Minds learned their lesson. They have their eyes on the prize, AP.Bren's base, Lord marching up top, and they're working to sink these waves.
Things happen so fast. Even right after that, Escalera immediately has his Bloom again, his ultimate. With that fleeting time he has too. So it seems like they'll be just constantly ready and equipped to engage in every single team fight after they've been able to regroup.
Twisted Minds now marching through mid, taking down that tier 2, and this is a slow roll. They're waiting for the wave. Down bottom, in mid, up top, 3K up.
Played as well. Concentrated energy. Seeing a lot of shields gonna come out of that Harith as he dances.
Okay, slowing them down with that glorious pathway, but they still go for Kekadot right under the turret, and they take down the inhibitor turret too. Kekadot is nowhere to be found. MP the King looking for Shizu, and looking at James, he's just diving right in.
Got him.
Lord is still up, Shizu is down as well, and James Pass is just trying to dance around the members of Twisted Minds, but they will be able to successfully defend.
Base is still standing, but they do lose their top lane and bottom lane inhibitors. The siege continues. Twisted Minds relentless.
Okay, Haji's low, but there's the Bloom. So it seems like they still want to go for this. That's a flicker coming in from James as well. James will not make it out alive. 2-man stun once again from MP the King, and right before anything happens, Twisted Minds put an end to game 1.
The Minds with a dominant victory after taking the game by the reins mid-game, finishing it with conviction.
I liked what we saw from Twisted Minds there. Before that, I like what we saw from AP.Bren. They went with textbook, traditional, what we understand as the meta today. Twisted Minds living up to their name and living up to the history of the coaching staff and the players involved in this team. They decide to twist the meta, and they make the Alice and Florian work together. It felt like I was watching, Dan, you would know what I'm talking about. It felt like I was watching a blue deck, just having to mill through cards, draw, until you finally hit that right spell power spike.
And then you go, get away with it. I could have sworn, folks, on behalf of the desk and a majority of online analysts, for the majority of it, that should not have worked.
Yeah.
The game should have got so much faster, and they should have blasted that lineup so much sooner, but Twisted Minds found a way to make AP.Bren play to their tempo and won in such amazing fashion. We're giving the MVP nod over to none other than MP the King.
Man, they just keep proving us wrong. Even when you're skeptical at first, nah, you gotta take back what you said.
We were wrong.
MP the King, this Alice, 3-1 in 11. And exactly what we were talking about yesterday. Twisted Minds, their power spike for this Alice is the Clock of Destiny. But they also acknowledged that there was one more power spike that they need to watch out for, which was the Harith. They wanted to make sure that Harith had his first item. And I believe Outplayed was actually going for some quite of a chop suey build, maximizing cooldown reduction, and then building his first item. Then that's when Twisted Minds decided to go for the third turtle, engage, and then getting the third turtle themselves. A great play, and I like how just like yesterday, MP the King, when he knows he can dominate, he's not afraid to use the Flowing Blood, go to the back line, find Shizo, be the front line, and be everything that Twisted Minds needs him to be as this Alice with items.
I love the emblem setup on this. You'll see it later. He picked up Thrill. He understood how slow and how lumbering this Alice is in the jungle as she farms up in the early to mid. So he invested in that little bit of extra damage to be able to just take down all these minions, these creeps, these camps, so that they would get that power spike sooner.
Yeah, if it's not Swift that you get as a jungler, you get Thrill. You need that 16 adaptive attack.
Yeah, and it seems like we didn't need to worry about their lack of physical damage whatsoever anymore, because the amount of magic damage coming in from both Outplayed and MP the King was already too much to handle for AP.Bren at least. I think Haji went in for the Dominance Ice and the Athena's Shield for his first two items. He had just a single Fury Hammer alongside him, but then it was already enough for Twisted Minds.
It's like it was chipping physical damage from the Phoveus and the Hilda. And of course, Hilda has her own set of bursts as well, despite her building tanky items. But majority of the damage did come from the magic. And looking at the damage profile, it's just, I think it's because it's been a while since we've seen this work. We're a lineup that's too overly magic damage dependent with barely any physical working. We rarely see that in the past, 3-4 months.
Folks, if you'll put your eyes over to the upper right corner, MP the King again building that emblem set with Thrill. That is key to helping you farm up if you do decide to play Alice in the jungle in your own ranked games.
Yes,
Something else we did not recognize or at least acknowledge is the fact that if you do build a lot of magic defense items for AP.Bren, right? The Radiant Armor we're looking at, where's an Athena Shield? There's one here on Kekedot, is you displace a lot of that budget, that economy elsewhere. You could have built more damage, you could have built more comprehensive or holistic items, but if you put 2,000 gold to a Radiant Armor or to an Athena Shield, then that's one bit slower for your team.
Yeah, and even when they had this kind of lineup, which would look so great in terms of team fighting. I mean, you'd expect there to always be interrupting or disrupting the members of Twisted Minds in the front lines. Kekedot 2 soaking up the damage. It was almost like every single time Kekedot was just trying to run away from the damage once Twisted Minds were ready. And there, I don't think he was able to find the perfect position to actually use the Unleash the Beast, except that one time where they were able to use the Shockwave Blast and take out the, I think that was James running away, but other than that, whenever it was Twisted Minds starting the fight, these two tanky frontliners were the ones running away.
Yeah, and if he decided to just fight it slow front to back, he's actually helping MP the King because that's another source to heal from with the damage that you're dealing as the Alice. So it was a tough call for Dare to find a really good angle. And because everything went well for Twisted Minds, eventually BPI Rich Guy is going to be Outplayed, who had a really great performance on the Harith. If I'm not mistaken, he did not die this game.
Bulletproof Outplayed then. He is also our carry, dealing so much damage. So his damage per gold must be through the roof. With a humble GPM of about 758, this is about underneath where you would call a stellar gold lane performance or a stellar farming pattern in a game. He did his best. Again, folks, if you see the draft and you see how we were talking about it pre-game, this should not have even happened.
Yeah, and if you saw the early game too, I think they were, or Outplayed was the first ever member of Twisted Minds to be the victim of the 5-man rotation from AP.Bren, and he was forced to just leave his turret because, of course, he had to save himself first. But I think it rewarded him pretty well. He just did his best to keep himself safe and farm up until the moment they were ready to fight.
Yeah, and the fact that Twisted Minds was able to make it work is all the more impressive. Again, it's already, this working is it's quite an anomaly in today's metagame. But the fact that you make it work with 2 magic damage cores onto that, wow.
With no real physical burst, only Twisted Minds. Only Twisted Minds. Folks, we'll bring you better tomorrow. BPI empowers Pinoy gamers with next-level banking solutions to help you level up in life. Digital deposit accounts, insurance, investments, loans, and more.
Start saving now for an epic future. Open up a #SaveUp account today via the BPI app.
All you need is one ID, 5 minutes or so of your time, and you already have an account. Open an epic future with BPI.
5 minutes and an ID. That's all the man asked for, and that's all you're going to need to get an account with BPI. Once more, a new partner for Season 15. Quick reminder, new skin, Edith, a Prismatic Sentinel. That's the MPL skin. It's now available in-game with 30% off. You can also get it from a chest. Join Edith and experience MLBB Esports charm right now. If I were you and you have the Dias, again, it's 30% off. Just go straight for it.
Once you open the app right now, the amount of skins available are actually overwhelming.
Yeah, there's a
there's a Selena, there's an Edith, there's a Mathilda.
There's a Rubies.
Yeah,
right?
they're running back beyond the clouds. KOF's there.
Yeah,
so much. We're quite spoiled. Oh yeah, congrats Naisu for getting the Cho skin.
He did?
Finally,
Yeah.
he got it.
After 6 million diamonds. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go in on all assets. Let's dig a little deeper into this match before we get back in.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters! Andito tayo ngayon sa kalagitnaan ng MPL Arena. Pwede ko marinig ang MPL Smart Battle Trips! Alive, alert, and awake. Kalusi, iba ang energy, men. Iba ang energy. Kamusta ba? Sino pa mga kasama natin today?
Pakilala naman kayo sa amin.
So, I am Justin Cal Cortez po from Community Heroes sa Bulacan po.
Hi, Justin. Okay?
Hello, my name is Ken from Munton Student Leader PH. I'm currently the student leader of Quezon City University.
Ayan. It's nice to have you guys here. And kayo rin, kasi wala eh. Ang alay para sa ngayong araw ay sila. I wanna know, guys, right? Magkakaiba ka ba kayo ng pinanggalingan? Like, where are you guys from?
I'm from Quezon City po.
And you?
Sa Del Monte, Bulacan po.
Oh,
Ang layo. Anong oras pa kayo nakarating dito?
Mga ano po, 11:30 po, mga ganun po.
11:30.
So I guess in terms of that, parang meron na silang mga natutunan. Like, what do you guys usually do pag pumupunta kayo sa battle trips?
Ayun po, bago po kami pumunta ay may bus po, tapos dun po where may mga games po where yung mga participant po makaka-win po sila ng mga in-game diamonds.
Okay, so in-game diamonds, paano naman, Justin, pag nandito, ano bang mga natututunan nyo dito sa loob?
So, sa ano po, bago po tayo pumasok dito is, meron pong maghalita pong isang speaker. Minsan po yung sa production, pwede po sa casters, meron din po sa in and outs po ng MPL po. So, kanina po yung topic namin about ethics po sa information or sa journalism na natutunan po namin na dapat po na you have to be responsible in what you say in the media and also na maging have the integrity po.
I love that. Mga aspiring journalists ba kayo?
Right? Journalism people, meron ba mga gusto maging journalists? Production? Other people? Alright,
Mukhang
I
lahat
see it.
sila, Hans.
Mukhang lahat sila.
Okay, Justin, invite mo naman. I'm sure maraming nanonood sa atin dyan sa kanilang bahay na curious din sila. Paano ba sila pwedeng sumali sa Smart Battle Trip? So, can you tell them how?
So, good afternoon po. Para po makasali sa ating Smart MPL Battle Trips po ay pumunta po kayo sa sa pages ng MLBB CH Community Heroes po. And also sa kanya po is yung Munton Student Leader PH po. Mag-sign lang po kayo ng Google form, then meron po mga questions po and i-answer lang po ito po.
So like sa student leaders, may form din ba sila na dapat i-sign? Okay, so I guess that's it. Guys, maraming salamat for being with us today.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully, mas mag-enjoy pa kayo kasi marami pa tayong laban mamaya. But for now, we're gonna throw it back to our casters.
We're gonna catch once again All Access featuring Hans, Galleria, Calusi, and Battle Trips from near and far, giving anyone and everyone that's enrolled an MPL PH experience they'll never forget. Once again, smack dab into the middle of this series. Match point for Twisted Minds. Before we talk about that, we have an update on Myanmar's MSL. Day 2 has begun, and it is a debut match.
For BTN, of course, the Mobile Legends Super League in Myanmar, if you're still not familiar. And yes, it's good to see Myanmar with their own league again. And yeah, it's good to see that the names that we're familiar with are all competing. Falcon, Xeno, Mythic, AI, and of course, other organizations looking to make their name
I love
heard.
BTN.
I love BTN too.
You're a big fan of BTN, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
You gotta be. All right, back to the action for reals this time. Once more, Twisted Minds makes a draft that only they could make work. And now AP.Bren is here to try and force us into a game number 3. But Twisted Minds, being the away team, now has their dibs on game 2. They decide to go blue.
I do not know what to expect from Twisted Minds anymore, honestly. I feel like they're the ones who can pull off the most extreme kinds of surprises. I know we've seen the Novaria Selena type of drafts from TNC, but for Twisted Minds, they literally involve their jungler in terms of like the surprises that they bring out. So I don't know anymore. We weren't considering the Alice entirely, but they still make it work and they still decide to go with it. So
You know what? I'm cool with it. Just run it all the way back. Estes, Popolikupa.
Oh.
Who else? Aldous.
Yeah, did you say that on air? Because I hope we see an Aldous someday.
Yeah.
Or a Bane. Hey, MP the King won a Bane with a Bane in the MPL Cambodia Grand Finals.
So anything except the Lucas for you.
Yeah, well,
We don't talk about that.
and last season, I mean, it wasn't that far away where they were the ones really making Matilda and Bane work together.
I like that. I'm with that. Let's see if any of those mentioned heroes rear their beautiful heads here in game number 2. Twisted Minds on the play this time. Fanny and Lo Yi gets banned out while AP.Bren take out the Matilda, and the Zhu Xin. Coach Jeff ain't letting that slip.
I don't know if he heard us or he just doesn't really want the Matilda to happen, since this is Twisted Minds and they might just be able to pair up the Matilda with anything they like. So, both the Joy and Suyo are open again, and same for the usual gold lane trades.
Yeah. What if Twisted Minds are really just going to go for a very unique take on the meta here? Because if Phoveus is open, they can first pick Phoveus, which will make AP.Bren think twice about picking up the Harith.
Yeah.
Then they'll be deciding between, they'll probably pick up Suyo Granger, and then Twisted Minds will get the Phoveus and the Clapback.
Oh.
Okay, so they twist it up. They go for the Harith first, but even with the Phoveus open, they're willing to pick that.
Yeah. And well, the Joy isn't available too, so they don't get the Suyo Harith. Though at least for AP.Bren, because that might be another problem too, if ever. So will they go for the Phoveus immediately right here? Or do they want Dare to play something else? Because that's Dare, right? He can play like other crowd control heroes too to potentially go for a setup.
Like clutch XP laners,
Oh.
they're leaving that book open. They don't want to overcommit just yet. They acknowledge the fact that we know that Dare can do that.
Now let's see if Twisted Minds are going to put Hajizi back on Mage, or if they're really going to double down on the idea of a mid-lane fighter, roam healer.
They want a twisted draft.
Yeah, a part of me is hoping they just lean in on that. They're just rushing the Alice, and of course Twisted Minds will get the Phoveus as we expected.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, 3 healers are still out there.
All right, you know what? Let's just finish the draft for him, all right? Granger,
Yeah.
Hylos, Lucas. All right, Twisted Minds, you go. See, look, none of those picks are banned. They
Yeah.
can really do it again.
They just run it
Better.
back.
Angela,
Yeah, I
and then
think-
Hilda.
Yeah.
No, is that right?
The Cho's there
Or
too.
Angela Cho.
Yeah. Like mid-Cho, then Angela Rome. Yeah, just run it back to yesterday.
No, but in that case, AP.Bren is going to ban out the Florian and the Angela.
Oh, Estes.
Yeah, I
Don't
dude,
say these
I
words.
wouldn't knock it.
Bring it up.
I wouldn't knock it. I would not mind an Estes right now.
Alexandra, Bridget Ramos, do not say those words.
Okay.
Unless on approximately 1,500 people watching, we go like, oh my God, Estes!
Could this potentially be the season where we see the highest number of unique heroes used? Okay, but they take out the Florian, and if Angela's next, then I might say it again.
Hey,
You know what's funny? If they ban Flora and Angela, you can hate me or not, Rafaela.
Oh, actually.
there it is. Rafaela or Estes. See, I'm with
Yeah.
either. And we're at a point where Haji just hit his 10th unique hero. Today. He's number 1 yesterday at 9. And now number 10.
The KDA machine. really.
Rafaela Terizla or Rafaela Barretts.
Oh.
Just go for it.
I like
Go
Estes,
nuts.
bro. I like Estes.
You like Estes?
I like
All right.
Estes.
Okay.
Is that a little too naughty?
No, it's just the right amount of.
I wasn't ready for it, Brigid. I'm sorry I scolded you, but now I'm looking at it. It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah. If they're able to like prove us wrong in game number 1, what more? And they take out the glue also. So
Yeah, it's a little bit more Estesable, you know.
Wait, what is the Louis not open too? So. Oh my goodness. Are we going back to the days where like no, they can't even Lilia anymore since they already have the Farsa.
They need that heal. They need that heal.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I think Estes might be a little bit of a tight formation.
Oh.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
That's better than the Hylos.
So this is it.
Hey, what was that pick I said yesterday? A Minotaur could be okay too.
Oh, actually.
Is that enough of a sustained heal?
That's the thing.
Right? It's got CC,
Yeah.
but does it have the sustained heal?
And you're up against an assassin, so.
Whoa, what?
Wait.
This might be Haji.
Yeah.
Fight for the ultimate
No, it's a Selena. Wait, okay. Yeah, I think they didn't go for heal. Mid Selena Rome Hilda? Or they're really twisting our minds. Living up to the name.
I vote for a Rome Selena. No, I don't know anymore.
They're really gonna do this without any heal, huh?
I am worried about the lack of heal. That was instrumental
Yeah.
in their win in game 1.
Especially now where like AP.Bren are still going for the same draft, almost the same draft.
Of primal lightning, the hunter of
The
all
burst
evil gods.
damage is pretty reliable for AP.Bren.
Yep. I like that they, I was muttering it under my breath, Edith, and they go ahead and locked it in because they need a little bit more of the sustained damage. They have a burst magic damage output from the far side Gacha. You just need a little bit more of that continuous magic damage when you go Primal Wrath as an Edith.
And a little more reliable CC.
Yes.
Again, crowd control that just ruins the flow of battle for an Alice-centric lineup. So far, so good for the recovery for AP.Bren. Theoretically, they saw this from a mile away, especially after closing off the first phase with that Alice pick. Now, it's all down to execution. One more look at the draft here for AP.Bren and Twisted Minds. Stats say AP.Bren has the better draft, like numbers-wise.
Yeah, they have more answers now to potentially what Twisted Minds could do later on. And this is there on the Edith too.
Yeah.
So like, I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to find those very crucial targets in the midst of a very messy team fight.
And as confirmed, it is an Escalera Rome Selena.
There it is.
Let's see how that's going to work out. The pairing of the Selena and the Hilda together, though, that's a lot of burst damage if AP.Bren aren't careful and they continue getting caught out.
I don't know if we'll be seeing the same trends too in terms of like these fast rotations, but it's likely to happen though, considering the almost exact similar lineup from AP.Bren. And this is something Hajizi did earlier anyways. The attempt to interrupt, get into information, but you can't stop the fast jungle clearing and rotation from AP.Bren either way.
Oh, Hajizi here, spotted by 2.
Oh, gets stunned by the Curse of Ground, just right on cue, the Evil Queller. It seems like it's a replay of some sorts on what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, that's not the start that they want to have. Okay, already up to the gem, and they getting dived on.
And early as less than 2 minutes, it's a 4-man rotation again from AP.Bren. This time outplayed, won't survive that surprise attack.
They blew that boy up.
Yeah,
The Beast is angry.
I think what we're seeing now is what AP.Bren should have been really gunning more for in that game number 1, or at least now they're getting more opportunities to do it. Look how much gold Shizo was able to get from the shielding up top. This Granger is going to snowball like crazy.
Dear God, I don't know if this is unprecedented, but 1,000 already, even before this 2-minute mark.
Yeah, this is similar to what we saw in game number 1, but with less or minimal effort. Oh, a missile arrow connects on to Trovskirt, but MP the King steals away the turtle from AP.Bren, and now Twisted Minds are going in for the engage as well there, and Kekadot, they're very low, and there, oh James, he will be taken out as a trade, but not GZ2. 2 for 2 trades so far, but Escalera goes in with a clutch kill, but Trovskirt double kill as well.
That's dirty MLBB. It's not even a game anymore. It's a fight.
I like it. What I call MLBB for the streets. And Twisted Minds out of nowhere with aggression. Blocked by James is what happened to James Panks. That's confusing. They're both James, I just realized.
One is Panks.
Yeah, one is Panks. But James, again, this is why he's my low-key favorite right now on Twisted Minds.
Both MDL champions. Hajizi gets out of dodge here, but just barely. Folks, let me just remind you how tough it is to be a mid lane Hilda. Bushes aren't as accessible when you're in mid like this.
Yeah, you'd probably have to rely a bit more onto Escalera, the way he's able to position those traps, get the vision for you. So probably they can have some sort of a workaround in terms of that. But this is another threat for Outplayed. Will he be able to clear the waves? He will. And the Zaman Force is already used too.
Oh, they've got to help that man. It's been a struggle for Outplayed. Already 1,000 gold lead for Shizo, and that's just going to continue ballooning as AP.Bren will commit more into the gold lane.
Hempy the King is struggling to even take his purple peacefully. And now the small camp is going to go right underneath his nose unless... All right, Escalera puts up enough of a struggle. Now Hajizi in their face.
Oh, a 5v5 is just about to happen. Perfect positioning for an airstrike from Trovskirt, but that's a sustain coming in from Trovskirt. Oh, there's the onward Earth Shatter as well to take down James, but Outplayed barely surviving, uses the flicker. Der will be traded as well, but look at James Pax. Clutch taking out the members who were trying to run away. Escalera is left alone under the turret. Will he be able to survive this evil Queller to take him down as the double kill for James Pax?
That's a delayed wipe out. AP.Bren not afraid to get their hands dirty.
AP.Bren are playing fast and they're playing aggressive. They know the timers Twisted Minds have, and they're not allowing them to get there comfortably. However, it's not going absolutely clean for them. They're trading kills out. MP the King is still able to get some things there, but you gotta give Kekadot his flowers for being able to land a big 3-man Avatar of Guardian to set things up for AP.Bren for victory.
Yep, and that was right after the feathered airstrike too, so there was so much AoE, but Kekadot going in for MP the King, but on the other side of the map, he will be forced to use the AoE to run it back. GZ's looking for the backline members, and he will be taking down James. Escalera, though, also going for Kekadot. 1-for-1 trade so far.
That's a man down each. They're coming in with a flicker.
Oh, he still wants more. Escalera will be the next to fall, and that might be the signal for Twisted Minds to just disengage.
A turtle for AP.Bren. The first one stolen by Twisted Minds. Not this time, says the former MDL champions. Now, MP the King once more just struggling to keep his own buff as James Pax threatens another small cap. Here comes a clapback. Can they chase him?
Okay, they won't. They won't for now.
Yeah. 2 EXP laners showing up there. It was James landing a big Flicker Dark Wave to initially get to and start things off well for Twisted Minds. But in the end, it was there with a Flicker Earth Shatter and still holding on to his Primal Wrath as long as possible to make sure AP.Bren win that. MP the King already has his Clock of Destiny on the way to the Dominance Ice. Not a big lead for James Pax, just hovering around 1,000. However, there is already a Sky Piercer on Shizo. Twisted Minds needs to be careful not to give a lot of kills to the Ranger.
And I'm starting to wonder how many stacks he already has. in that Sky Piercer. Oh, but wait, Shizu will even get caught in this. Outplayed, nearly going after him, but he gets blocked and protected by the other members of AP.Bren. That's a double kill instead for Shizu, who initially was the target. Escalator flicker in, trying to take down Dare, but Dare still survives.
2 free kills for AP.Bren, and they're not relenting. Keeping this push here in mid. 6K up, and look at that back line! James Banks!
Cleveland Weller 2 just to finish off the kill, and that's a tier 1 turret mid lane taken down by AP.Bren.
The man with a million moves finds the right angle. And since resources, more of them have gone to AP.Bren, now it's up to a Malefic Roar for Shizu and 2 stacks onto that Sky Piercer.
And they're still here. Stay in the course. They want to keep pushing forward. Can't get out in the middle of it all.
Okay, he's a bit low, but will still cast the AOG, knocking off James, but Hajizi, he won't be able to do anything in the middle of 5 members of Vissel Traps right here and there, but they will not engage and will focus on the objective.
Final turtle clearly going over to AP.Bren. No contest from Twisted Minds, approaching the 8,000 gold lead. And just as quickly, a tier 2 up top. Twisted Minds, how do they get out of this? Again, the lack of heal is changing the ebb and flow of their lineup.
Yeah, you really get to see, especially in this one, just how important healing is for a lineup focused around an Alice. Still on the way up to a Dominance Ice, already has the leg plates, only still going to the Feather of Heaven, is outplayed, so it's going to take some time for this Harith. Since the lead of AP.Bren have ballooned so high, you actually see Choveskirt committing the Divine Glaive early on as his second major item. That's them showing we're not gonna allow you guys to balloon. We know you guys rely on shields. We will build that Divine Glaive.
Yeah, and at his point, he's probably like almost, no, he's 607. So that also explains why he's so up ahead.
And in game 1, he was rocking a flicker, if I'm not mistaken. So now he's respecting Twisted Minds and using that battle spell, threatening Twisted Minds to come get him so he can clap back in kind. Mid lane tier 2 in jeopardy, big wave marching up. Another fight could be waiting just to explode out of nowhere. If it's up to AP.Bren, they will do that. Feather Death Strike coming in from Choveskirt, zoning out Twisted.
Yeah, and Kekadot just blocks the Abyssal Arrow too from Escalera. Even when he always wants to go after Choveskirt, again, we mentioned the Purify doesn't make it easy for him too.
Ooh.
And wow.
500 stacks at under 9 minutes.
Yep. 30 on the Sky Piercer as well. Yeah, this Granger, again, we saw just how much gold he was able to get at the shielding. He had the 1,000 gold lead in around 3.5, 4 minutes in already. So everything has just gone well for AP.Bren, and we saw when the snowball began, one of the key figures there was the Edith, the last pick. Again, this is why the Primal Wrath against the lineup that Twisted Mind showed is so important, because you need that second win in a fight. It allows you to fight around 2 when the Farsa has used the ultimate, when Shizu is out of bullets.
When the Shaman Force has been committed.
The Shaman Force has been committed as well.
Yep. So that's a 12K gold lead in the hands of AP.Bren.
Dear God.
And Twisted Minds aren't even able to take out a single turret away from the Bees. Fortunately, MP the King gets his orange buff, because even that felt like AP.Bren wanted to take it away from him.
Redmar, before this explodes into full-on pandemonium, what is Escalera trying to do this time around as a Selena?
He's just trying to block any sequences that AP.Bren want to do beforehand. Get vision, see who he can hit with the Abyssal Arrow. It's not going to be stopping a lot of things, though.
Oh, there goes in with the flicker and forces out the flicker from James too. And MP the King, just when he decides to go in, gets taken out. Outplayed, barely surviving, and there's Shizu making sure he won't be able to get back into the base. Hajizi trying to distract the members of Twisted Minds, but they won't be minding him anymore because they find James right here down bottom. Escalera left alone, also using the flicker, and they also still have the Lord. This could be it. AP.Bren will be bringing us into a game number 3.
We're going all the way. AP.Bren correcting course, taking game 2.
Blessed by the daughter of all series. On a triple header day, we go to game number 3.
I just want to say the mother isn't here.
Yeah, but you are.
Don't dodge responsibility, Brigida.
Everything just went so much better for AP.Bren. I like the aggression that they showed early on. They went straight to outplay and said, we're not going to allow this Harith to farm. And that pulled the tension away from where MP the King and the rest of Twisted Minds wanted to make plays. And yeah, the draft, I feel like I wish Twisted Minds doubled down on healing again.
Yeah.
I wish we saw that universe where they decided to go for someone who can heal paired up with a Hilda instead of a Selena. Because AP.Bren was just unstoppable in their rotation.
I would have taken the Minotaur, the Estes, the Rafaela.
The Rafa Hilda sounded
Hilda
scary.
sounds good, you know what I mean? Like, even in the absence of a Matilda, that would be fine, but... Renmar, as you mentioned, the Selena trying to block what AP.Bren was throwing out, I was like thinking, what is this, wanted?
Yeah. It's like you get vision, but what you're seeing is the inevitable happen. And of course, Chovskirt, I feel like he was the merchant of being able to go for the aggressive rotations with how much he was just flying top side.
The merchant of murder.
The merchant of murder.
Of crows.
Of crows.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean it is crows, that's
Wait,
true.
and
I
this
saw
is-
that coming. You know?
Yeah,
I
and this
planned
is
it
so
out.
nostalgic too. For those who are familiar of Chovskirt when he was still back in the MDL, this is like one of his signature heroes. So it feels great to see him play it again in a scenario where he was able to use it aggressively, even despite the Purify pickup.
He is she. I think he needed the Purify anyway, especially in game 1.
Yeah.
And now with the Purify, he's a little bit more confident to be aggressive. I feel like that's what allowed him to do. And yeah, in the beginning with Haji's getting caught out there, it's these little things early on. It's like if you know the mid trade is not going to go for the Hilda, you should not separate from the Hilda. As much as possible, you plant your traps around there and play around the center of the map so that you can at least cover for each other. And that's something that I've been seeing a lot more for the teams that were struggling initially. Omega, AP.Bren, of course, and Twisted Minds. They really just need to watch out for the communication between the Roam and mid and making sure the first 2 waves are good and locked in.
Yeah. I mean, I think Twisted Minds compared to game number 1, it felt like they wanted to fight a little bit earlier, which didn't favor them entirely because it wasn't exactly their power spike just yet.
Yeah, you can get away with it if you clap back immediately. Again, I think that was that moment when it was, what'd you call it, Renmar? ML for the streets.
Yeah, ML for the streets, exactly.
Yeah, it was straight up Ryu and Ken street fighting it out. But again, this is a game of tactics, a game of strategy, and you need to bide your time. And they had very little of that because it was AP.Bren who was, again, pushing the advantage. They were playing this like they had 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
Part of me is thinking is also maybe Twisted Mind sort of fell into what AP.Bren wanted to do. Because it's like they couldn't not do anything. They had to show AP.Bren, it's like, yo, yeah, we could try to dance with you guys, but they're also just caught out. I feel like what Der did in that one play where he flickered Earth Shatter, that was like the beginning of the end already because that gave such a big win for AP.Bren.
Yep.
Looking at the stats here, again, 7-20. Could have been so much cleaner. Again, less kills for Twisted Minds, but AP.Bren allowed for that kind of start. They were willing to give up these early kills to dig Twisted Minds even deeper into this hole of a draft that they committed to. Very similar to game 1, but again, it's lacking that heal. So I would love to pick their brains on what the plan was with
Yeah.
Escalera.
I mean, looking at it, it seems like there's a lot of ways to get information. There's Vision, there's a Selena, there's a Hilda who can potentially like just be in front of the members of AP.Bren every now and then. But how do they like follow up or compensate for the damage department if their damage dealers need time? So it felt like they wanted to play it aggressively from the beginning, but they didn't have the tools that could actually allow them to be successful in doing so just yet. And all of them had to fight in close combat against AP.Bren, which on the other hand for them, they didn't need to worry about that. They had members who could deal with that, and they had damage dealers from afar who could also like threaten them.
It's like rocking up to your first boxing match without learning how to block or to throw a straight.
Yeah.
You had jabs and uppercuts, that's it.
And I think that's not going to work for most people. It'll get you something, but it's not going to get you what you need.
Unless you knock them out in one blow.
Yeah.
Yes, but not this lineup. This is an Alice Harith lineup.
Yeah.
At best, it's a body snatcher. You're hitting, from the solar plexus and
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to see a different approach for Twisted Minds. And by different, I mean just, doubling down on the healing.
Here's the thing. They had it on them, right? The last two in blue. One of them could have been the Estes, the Rafaela, the Minotaur.
Yeah.
They chose the Selena.
And another swerve I would have been okay with if somehow, if they're gonna do something like this around the Alice, at least have Revitalize, right?
Yeah, but
there's at least there's heal there.
all right, look at this. He's looks max, and look at the Silent Kid. She's a 1,000 and change. Our
zesty.
BPI rich guy. Ooh.
So this is how he looks like without glasses. Earlier he had.
He's a looker.
Yeah. Was he known for this in MPL Philippines?
No,
Was he a character?
I was just surprised when I saw him initially in the media day photos because he didn't have his glasses, so I thought it was
Someone else?
It was someone else, but earlier he had.
It's quite zesty.
No.
Very mischievous.
We rarely hit 1,000 plus, ladies and gentlemen, as a gold per minute. So he earned this look. He's looking over at Outplay like, you like that?
This smile reminds me of Kyle TZ's smile, sideways smile, but this feels more.
Oh yeah, even Caltese has something like that. Except Caltese looks like a good boy in his
Oh,
photo.
yeah.
I found the word. This is devilish. he played devilish. A silent kid was silent killer in game 2.
That's what you call a devilish debonair.
Yeah, you didn't want to call him Silent Killer, right? Because like it made him sound like a.
It reminded me of
Fart.
a fart. I didn't want to
But-
call him the silent killer.
But it was.
That wasn't my first thought. My first thought was a Sky Piercer stacks. That's just you guys. That's a you problem.
But
Not really a
I think
problem.
it worked. It worked here.
Gas is a problem.
I'm living with it. I'm not suffering.
If you're suffering, you get to that check.
yeah. But I'm not. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gastroenterology aside, you were saying.
This is why your
I'm so-
pose in the loading screen is like that
Yeah, because
with us.
we're talking about farts and now. Anyway.
All right.
No, we aren't. We're talking
Real
about
quick,
gas.
before we get back into game number 3, we have an MPL Indonesia update for you. Alter Ego AE versus Navi is now live. The newest franchise in MPL ID, Navi, of great esports legacy fame, is now live. So go check in on them. Match hasn't started proper, but you can watch it alongside MPL Philippines. So keep tabs because again, one of these teams are getting a win. Twisted Minds and AP.Bren. Who is it? And will Twisted Minds keep on this whole Alice Harris thing going? So that's why you don't want to click out of this. You want to stay here with us.
I don't know. I mean, after this, it's likely that they'll be in red side, right? Or I don't know. Depends. Depends on what AP.Bren wants.
Yeah, it's AP.Bren's choice this time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
I reckon they stay blue.
yeah.
That's my guess.
So I don't know if we'll see the Harris again being opened.
It's a very poetic headline. Rise in revenge with the release of Joe Skirt's Wings of Vengeance.
It's the first time I've ever seen vengeance and revenge in the same sentence said, but it makes sense because, again, you lose game 1 like that,
Yeah.
you're going to feel something. You're going to want to reclaim and redeem yourself as a player,
Yeah.
as an athlete. Like, that's not supposed to happen.
For the slightly, I'm not saying old school, but slightly old school gamers out there, you could call it a revengeance.
Revengeance.
That's right.
Yeah. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Ladies and gentlemen, confirmed, AP.Bren will be choosing a blue side. I told y'all so. And here we'll see now if Twisted Minds will indeed force the issue. they woke up today, all 7 of them, and decided, yeah, we're going to play Alice.
Yeah.
Imagine that they even took it for first phase.
Am I missing anyone? All 8 of them, Shinsui 2.
Oh.
If all 8 of them woke up and said, we're all playing Alice. It's a team decision.
I hope so.
It did feel like that.
You know what? Just go for it. Just pick up the Alice again. I won't mind.
Alice, and then let's see what happens if you switch up that last pick.
But
How
what
about
if
it?
they don't get the Harris?
I think it'll still work. If it's a Granger Alice, that might even be better.
Oh, well, yeah.
If they could, I wouldn't mind if... no, but they need something that can scale up relatively quickly, yeah.
Granger not fast enough?
No, it is, yeah, you're right. Granger Alice.
And it's better damage profiling, right? It's more of a diversity.
Much more spread out. Yeah.
Forces out like more items, like different items.
That's the only substitute. Because if you go for something like a
Moskov?
Moscow.
Moskov, if you go for something like a carry, you're gonna put too much bodies into making sure the carry can farm up.
And it's too slow. Like, that's too
Slow.
DOT.
Yeah.
Oh.
Check it out. Hajizi, the KDA machine, has now played 67 unique heroes, the most among all players in the league. It was not just number 10 after Hilda in game 1.
So-
It was number 67.
He could have made it 68 earlier.
If he changed it up. Yeah. But he decided to play the Hilda again.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Maybe this time.
Look at this young man, 67. Number 1 in the league, in the history of MPL Philippines. All 7 years since 2018, he's picked the most number of heroes, unique heroes.
Yep, he's been pulled in so many directions throughout his career. Back when the mid laner was the core, and then when eventually we got the true core in the jungle, and then eventually we got he became a roamer too.
He's not only played, at least in franchise history, XP.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's touched every single lane in pro play.
Yeah, just never the EXP / what used to be the off lane. Yeah.
But he kind of uses the XP lane heroes into the mid lane too.
Oh, been there, done that for Haji. Now can they been there, done that and win game 3? Here we go. AP.Bren on the play, banning out the Matilda, while Twisted Minds take out the Fanny.
At this point, Haji can potentially have like a little bit of a discussion for James Mouse. Just go, I know I'm the KDA machine, but maybe I can be the man with a million moves. I've done everything in this league, man. I've played every role, almost every hero.
He's played more than half the heroes in MLBB now.
We're at 124, right?
67.
67.
That's more than half.
Yeah, yeah. Isn't exactly half.
It's more than half.
Oh, right.
Damn,
I'm
it's a
hoping
lot. It's a lot of heroes.
Yeah, hopefully he uses
How many heroes have you played? Yes.
Yes.
What now, though? Joyce banned again. Oh!
We got into the point where AP.Bren are respect banning the Florin.
What if it gets so bad that Coach Jeff and the gang ban out Florin, Angela, and then Rafa Orestes?
Yeah, and at this point, even the Louis is still open, which I feel like if AP.Bren gets their hands on it, playing Ube might be harder for Twisted
Yeah,
Minds.
exactly.
Is the Chocho good with the Luigi? You like him in the Luigi?
Gaze the stars and
No, now we won't be seeing it anyway.
Not
but
happening.
yeah.
And they had to ban it, and so that means
No need to answer.
should either be a Harith or a Suyo that ends up with AP.Bren. So Harith and Suyo here. Twisted Minds will think about Phobius. Trading the power picks +1 off power pick. And then maybe Angela third pick.
I think Luyo. There you go.
Me to vanquish the shadows
Okay, so they
plaguing this world.
still can get the Harith. The Phobius is still there too.
Cho Phobius.
Oh.
I know, but they have to get Harith. They have to get Harith.
Because Harith is good regardless of the Alice.
Yeah. Cho Harith or Phobius Harith, I'm okay with. I'm really just banking on the idea that Twisted Minds are gonna... Oh no, but they won't be able to get the Alice. If they go ahead and rush the Angela, that's gonna be tough. I think Twisted Minds will have to recalibrate. We might not be able to see them play the Alice here.
Unless they do that. Yeah, the Angela
Yeah.
Alice. Or what if... We all know what's happening. So they go Alice here, Alice X, or Alice Harith, or Alice... Yo, Granger's open too, by the way. Oh
they go
my
Angela
gosh!
right away.
Oh.
They locked in the Angela right away.
So this is better. This is what we're talking about, right? The Granger and the Alice.
Yeah.
And the Angela.
They get to go Alice anyway. But then like, oh, AP.Bren.
I didn't think they'd actually go for it, you know?
Yeah, but we're not Twisted Minds exactly, are we?
Yeah.
It's them.
So the Trohilda too is still there. The Harris not in Twisted Minds, so would they still Phobius here or?
Honestly, if I'm AP.Bren, they've usually been saving XP laner picks for last, but I think they will consider picking up a CC early. Because you have to watch out for a CC Angela combo that used to be one of the signatures before. And Twisted Minds can play around that. So AP.Bren will think about, you know what, burst, snowball, let's pick up the Harith, pick up Jawhead. I'm not going to knock AP.Bren for this approach. This is the right approach. Because they showed they're up against a mid-game power spike team. So Alice will get locked in here. It's very CC-able or Lucasable for Twisted Minds later on.
Brigida is wincing and quietly gasping
Yeah,
at
yeah,
the
yeah.
Alice pick. We knew it was coming, but when we see it, you know, like these first 3 picks, who would have known that in March of 2025, this would be what a professional team would be bringing
Yeah.
to a game, to a match-winning game.
This will be their go-to draft so far in the past 3 games we've been seeing them play. And this really reminds me of the Angela Baksha CC days, only now it's quite different because they're really pushing the Alice.
Yeah, Renmore's onto something. Like, they should ban out the CC because they know they can't pick it first. So what if it's a Cho CC ban?
Justice in the world.
Then what does Twisted Minds go for? But since they picked up the Harith though, the Phobias still there too. It's kind of similar to what we saw from game number
God.
1, only except now it's not a Harith, it's a Granger in the gold lane. So
Wait, they're going with Vexana. Are they quietly considering glue here
Clue.
for James? Or glue? Again, we saw it before. It's not crazy. Glue, but that was way back in the glue mid. I don't think so. That's gonna be quite slow. It's like it's not what it used to be
Oh, no.
in the mid lane.
Coach Jeff and Coach Pakbet have to talk through all the possibilities now. The world is James's oyster. Glue, Fovia, CC. These are all high priority picks.
yeah. Oh, they banned out the Phobias. So the Hilda still there too. The CC, as we've mentioned.
I would prefer the CC over the Hilda.
Yeah.
Let's hear from the crowd.
There
Okay.
we go.
Make some noise for yours truly.
All right,
So
so
what
they
did
go
Dare
for
do?
the old combo. He goes Hilda.
Ah.
Because I wouldn't want him to play into the Lucas here.
Oh.
I know, but they need another front. It just can't be the Jawhead. Don't tell me he goes Hylos. Hylos
Hey.
with the Revitalize.
What if,
Badang, flashbacks.
what if he doesn't build? What if they just go ball to the wall, pedal to the metal?
Full aggro?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how they won game 2.
I wouldn't mind a Badang, actually.
Yeah. Well.
Badang or Hilda?
Badang, Hilda.
At this point, you know, nobody cares.
Oh, okay.
Hunter of all the evil gods.
Is that the?
Aurora.
Oh,
Yeah. You thought it was a Kagura?
no.
Oh.
So they have better answers now to like whenever they go for the back lines every now and then.
It's a gotcha mid?
XP, Gatot. No, what?
No,
oh,
there's a
it's
CC.
Oh, it's
so-
a mid Angela. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so we're going to be relying on Haji's game IQ more than his mechanics.
Yeah. And it's, okay, it goes, you still play around the Angela, but it's a little bit more around what we're used to seeing. It's not the crazy approaches that Twisted Minds have been going for. Despite AP.Bren having the crazy combo of Suyo, Harith, Jawhead together, I don't know. Maybe I'm just like quietly rooting for myself to see Twisted Minds win in this. But there's something about their lineup just tells me they might punish AP.Bren.
I don't know if it's starting with the slight adjustments in the gold lane, which we've previously talked about. That kind of makes the damage distribution a bit or slightly better compared to game number 1. But like, does the draft feel a little bit more in sync in terms of what we're about to expect?
It feels like it came out of the oven a little better baked.
Yeah.
Got taught, then the Alice. Like, there's a sequence you'd be expecting a bit more.
Granger, to hold down the early to mid, you got the CC.
Yeah, the timing of the dives, front to back. You can even just to go for a dive. There's a lot of approaches that Twisted Minds can go into this. While AP.Bren, it's honest. It's play around the Jawhead. There, are you full stacks? Yes, I'm going to go use my ultimate. Same with the Harith. Very ultimate dependent is AP.Bren, while Twisted Minds, yes, they have some strong ultimates, but even without like a curtain call on the CC, it's gonna be okay. You'll have the Yo-Yo Blitz as long as you'll have the Angela there with you.
And the Vengeance.
And the Vengeance. One thing that AP.Bren, or two things AP.Bren that are great for their lineup is the crowd control and the push potential rating. It's 2 points above Twisted Minds, which is what Twisted Minds needs to watch out for here. There is a lot of crowd control on the side of AP.Bren that can prove detrimental to Twisted.
If you're Twisted Minds, you would probably have a better idea of what to expect from AP.Bren, or at least for the time being where you're not entirely expecting there to be part of the fights just yet. It's really just the ejector plays and the follow-ups from Chovskirt, but let's see if they'll make it work. That's an early invade coming in from Escalera.
It all comes down to this. Game number 3, the rubber match in the series to consider, to decide who gets the victory first in Season 15. AP.Bren or Twisted Minds. Y'all see how deep Escalera was?
Yeah, he was just making sure that he was able to disrupt. But wait, it's an early rotation towards the XP lane. James down to half HP.
Okay, first rotation to disrupt what is going to be the linchpin, actually, of the lineup for Twisted Minds. The CC will actually have to do a lot for their lineup, considering it's going to be the main pairing with the Angela. Up until a certain point, it's going to be the main pairing for the Alice. Hopefully, Twisted Minds are thinking about that and not just thinking, okay, Angela Ultimate is exclusive for the Alice. They have to consider just how strong Angela is with CC.
Yeah. Just to double down on that, everyone is a legal target for Hearthguard. Even outplayed in such clutch moments, you just need a little bit of extra health so that he can spell vamp and, you know, kill his way out of a sticky situation. This Angela pick in the first phase, I'd say, even before the results come in, was a worthy pick.
Yeah. And let's see what the itemization of Hajizi will be. If he's going to be rushing the flask, or in some cases, some mid lane Angelas actually decide to rush the fleeting time instead.
Yeah.
First turtle spawning, lower quarter of the map. 5 seconds from now, it looks like first to the scene will be AP.Bren. Escalera here to see exactly what's going down. Oh, wow, quick blitz take. And then, of course, a replay. MP the King going straight for the purple buff.
No level 4s needed. That was typical Jawhead
Yeah.
leashing in the early game, except that it was the major objective that they went after.
MP got away with it, by the way.
Able to steal it. And now I think the next thing that Twisted Minds has to look out for is a potential purple buff invade similar to what happened in game number 1.
Tit for tat.
Yeah. Was that game number 1, game number 2? That sequence?
1.
1, okay. So yeah, just watch out for the purple buff invade once the purple buff of Twisted Minds is up.
I mean, it's all Alice, so I might be wrong. It might have been 1 and 2.
Yeah.
That mirror from the turtle take, the purple take, and then the contest on MP's purple. But regardless, we do have about 2 minutes on the clock here to try and iron out the situation for our players. I believe this is James Banks' Paramour.
Oh!
That's a buff right there for the man with a million moves. This is the woman with a million moves.
I didn't know that. I mean,
I would assume.
yeah, because back then, like when I was in MDL, like it felt like James Banks was one of the youngest.
I mean,
right? But I don't
it's
know.
young love.
Yeah,
Yeah, and you and MDL was a long while ago, Brigida.
actually.
It's been almost 2 years since you won your back-to-back best talent of the
Yep.
season. Proud dad over there.
Why was that mentioned
Very
again?
proud.
He was there, like almost every day too.
Yeah, nowhere better to go. That's why I was always just in the MDL studio in season 1.
I mean, it was cold there.
He was privy to the win.
Yeah.
He saw every day, every hour you put into that award.
Oh! There's
Back to back. What is this?
There's a baby cake span in here. Even
Oh,
when it's
baby friend!
I like the dog.
Baby friend alert!
Let's just keep it there
Any
for
cats in
the
the building?
entirety of the troubleshooting.
Any cats in the building? I love dogs too, but
so cute.
y'all know me. I'm a
Uh-huh.
cat dad.
Yeah.
All right, what you got? What you got, guys? All right, that's
He's got a picture.
that's his lady. That's his lovely lady, and that's
Follow his
somebody's
page.
somebody's Facebook page. Pylon, hey, that's collegiate esports there.
Are these from the battle trip?
I believe so.
Ay.
Oh wow, hey, no putting your friends on blast. Just to translate, their friend couldn't come because they fell asleep.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Go.
relatively early.
Hey, is that a character from the award-winning anime Naruto?
Who's that? Who's that though?
It looked like the elder brother of
No, he looked like Sasuke. but
Sasuke Itachi. No, it's Itachi.
Oh,
Itachi
yeah.
Uchiha, yeah.
Because he's an Akatsuki.
Correct, yes. You saw the hair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just his Filipino complexion
seeing
that
so-
betrayed him. Yeah.
We've been seeing so many Naruto cosplayer.
Got a big following here in the Philippines.
I wonder why.
Again, there's a big following here in the Philippines.
Yeah.
I just told you, bring it out.
I wonder who we're seeing next week, though.
Obito came. Today it's Itachi.
Last week it was Jiraiya.
Oh, Jiraiya. Yeah,
Jiraiya
correct.
was here.
Jiraiya was here too.
Waiting for Sonade, man.
Of course you are. Is it just me who wants to see Rock Lee and Guy?
Oh.
I also want to see Rock Lee guy.
I want to see like a father and son play Rock Lee and Guy.
I want to see Rockhart be Rock Lee. That
And
would
who's
be
gonna
perfect.
be Guy?
What was the name of the guy?
Nice too.
What was the name of the guy?
Wait. With the spirals on his cheeks?
Choji.
Choji, yeah.
Why did you immediately look at me?
No, because I remembered you mentioned something about Choji last
I'm
week.
So you've been roasting me ever since
No.
I shaved my head. What
Wait,
is up?
Choji isn't bald?
Choji's not bald.
Yeah, he's not.
Choji is a shape-shifting shinobi.
Yeah, he's not bald.
He's a ninja that can change. What is this? Why? Do your friends agree to this?
Everyone just putting this.
This is a live broadcast,
That's the
ladies
same
and gentlemen.
dude, just a different picture.
Thousands of people, millions around the world see this.
And we're back to Itachi.
You know what? I'm questioning if this is actually Itachi. The hair doesn't look like Itachi now.
Yeah, no. Now that I saw it the second time around, I don't think it's Itachi.
Take it back. I'm not a big enough Naruto fan.
It's a long-haired guy.
I stopped watching after, what was that, the second arc or
I
something.
feel like that's one of the Akatsuki interns.
They had interns.
Yeah, the Akatsuki subs.
Yeah.
They come in when Itachi couldn't work the day.
Yeah.
Oh.
But
To terrorize the Konoha village.
now they mainly do administrative work, paperwork, all that.
Make ninja coffee.
What's ninja coffee? I thought they drank tea.
photocopy the Jutsu scrolls.
why specifically tea? Because they're of Asian heritage?
Dude, I said coffee. Did you say tea, Brigada?
You
I
said
did.
tea.
I
I'm
just
sure
thought-
there's coffee in that. There's coffee in that universe, Brigada.
There's matcha
Yeah.
too.
There's matcha.
That's tea.
There's different kinds of drinks.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have juice.
Yeah, maybe.
Naruto drinks juice.
Please
All
save
right.
me, please
Sen
save me, Sen,
says,
thank
let's
you."
go. Side quest. Filler episode
Whoa!
done. Flicker by Dare.
Oh, that's the Unstoppable Force also committed onto Escalera, but he has the Revitalize, which I think Renmar wanted to see since earlier.
To be fair, with all of the gripes here and there I've been having with Twisted Minds drafts, they've given me literally everything I've asked for in this series.
That's a lot of flickers spent.
That's way too much flickers.
Yeah, a well-timed dash and a flicker from Outplayed, even though he was already able to keep himself safe from the flicker ejector. But it wouldn't hurt to be safe, I guess.
Yeah.
Flicker party.
Better to be safe than sorry, you know? It's totally fine. Okay,
Yeah.
so War Axe is going to be the first item of the CC. That does not tell us a lot. Oh, cooldown reduction. Oh, mine's actually... It still could either be Fleeting Time or the Flack of the Oasis, honestly.
Yep. While James Banks goes for the Hunter Strike, so very aggressive.
That's a flicker already burned by Kekedot earlier, though. So let's see how they're planning to take this turtle away from Twisted Minds, since they will be able to position themselves first. Oh, without the flicker, immediately looks for a target, and that's going to be Escalera, but MP the King going in, already
we
forcing
go.
out the passive out from Chop Skirt, and they will be taking down 3 members from AP.Bren, only leaving James Pax alone.
Twisted Minds bulldoze through AP.Bren. Second turtle going over to TM.
Thank you, Twisted Minds. You acknowledged. That's what I was raving on about earlier. The CC and the Angela together. This isn't the right time just yet for the CC and Alice. Allow the CC and the Alice and Angela. Allow the CC and Angela to carry you over to that point. Hajizi item update did first build the Flask of the Oasis. Now that there's a Clock of Destiny on the Alice, now Hajizi will actually have choices. He won't always need to go for James, but either of those two, it's like there's no wrong ulti for this Angela if it's the CC or the Alice.
I honestly feel like Kekedot has to be extra careful with the ejector plays that he goes for, since I would have thought initially that it would have worked well because there is a Frigid Glacier, but so far, not even that's able to stop MP the King.
And truth be told, a lot of AP.Bren's initiations, I'd hate to point out there specifically, or rather Kekedot, both of them with their flickers, they didn't really pay off. So they have to work on that. I don't know exactly if it's target prioritization or just going all in. The follow-through, it's just Twisted Minds are running circles around him right now.
Yeah, they just gain access to the members,
Oh.
the relevant members at that. And it seems like Kekedon won't be able to go in for an engage anymore, but that's a beautiful Frigid Glacier landed
Hard
onto
card.
MP the King, but the hard card makes it just in time to save him. Dare will fall too, and so will Shizo. 3 members down once again.
That's a clutch blood ode.
Twisted Minds, they are making the draft work. This is what we talked about. They have so many ways to engage and to fight, and they've shown different versions of it, either as counter-engage or be the ones initiating it. They're really making it work.
Yeah. For Twisted Minds, on the other hand, they already expect the possible sequence similar to this.
What?
But this time around, this might be enough damage to take down Escalera. But will he be able to sustain it? He gets leashed under the turret with the taunt, but he almost made it out alive, I feel.
That's a few haymakers from that tier 2 down bottom. That was inevitable that Twisted Minds lose their roamer. But this is still the final turtle of the game going over to them, approaching the 1.5k gold lead at under 7 minutes.
Yeah. James Pan's just really looking for possible ways to even out the lead.
Yeah.
It's
So,
a hard spot for him.
Slight advantage here for MP the King in terms of the levels. In terms of the gold, it is quite even still. Yeah, not that. No, excuse me. Not going to double down on that. Gold leaders, though, MP the King with 5,300. Much bigger lead compared to James Banks.
All right. Slowly but surely, Twisted Minds crossing over, threatening everything away from AP.Bren. He does have a dominance ice now.
Oh.
So he is going to compromise the shielding on Kekedot, on Dare, and even on Shizo.
It's going to be good. Twisted Minds are definitely in the right timing. AP.Bren. It's good that the Harith has kept things very close, though. It's not a considerable lead for Outplayed. Actually, the last time we saw the gold graph, it was only like 8 gold lead for Shizo, so it shows just how close things really are. Kekedot already with the anti-Karas, but that's mainly for the CC and the Granger.
Yeah. After the first time we saw Twisted Minds take out Shizo, he's been playing extra careful.
Whoa!
But Twisted Minds still want to go after him. Kekedot on and will not be able to escape, but Shizo will survive. That's
they
the
missed.
missed Earth Shatter from Dare, and then the King still goes
Whoa!
in again. Finds Job Skirt, forces out the passive, but there's the Frigid Glacier, which is immediately dodged by Twisted Minds as well.
360 blood flow, no look.
Yeah, MP the King plays around the flowing blood so well. Just when you thought it's like he'll have no escape, he already threw out the flowing blood and is able to get out.
You go this way, I go that way. I could have sworn that fight was over.
For a second there, I was thinking, wait, how does MP the King have flicker? Oh, right, no, that's a flowing blood.
Yeah, I thought that was the first time we could actually see the Frigid Glacier land onto MP without the hard guard and without anyone else there to save him.
It
but
landed
no.
on top of Dare.
That's the Oracle picked up by MP too.
So now the Lord is looking like it belongs to Twisted Minds. I wonder how AP.Bren will be able to contest, given that there's a lot of work they need to do along the lanes.
Yeah, Shizu is far away from the Lord Pit too. Oh no, Kekedot, is he alone right here? Receives the curtain call and the Yo-Yo Blitz. Will be using the flicker, but James will still catch up.
MP.
And on the other side, MP the King going after Job Skirt without the passive once more. Flowing Blood will still try to look for the targets, but Shizu and Dur know it's too dangerous to fight.
Might just need to ring the bell. Although AP.Bren still getting farm in the upper portion of the map. That's where James Banks is pushing, but MP the King and the rest of Twisted Minds are locked in on the objectives. First Lord goes to Twisted.
That Lord is pink and blue. And it's at this point, if you're AP.Bren, you gotta feel like this is not fair. The walls don't even exist for Twisted Minds. A lot of them just go through him. Escalera doesn't even have to play by these rules. I mean, Haji doesn't have to play by these rules. He can literally just click that ult and be in the action already.
Uh-huh. You would think the narrow spaces would favor AP.Bren,
No.
but not even that is working. for them anymore. Twisted Minds just able to constantly reposition themselves.
And even MP the King and Twisted will be able to steal the purple buff away from James Banks. Already up to an Oracle is this Alice. And this is really not looking good. The gold difference has ballooned in favor of Twisted Minds. It was 2K before the Lord. It's around 5K now.
The Minds are choking AP.Bren out of everything. Holy Shields collapsing in bot lane. Mid and top up next. The siege begins.
Oh, unstoppable force used by Kekedot, throwing Escalera under the turret, immediately bursting him down before he gets to use the AOG. And they will be able to successfully defend their base turrets. That's just a member that they lost.
Wave.
It's a 1-for-1 trade, actually.
It's not over. Here we go, flicker in!
Oh, Job Skirt doesn't catch anyone. Only one member with the Frigid Glacier, and MP the King hunting him down from behind. And once again, Shizo trying to look for James, but the Vengeance saves him, and Outplayed gets to take him down.
MP the King is Alice. That is his signature hero now. They've finally found their identity around such a niche hero pick that they're playing around so well. He goes in!
Oh, almost stuns Kekedot Enter. But James Banks will just focus on clearing the minions. They are under the turrets, and they successfully take down one base turret.
MP the King is the sword and the shield and the dagger to AP.Bren's heart. How do you deal with a hero like this? He goes where he wants, stands for how long he wants, and he deals an ungodly amount of damage as soon as you let him.
Angela Alice. Who would have thunk? Of all the combos, it didn't go that well. There were some teams that tried it out last season and it to no avail. This time, though, Alice and Angela together are just mint. And again, it's a great lineup that Twisted Minds built around it. It's not just focused around that. You're supplementing Outplayed to be able to deal damage from afar. He's only taken around 10,000. Shizo has taken 30,000 damage. That's 20,000 more damage dealt against the gold laner of the opposing team.
And I would think that AP.Bren, they have more crowd control now to at least respond to these engages by MP the King. But I don't think they're able to anticipate it. The timings are just so well thought of by Twisted Minds.
It's just they can't close the gap. As soon as they do find that range to try and get the CC where they can use it, Twisted Minds had already blasted them to Kingdom Come at already what? A third of their health. Look at this. Dare is trying.
Oh, Kekedot flickering in! Throws away Dare instead. Very unfortunate because Shizu will be the first casualty. And Dare is next. Kekedot being slowed down and will be taken out to Dropskirt. He's left with no one else to help him get away. And it's a double kill for MP the King, only leaving the man with a million moves to defend.
That is it. Twisted Minds are on the way to their first win.
And once again, it seems like they've successfully twisted the minds of every single person watching this. Twisted Minds secures the win against AP.Bren.
The Minds go wild. Once again, their first victory in Season 15.
Angela and Alice, old favorites of a team with a very strong healing-based DNA. See, as long as healing is on the board, it goes well. The moment you take it out, that's when everything falters. But MP the King, how he plays this Alice is world class.
I was looking everywhere, even off map. Who knows where this Alice will end up? To show sportsmanship between these two teams struggling in Season 15. But now Twisted Minds can hold their heads up high, knowing they have 1 point on the leaderboard.
I will no longer be skeptical of the first phase Alice if it's Twisted Minds.
And the Angela.
And the Angela.
Yeah, I'm chill with it now. I'm not gonna knock it.
It won.
Yeah, it won. This young AP.Bren squad, though, they will have more time to figure things out. Again, that was only their 4th series played today. This was Twisted Minds' 6th. That's why we were going to this saying they really needed to win this, which they did. Well, for AP.Bren, they have a bit more breathing room to figure things out.
They have time. But for now, team of the hour, Twisted Minds. Look at how happy the Minds are. I bet half of these folks are like Alice and Angela mains. I hope I'm not generalizing. It's just, you know, you support your own.
They've been so happy. They've been standing ever since they almost wiped out AP.Bren. only leaving James Banks, who could only do so much.
I bet our community has plenty to say. But for now, let's hear from the winning team. Twisted Minds are on stage with Kalusi and Hans.
Ibang klase yung naging laban na yun. Everybody getting their first win. It's Twisted Minds! Gentlemen, congratulations. Sumabot man ang Game 3. Those 2 wins were incredibly decisive. Right, Kalusi?
Yes, and first, I want to talk to MP. MP,
Ito po.
congrats on your first win this season. Now, pag-usapan natin yung alis. Nag-alis pick kayo kahapon, nag-alis ulit kayo ngayon. Ano yung tingin mong nangyaring mga adjustment para maging effective yung alis for today?
Siguro po yung malaking factor po yung execution namin. Kasi kahapon talaga parang sub-sub ng sub-sub lang kami. Ngayon, parang ginagamitan na namin ng utak sabay sub-sub pa rin.
Ayun, mas pinolosh nila yung strategy from yesterday.
Para malinaw, sub-sob ha? Sub-sob ng sub-sob. Pero
Na may
ngayon,
utak.
Na may utak na.
Yun.
You love it, right? But I think hindi pa natin nahahanapan ng duos itong team na to.
Exactly. MP, curious kami, sino yung duo sa team nyo?
Si Jamal tapos si Sensui po.
Ano?
Si Jamal daw, tsaka si Sensui.
Anong tawag sa duo na yon?
Di ko po alam eh.
So, sige. Ikaw ang magbigay, James. May naisip ka ba?
Asot pusa.
Aso't pusa. Hindi ko
Okay.
rin alam kung bakit. Pero sige, tanungin na lang ulit natin sila next time. Baka may maisip sila.
Siguro
Okay?
dahil malalakas
Oo.
lumaban
Oh,
ang
siguro,
aso at pusa.
siguro sa ngayon, aso't pusa muna tayo. Pero isipan pa natin next time. Okay? Now, I wanna give the floor to Coach Bon. Coach Bon-chan, again, congratulations. Back during the time na we were talking to you off stage, nasabi mo sa amin na mag-expect kami ng bago. And this is exactly what you showcased to us. Will we be expecting more of these sa darating na mga linggo?
Expect more na igagabas namin, especially sa mga utility heroes. It's either we lose or we go big and change the game, how we play the game.
That is Han, and you love to see it, Coach, kasi back then, right, Ube strategy, you've been familiar with that and you were the ones, or at least one of the people who really executed that to perfection. Is this the same kind of thing na gusto mo? Kasi may Cho mid, may Hilda mid, which is, you know, parang hindi na bago sa inyo. It's the first time na ipinakita nila ang Hilda mid sa MPL PH, pero hindi sa ibang stages, right? But during the off-season, ano po ba yung ginawa ng team ninyo to be able to pull this off?
During the off-season, talagang hinahanapan ko ng way para ma-incorporate yung mga utility heroes. Kasi dito sa meta, na pura assassin meta, talagang sobrang ang hirap ipasok. So ang nahanap kong way talaga is ma-balance by means of going for phosphor as tank.
Phosphor as tank. Hopefully, we see more of that. Once again, your winners, Twisted Minds! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that first win, gentlemen, you may now take your bow. You know, ang sarap sa pakiramdam, especially for Twisted Minds, yung ginagawa nilang strategy nagbunga, especially in this match.
You're right, Hans. I think Twisted Minds finally found the twist they need in their game, and let's see what else they have in store for us.
You know, just like what Coach Bon-chan has mentioned, if this is the game, we're gonna change it once again. Ano masasabi niyo doon, casters?
I'm gonna say sorry, I forgot to count Lamaj. So that's 9. All 9 of them decided to play Alice today, and it resulted in a dub. Congratulations once more to Twisted Minds, and of course, GG well played. The AP.Bren, still they have time, but let's talk about the team of the hour. Let's talk about that post-match interview.
Yeah. If they left us with the question of whether or not we agree or how do we feel about the entire we're gonna change the game idea, I'd say it excites me a lot.
Yeah, and I like how Coach Bonchan, we usually don't see teams that honest with it, but I think it's something that the whole world is already seeing. He said it himself. One way that we can sneak in the utility jungles in this meta, let's put tanks in the mid lane. That's why we're seeing Hajizi actually. Oh no, don't tell me Hajizi became the roamer again somehow, but in the mid lane. But it's actually still the roam boots is still worn by Escalera.
For the most part, yeah.
But in terms of like who gets the vision, the information going forward, it's Hajizi.
Yeah, this is a well-known strategy or a way of playing amongst many esport in the world and in the history of this lovely genre. But the way that Twisted Minds does it here is very uniquely Twisted Minds. Usually when you see a fighter or a tank in the mid, it's a lane bully. It's like a Terizla, as played by Rosa of now Aurora Turkey, by the way. Congratulations for the pickup. But here, Haji plays it in his own unique way, in a very Twisted Minds unique way.
Yeah, he's... At this point, now that he's playing the Angela in his hands, he knows that he can just trust Escalera, MP, and James to go forward. And it's up to Haji to make that crucial choice of who gets my heart guard. If it's not to save Escalera, it's immediately going to go to either MP or James. One time it went to James, the turnaround started there. After that, they can afford to just always put it on MP the King. And that's exactly what we acknowledged in the lead up to this game. The importance of where you put the heart guard as the Angela, and they made it perfect.
And it didn't even matter to put it on outplayed. That's what spelled defeat for AP.Bren is, as Brigida mentioned, they had so much crowd control. They had so much damage that they could output, but they just couldn't close the gap. They can't find the right targets, given that Twisted Minds were just blocking them in every single small window of opportunity they could.
Yep, and I know that for some, we may kind of feel, oh, why is Haji using this hero who is not as mechanically demanding, but the timings in which he was able to use the heart guard was also probably because of that. He had all his attention just focused on the map, his teammates, or whether or not it was the right time to use it, and most of the time, those ultimates were the really crucial ones we see saving his teammates in either the team fights or allowing them to just go on with the fights.
Yeah, and it supplemented the aggressive nature of Escalera very well. Only 2-3-6 here, but there were some crucial times where, or a lot of them actually, where Escalera would die, but then what did he set up? All the vision. He knows where AP.Bren are. He's committed some abilities out of AP.Bren just to ensure he goes down. He buys time with the Revitalize. If Hajizi can't save him, Twisted Minds didn't waste the efforts of Escalera getting the vision and sacrificing his life.
A lot of the 360 no-look blood flows from MP the King were bought for by Escalera, because already AP.Bren committed the space. So I think it's just as simple as Escalera going, all right, Mike, you can go. By the way, his name is Michael, and I would assume they call him Mike. Or MP.
That makes sense if they call him Mike.
Right? Michael Andino.
Yeah.
He's a BP rich guy, by the way.
Yeah. Even on the, this like indicates just how much Twisted Mind was able to kind of spell out victory early on, even as the Alice who wasn't entirely delayed or interrupted by AP.Bren at all.
Yeah. Yeah, it was actually the first major invade happened because MP the King. It wasn't even major. MP the King, similar to first turtle, give that, go to the purple buff of James Banks, steal that. What happened though is that AP.Bren weren't able to find the invade in the purple buff of MP the King that went well, and then eventually they ran away with it.
Yeah, and in the moments after that sequence, MP was sitting on like 302 or something.
Yeah.
And that's an amazing start for a utility jungler such as an Alice. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, the ribbon on top of this beautiful package that is a Twisted Minds victory was them changing the game. Again, it's possible to play Alice Angela now, and you can score in MPL Philippines by doing so. Only if you're Twisted Minds. Which, by the way, we are going to get a look at, or in this case, a hear at in just a bit. We have the mic check, courtesy of Twisted Minds, coming at you in clutch moments here in the series.
Aurora pre,
Y'all pick that up?
Yeah, Haji and Escalera. Very vocal players.
And that's exactly what we were talking about. I thought I was going crazy, just putting a lot of focus on Haji, Escalera, make sure you guys are talking. I feel so vindicated right now that we saw that it was Haji and Escalera shouting their minds off.
To be fair, this is not an unforeseen consequence or evolution of these two players. Moon says Alice and Angela is menacing. Oh my God. It's these two, Haji and Escalera, both former mid laners. I'll tell you now, it's not necessarily the mechanics. They're heroes, the way that they play. They're mentally, mechanically demanding. Like, you have to know what to do, where to do it, for it to matter.
Yeah.
It's not as brainless to play in Angela. I can tell you that.
Yeah, they've both gone through mid-roam shuffles throughout their career. It's interesting.
And they're both award-winning athletes. Season 9 Rookie of the Season, Escalera.
Yeah.
Multi-time MVP of the season, Haji.
Yeah. And there was a time where Escalera was sort of like an assassin in the mid lane because he loved the Kadita so much too.
Ooh. They've been through a lot. I think even the Ruby was very remarkable for me if we're talking about Escalera. Haji, I don't want to mention any heroes anymore because, again, he's used already 67.
He's played 67. Let's wrap up this series and look forward to the next one coming at ya. It's the Barangay Smart Omega facing off against the Northern Lights Aurora in another best of 3. The sandwich in tonight's triple header. It'll be Renmar and Brigida still serving it up to you alongside Rockhart. So with that said, stay with us. You're watching MPL Philippines Season 15. We'll catch y'all on the other side.
Defeat GG-Bren! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
Defeat. GG-Bren! Don't worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game. Para to sa PINAS, di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP Racing may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi po atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi po atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi po Bida sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
What's up, homies? It's your fellow homies here for match number 2 today. I'm Rockhart, this is Brigida, and this is Renmark. This is MPL Philippines Season 15, and we are in for a treat. It is Omega versus Aurora for this one. And yeah, we're going to talk about a lot of spicy stuff later on, because I know if you guys have been following both of these teams, you will see stuff happening. How are you guys today?
I'm feeling great and surprised after actually witnessing game number 3 once again upon my return. I don't know if Renmar feels the same.
You ready to witness another game after 3 games?
I'm not saying.
Daughter of all series?
I'm not saying that's about to happen, but these teams might want that to happen.
You think so? If you actually think about Omega, you know what? 2-0 yesterday was pretty impressive for them.
Yeah.
I wonder if they can do the same here today, though.
Yeah, we have a very special headline, though.
Happy birthday! By the way, Omi's casting right now on the Filipino streams.
Over there.
It's,
right
it's
there.
a flap post.
So if you guys wanna, if you guys want to give out your gifts in regards, Omi's right there. If you're near the arena.
Yeah, we're in Makati.
We're in Makati. He would really appreciate it, I'm sure. And yeah, give your regards to Omi, one of our best boys here in MPL Philippines. So yes, right now we are still obviously into a pretty long start for the day. Twisted Minds earlier really did show up with their first win. And you know what AP.Bren says? Not without something.
Yeah. I mean, we discussed earlier about how it was quite spelled out when they decided to not go with the sustain alongside the Alice jungle again and again. But I'd say even despite that and their win, AP.Bren really week by week, I'm looking forward to see, or I'm glad to see their improvements. Like they really get to realize what needs to be addressed, or at least their strong points, and then they tend to revolve around that. So hopefully the next time they play, right, they get to see more.
Well, there's still a lot of next times. They're only on week 3 right now. But you know what, guys? Time Zone has an exclusive promo just for you. 400 pesos power load for just 200 pesos.
And all you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app. So insert the promo code TZXMPL and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
I'm sure Renmar has had a lot of time growing up in Time Zone as well.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time growing up in arcades, Time Zone specifically. It's always just a good time. They always have like the best fighting game machines.
Are you lucky when it comes to, or do you even do claw machines?
I learned at the ripe age of 28 the proper way to do a claw machine is to just press it again.
Huh?
Yeah, exactly. Right?
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you for the tip.
You know what? What you can do again is maybe if you already have one or you don't have one yet, use 2,000 pesos off of your next TT Racing purchase using code MPL2000. That's pretty interesting. TT Racing and MPL Philippines exclusive only. So do it. Go over to ttracing.ph.
Plus, do not miss out on exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaways during MPL Philippines. So who knows, you might be the next to get a chair of your own. So stay tuned for more info.
Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back and behind.
That's right.
It's very comfortable.
It really is.
Yes.
100%.
And you can use it as a booster seat, like me.
Oh, that's what that what she's doing right now.
Is that what you're doing? Oh, that is
Yeah.
what you're actually doing. Okay.
I have to do it.
There you go. Let's talk about the standings a little bit here, because TLPH does feel like they're unstoppable so far. But you know what? Falcons AP.Bren are catching up, slowly but surely, alongside RORA and TNC.
Yeah.
We've slowly returned to the Titan era. You see Aurora, though, still undefeated in match wins. Let's see if that trend is going to continue. They have dropped games. 1-2 AP.Bren and 1-2, if I'm not mistaken, that was Onic Philippines, who are still 5th in the standings with only won a series 1. 4-4 in the game win loss, though, so that we are not seeing the reigning world champs getting swept yet.
Yeah, Aurora are about to have their 4th match today, whereas Omega are about to have their 5th. And definitely Omega would want to climb up the ranks, so they are desperately aiming to win the series. But for Aurora, they also have a bunch of things to prove themselves. So they definitely would not want to let go of their streak and climb back up top, because we're seemingly going through a time travel, really. If you look at the first top 2 teams in our rankings as far as week 3, it feels like season 13 all over again.
That is true. I'm actually surprised that Falcons, despite a bit of a rocky start, were able to get into this point. And I'm completely amazed with how they're able to do it. And the talking point that I was wanted to talk about earlier, which is a little painful for me to talk about here, is definitely going to be revolving around Aurora, right? Because Omega, a lot of people kind of expect this to happen already to them.
Yeah.
Aurora's historically been known to be that team to, you know what, we'll bounce back. We've always done this every season long.
Yeah.
Right?
But now it kind of feels different. Even though we saw the rankings already, we know that Aurora's part of the upper half and then Omega's in the bottom half. But heading into this match, it does feel like somehow people are looking at Smart Omega to be on the momentum.
That's right.
Especially since Super Yoshi came in to the rescue. He got back-to-back MVP for performances yesterday against Twisted Minds. He wasn't a one-man show, but definitely he showed what one man can do to help one team. The win versus loss stat comparison with Super Yoshi on the board. When they're winning, they are winning in style. High turtle and lord control rates, very long games. Hey, bring it up. And of course, high average kills. Super Yoshi and his aggressive nature has unlocked a very aggressive and at times hard to handle Barangay Omega, who delivered Team Liquid Philippines their first game loss of the season in game number 2 of their matchup.
Yep. I think yesterday we saw them ending the game in 10 minutes even against Twisted Mind. So I wouldn't be so surprised if they're planning to go for that same kind of approach, because I think even in interviews they mentioned about knowing that for the longest time people attributed their power spikes towards the late game, the Omega timers being almost 20 minutes into the game, but they've been vocal about wanting to change things up. They want to be an aggressive beginning minute 1. So let's see if that happens, because they're up against the hit or miss man.
That's right. This is the big contrast Super Yoshi here today. The hit man or the miss man. What's going to happen here? And a lot of people are actually kind of attributing Aurora's inconsistency to Renegade, which does feel like it's a little unfair. But you know what? The stats really don't lie in this one, right? He's only been able to get wins in that high loss consistently.
Yeah. Actually, looking at the stats so far this season, despite the loss to AP.Bren, I wouldn't say we're getting a very inconsistent Aurora this time around. But a lot of the talks about Aurora's inconsistency really does revolve around Renegade because of their previous results last season in the M6 World Championship and even in SPS. So that's something that I think Aurora will look to consistently try to get out of, that branding wherein if they're inconsistent, it's because of Renegade. But then if you look at it, you can't fault him so much, because some of the heroes that he ends up with, those setter type or roamers that really get up close and personal, they're the ones who are quite frequently punished, especially the Cho. Cho is so difficult to pull off when you're playing in the Philippines.
Yeah, hopefully though, because I think whenever Aurora does head into the draft, most of the time it works for them when they leave Renegade for last, right? Or for the latter phase of the draft. So they have plenty of time to adjust and think about what they really want Renegade to pick up later on. But let's see if that will be the case, because either way, they're up against a Barangay who's riding on the momentum.
And speaking of Renegade, of course, it's a big question, but we also want to talk, maybe if you guys have any suggestions. What is Renegade's moniker? If you have been following the league for a while, it's pretty head-on. Is it the Hitman? B, the Missman? C, the Heel Man? Or is he a businessman? That's, I didn't expect they'd put that there, but here we are.
The businessman is you just mentioned it, it's kind of a giveaway, so if I were you, I'd be choosing either of the first three options. Because I don't think we've ever called anyone the businessman.
I mean, if he means business, you know,
oh, yeah.
maybe
I mean,
he means business.
We did consider some of the hardest working or hardworking men
Yes,
in the game.
the hardest working person in esports. A lot of people are vying for that title.
Yeah.
So don't forget to follow our socials. Vote on the comment section as well. We'll try to read some of those later on. You see earlier, right? We show people's comments down below. I mean, sometimes after the match, during the match. It's always fun times here. And it's going to be highlighted here specifically in this matchup, I think, where he is going up against fellow Cho players like Super Yoshi.
Right.
So that's something that, you know, might skew the stat. I don't even know if they're going to go for the Cho today.
Imagine, he's up against a fellow Cho user in Super Yoshi today, and tomorrow he's about to go up against another Cho user in Yaoi.
And they look alike! So I don't know what's going to happen. Let's lock and see the teams walking the stage.
MPL Arena to oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity. Please welcome our marshals, JJ, Chico, Patrick, and Juvin. Mukhang bumabalik na ang laso ng MPL Arena. They got their first win. It's Barangay Smart Omega. In the EXP lane, Luis. In the jungle, the Nightmare, Andoryu. In the mid lane, Ogir. In the roam, it's Super Yoshi. And in the gold lane, Big J Joe. But will the lights put a stop to their momentum? Back to claim their spot on the top of our standings, it's Aurora! In the EXP lane, Mr. Consistent, Edward! In the jungle, the last raider, Demon Kai! In the mid lane, UN! In the roam, it's the Hitman, Renegade! And in the gold lane, the next standard, Domenkai! And welcome their coaches, Coach Master the Basics and Coach Lembot. MPL Arena, make some noise for Omega and Aurora!
Here we go. It is Smart Omega. Like you mentioned, they are on the rise. Usually later on in the season, but you know what? They got their pretty strong start yesterday with a 2-0 victory.
Yep, especially after Super Yoshi coming in and showing us a bit of a different version of Smart Omega and how they actually tend to run the game. We've seen the return of the timers, if not a kind of slightly aggressive version in the early stages in hopes of actually being able to be more in control from minute 1 onwards. And it's not just that, everything feels a lot more in sync for the Barangay this time around together with Super Yoshi, and even their coaches themselves, or even the persons behind all of this would say that really, in terms of the current meta, it's a great decision and pickup to have Super Yoshi with the Barangay.
Yeah, and for Aurora, they've been focused on big damage this season. They like heroes that can snowball quickly when you have either the Granger or the Harith in the hands of Dominkite. If Demonkite will get the Suyo, Joy, or Alpha, you gotta watch out for the burst that Aurora likes to deal in spades. And of course, Edward, he's been fantastic all season long with a KDA of 6 top heroes being Edith, Fulvius, and the Badang. It's very clear in their top picks and how they rotate around the map that Aurora want to get momentum through sheer damage. And of course, with the help of Revitalize on either a high loss or Gata for Renegade.
That's right, big damn. Mr. Naisu would be very proud of these boys, 100%.
Yep.
And again, slotting in Super Yoshi for Chaknu, like they mentioned, was a really big decision, and it does make sense. They also said that it fits the team better, especially in this meta.
Yep.
Yeah, but this looks quite drastically in favor of Aurora, really.
Oh, yeah.
the spider graph, especially in terms of the objectives, which we are likely to see later on. Primarily towers and Lord control even, which I like to see Omega really contest because that's more likely to be their power spike. If we're talking about Omega timers and all that and them waiting for their time to fight.
That's right. Here's the Infinix keys to victory, though. Really love that. It's Cho time. A big emphasis once more on the Cho here.
Yeah. Contest it if you can. Super Yoshi, that's one of your old favorites. Make sure that Renegade doesn't end up with it. Or if either of you are going to give the Cho, just make sure you're ready to punish it. You're both very roam aggression dependent. Please, get ready to shut each other down. Give and take hits, Renegade. We talked about Aurora and their propensity for going for the high burst damage heroes and snowballing from there. Be willing to take the hits as well. Play around the Revitalize Renegade usually likes to play with.
Bring out the true you. That's does that mean they're going to go for true damage? Maybe, I don't know. I'm just kidding. But for the meantime, obviously, we are going to blue side for Aurora this time. Sorry, for Omega this time around.
I'm hoping, though, that despite the typical gameplay we see or like the attempt to interrupt, that would probably come mostly from Super Yoshi and Ukir, given the entire idea of Aurora being so focused on damage, really, and early burst even. They don't put themselves in a position that will make them too susceptible to Aurora getting the early that they want if they want to make it to their quote-unquote timers. Because if it were to be the case, then Aurora would just really snowball and get the game. And it'll be too hard to come back after that if you were in Smart Omega's position.
That's right. Here we are on the drafting phase, though. I really wonder, Renmar, the timers for Omega this time around, do they still feel like they're on the upper end of things? And does that really impact the game that much?
I feel like it just so happens to be that Omega's biggest moments have happened in the long games. Of course, the timers are going to get very skewed. They had the longest game so far of the season against Team Liquid. And the reason why that extended longer was because Team Liquid clapped back. It wasn't Omega coming out with a comeback. It was Team Liquid. It was Omega shutting down a potential comeback. So the Suyo and Joy trade, a little bit more familiar with the drafting tendencies of the season. Suyo gets locked in. Let's see if Aurora will lean towards picking up of course, Granger. And they're not going to be going for the Joy, though. They go for the Loyi right away, taking it away from Ukir. That's the pick that Omega had when they shut down Team Onic Philippines in game number 2.
And they still can get their hands on the Joy either way, depending on like how the sequence goes, since Omega already have the Suyo in their hand. So now, aside from these two heroes, though, will they be leaning towards picking up the Cho, which we've been talking about immediately in this portion of the draft?
They might, with them taking out the Fulvius, they might go CC early if they want to. There's the Cho.
Super early.
Yeah, good call.
Very decisive draft so far from both of these teams. Even just the Loyi pickup, it felt like an immediate response when they already decided to get the Suyo. So will this be the Joy, though, for Aurora?
If there was like an opportunity to pick it, I think this is it, right? Most likely going to get banned in the next phase.
I wonder if they're going to think about picking Renegade's hero early. They can still go Alpha, Nolan, or Haya for Demonkite. They can show that or go for the Roamer similar to like a Jawhead. So both teams are going to be going for pick-off. But then we have seen Aurora really save for Renegade picks for later and just go like high loss as one of their last picks, something with a Revitalize. If they want to match the aggressional, the rotational speed, they might want to consider the Khalid as well. So there's really lots of options in terms of the roam. So we go for the alternative, which is what we mentioned earlier, the Demon Kite pick instead, and they go for the Nolan in the third pick.
All right, I really like it, but also one of the things that people really don't talk about that much is as much as Renegade can get a lot of flack, you know, when they lose, he's also very flexible, right? You can kind of just save him as a last pick, and Aurora kind of rides that, giving more priority to their, or, you know, their cores basically in this one.
Yeah, you still have a lot of options too in terms of like the possible roamers if it's just that. But
for the
now
ultimate
is the
answer.
time for Omega to take out the ones they like least. So interesting, even the Hilda will be taken out by Aurora themselves. So we're left with either the Jawhead, as mentioned earlier by
said there are
Redmar,
no
the
shortcuts
Kali.
in
There's
life?
also
I
a
literally invented
Tigreal
one.
available for Renegade, but if they really want to pick up the pace, then they might go for a different option, really. Oh, the Badang is also available too for not just Renegade, but also Edward.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. I love that they can flex so much on this one, but on the other side, it feels like Omega's just willing to take anything as well. It's like they're not even too worried about the Badang coming out, the Tigreal coming out. This lineup feels like it can deal with either of them.
Yeah. There's already much range, but at this point, could they be considering the Moscow for Big J? Will it get through?
I like that. I like that Moscow pickup possibly here.
Okay, they go ahead and take away the Badang. Granger gone. Reach. Moskov, yeah, might be really okay for Omega. For honor! And they take away the Tigreal.
There you go.
Okay. Some of the best picks of Aurora, they have so much room to work with, honestly. They can still go the Edith route. They can still bring out Khalid. The Jawhead is still on the table. And Aurora might need to actually watch out for that because Omega can go for a Jawhead Cho swing. But that's going to be very aggressive. So we go to one of the favorites of Renegade, of course. Having a Revitalize with him, that's going to be the Gata Gacha in the row, most likely.
Yeah, also directly answering the Farsa.
Yeah.
Yes.
When it comes to the team fights later on. So will it indeed be the Moscow for Big J, and what XP laner could be the pickup here for Luis?
Irifil doesn't feel out of place here as well.
Yes.
They can kind of use that to just make sure that the gold lane kind of just stays even.
Yeah. Either the Irithel or Moskov will be great options, I feel like. I think this is already a roam show, so their EXP leader, let's see if it's going to be tanky or disruptive.
Come on, Dexter.
Oh!
Lightning, the hunter
Really?
of all
Right. And
Okay.
they snatch away the Edith from Edward, which
Not
is
bad.
his top hero too, based on
Yes.
the statistics we've seen earlier. And I think next to that is the Fulvius, which is banned, and then the Badang, which is also banned.
Wow. A big throwback pick as well. Jom used to love this when he was just starting out here in MPL Philippines.
Yeah.
And he probably has a lot of mastery over the hero. The big question is, can actually stay toe-to-toe against a Granger.
Let's fight to our heart's content.
Okay, Lucas for Edward is going to be the pick. Very tanky front line for Aurora. Pick off base for Omega. Going to be a Revitalize on the side of Aurora, but they have to deal with a late Primal Wrath of an Edith. I like the balance of the two drafts here. Macro to micro, they all have it in spades.
Yeah.
I'm just quite skeptical about the Claude. It's a very here there right now in this meta, especially since the lineup of Aurora can snowball very quickly around the Granger, Nolan, and especially the Lo Yi. That the Claude is susceptible to losing the lane and ability to farm early on if Omega don't take care of the map well.
Yeah, and I think in the very few times we've seen the Claude in the past month so far, even in different regions, it hasn't been as successful just yet. I think the last time was in ID, MPL
Indonesia,
ID, right? And then it
yes.
didn't give them the win either way. But
Yeah.
let's see, because if we're talking about Smart Omega anyway, and they really want to play for the late game, then this might just be the way to go for their lineup to work.
Yeah, the meta is more of a guideline or suggestions, right? You don't really always have to stick with it, and I really like that they're trying to take a risk here. Let's see if it's going to pay off here. In game number 1, Omega versus Aurora here. Does feel like it's going to be an uphill, but you know what? This is Omega. Never count him out.
Yeah, you can never. And I'm already looking forward to see the rotations coming in, or the control that the mid duos will be showing us, because I think it was previously mentioned that there is a great emphasis on rotational speed, and now it seems like Omega is the team that's showing it so far.
I mean, that's one of the benefits you have playing around Farsight and the Cho together. They can rotate around the map very fast, and their rotations are going to be very important to see if Omega can take considerable control of the early game, which they would want to look to do against Nolan.
Oh, late surge onto Renegade, but Demon Kite is here as well. Super Yoshi, will he still go in? They're both quite low. Both roamers might have to recall for now.
Yeah, I kind of like this Nolan, right? It has a little bit of a spice, especially in the early game. Doesn't fall off as much compared to Joy, maybe. But right now, Renegade gonna get a little bit of first blood action here for Omega.
Goes ahead and gets punished. Didn't need to get that close up against Suyo that already hit level 4. By the way, too, make sure that the laning phase goes a little bit better for him. Joe actually picked up Tenacity, and Omega are continuing the aggression, this pace that they have.
I don't think Renegade or anyone could have really expected that. I mean, for at least an early game Farsa, it is very likely that the burst damage will indeed come in, but for the Suyo to be there too and to finish things off, they just allowed Smart Omega to have a better start, which is what they're actually aiming for, even in the most recent times which we've talked to them.
So at this point, maybe Omega just has more respect on the early game, and they are trying as much as they can kind of zone out Aurora here. And very happy to take that turtle, give it away, take it for another day maybe for the Nolan. Demon Kite also just trying to get into that place where he can maybe one-shot someone, get some of that goal.
Yeah, waiting to see if Super Yoshi will immediately start looking for the pickoffs. He will hit level 4 before Renegade. It's going to take a while for him to hit his level 4. In terms of the EXP lane, quite level between the Lucas and the Edith. Both have equal presence on the map and the laning phase. In the gold lane, no clear victor as well. Just really the center of the map. That's where a lot of the action is coming from, with Ukir and Super Yoshi being able to rotate just a little bit faster. Now downwards rotation out of the EXP lane for both EXP laners, as Aurora trying to see if they can get something at the center of the map.
There's only a very slight lead in Demon Kite's hand, since he did get to take away one or the orange buff from Andoryu earlier in exchange of the turtle. But then, other than that, Smart Omega are still keeping things intact. But Super Yoshi might just be bursted down, though AOG misses and does not connect with Super Yoshi. Will he make it out alive? He will! The Chief Kundos and the Shunpos just saved him, even though he was in too deep.
All right, a very Filipino game so far. I mean, we got a very quick
Filipino
first
game.
blood, but right away we saw Renegade readjust his aggression, and when he's gonna go invade. Topside, Demon Kai getting more farm from the jungle of Andoryu. Got the lizard, will back off, gets the crab, the EXP crab. It doesn't look like Omega are gonna be making a play for the purple buff off the Nolan. So yeah, still. I think both teams are just leveling. Then we're going to wait for a big fight around Turtle 2 or Turtle 3.
Yep. I mean, we haven't seen a diversion play just yet coming in from Yue too. So we'll see if this could be the time that they will go for a diversion, since, that might not happen because Smart Omega decided to engage first, taking down Renegade before anything even happens.
Yeah, that's a big problem here, right? Renegade really has to get in position. And he doesn't really have a big out except for the EOG, which he needs for the team fight.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we see him being taken out already 2 times in a row just about when something's supposed to happen. So Smart Omega just keep capitalizing on these pickoffs.
It's also very hard to cast that AOG, by the way, middle of a kick. I do not envy the Gatot Gacha here.
Oh, but wait! Better Dare Strike, will it be dodged by Dominic?
Oh!
And stabs! He just made it out alive!
Sidestepping like mustard on the beat, oh!
Oh, hold on,
keep
Red J will be the recipient of the Way of the Dragon once again and will be taken down by Big J.
Woo-wee!
Oh.
Some fancy footwear here. Someone's been hitting the gym.
Yeah, but at the end of it all, though, Omega will still get the victory there. They now have 3 kills and have broken the tower first. Great macro and rotation again by Ukir and Super Yoshi, really setting the tempo here for the game. And Renegade now has 3 deaths. This Gatot Gacha will struggle against the Farsa and the Cho.
And I mean, it seems like Smart Omega always gets in position first, so they're able to dictate the tempo, the pacing that they like. But hold on, Edward goes in with the Unleash the Beast. Renegade does not connect the AOG and will be left in the middle of 3 members. There is no Way of the Dragon that will be used just yet. It will be used on Demon Kite instead, but the follow-up might just not be there yet. The trade onto Super Yoshi will come, and they will take down Edward and Renegade in exchange of him, though.
Very, very scrappy fight here, but at the end, both teams actually got a little something. Smart Omega trying to push their advantage in this one, but somehow Aurora is still fighting back.
Yep. Omega able to steal the purple buff away, and Demon Cat was sent up top by the diversion to clear the minion wave and break the tower up top. So 1-1 in terms of the tower. And you see the community prediction, it's leaning towards Aurora. But again, this is a very different Omega who have selected Super Yoshi to play in lieu of the Mamba Chapnu, saying that Super Yoshi just fits the meta a little bit better and so far is showing in this game. Not that big of a lead for Omega. The Claude still on the way to the second item.
Oh, will they spot Andoryu? That's the AOG landing onto him, but he is left alone. Renegade, will he be traded once more? And that will be the case. Another pick-up for Smart Omega right before the turtle.
There's so many of these happening. I've been tracking how many times she's getting caught out here. It is not a comfortable number here for Aurora so far.
Yeah, that's the diversion though. Oh, they will not be contesting the objective anymore. They sent Demon Kite up top instead.
Great play right now by Omega. They're really just setting everything. And it feels personal, like them hunting down Renegade. Luis had the conceal. He was in the backline of Aurora, but he still decided to just walk past everyone and still just decided to commit crowd control, making sure that they would get the Gatot Gacha off Renegade instead, taking the roamer out. I think that's also one thing that Omega acknowledged. Without the Gatot Gacha, that's way too much pressure for the Lucas to be the front line, and that Aurora will just decide to back off if Renegade gets taken down. Hence why Omega have been non-stop looking for Renegade.
So far, Super Yoshi and Luis has been very reliable in these engagements, not really dying as much as I thought they would. Especially against very spicy, very damage-oriented, the big damn team, right?
Yeah.
Which is Aurora.
And in the few times Edward actually felt confident enough to go in, I feel like they didn't have enough damage to supplement the aggression just yet. It just resulted into a death and another way for Smart Omega to just keep increasing this advantage that is already currently in their hands. So Aurora has to be extra careful with these decisions or with the timings that they want to go for. If they think that it's really already the time for them to fight, then they all need to have the same understanding. They have to, I say, a one-track kind of mindset if ever they want to go for that. But
Spicy.
Hold on.
Spicy with a conceal as well.
Oh, that's a taunt onto Luis, and the Primal Wrath will not be casted anymore, but the Better Air Strike will be there to respond, and that's a kick from Super Yoshi. Andoryu right there to intercept and use the Blade Surge onto Demon Kite, successfully taking out the jungler of Aurora.
It's not a good trade, but Aurora is still fighting.
Yeah, want to keep going here. Andoryu, I think, will decide to go and back off. I guess they got enough for the meantime.
Oh, what a play by Omega. Even though Aurora were the one that started it, they found themselves in a sandwich play with Yoshi coming in from the back, found the perfect kick angle. Here comes the diversion to the back.
Oh wait, that's 4 members trying to go for the contest. Andoryu will be here and tanky enough to tank the damage. Also secures the Lord even despite all that. and they will just run away, but they might be caught here by Smart Omega. Super Yoshi still lands the way of the dragon onto Renegade, but there might be the counterplay from Aurora. They take down Super Yoshi and the blast down to take down Ukir.
Wow. That was a very messy disengage here by Aurora after a failed attempt at that Lord as well, which they didn't even have a retribution with them at that moment.
2K gold lead now for Omega Lord marching in. Edward able to help rebalance things there for Aurora, taking down 2 on his way out. But Super Yoshi and Ukir will be back in time for this push, and now Aurora is still definitely playing from behind. Only just a 2K gold lead for Omega. Already up to a Golden Staff is the Claude, and up to a Malefic Roar. Paired up with a Sky Piercer and a Hunter Strike is Domikite on the Granger.
Yeah, surprisingly, I think Joe has been having a really good time on the Claude.
Very chill. I mean, he feels like he's just waiting for a good go signal, and then that's the time he's going to cast that Blazing Duet. Hasn't really messed up as much as he thought he would. Even survived the very early game against a Granger.
Yeah, again, with Yoshi and Ukir paving the way, Jome just had the easiest time of his life farming up and being able to do what he needs to do, which is just get money, deal damage.
Yeah, and the money just keeps flowing here for Omega, but at the same time, you know what? It's not that far of a lead. Feels like this can still be a fight that can be had by Aurora. They just can't find the position.
Yeah, and I mean, look at even scenarios like this where Jome is just so focused and has his eyes set on taking what's necessary and the objectives, the turrets. So even despite this lead that they already have in their hands, they're still being extra careful as well. They do not want to give any openings to Aurora. But Aurora might just go for the openings themselves! Surprises on Joryu, but there is the Blazing Duet coming in from Job. The flicker to make and allow him to get away from the threat of Aurora, and this might just be the openings for Aurora to take a turret for themselves, but the Yoshi is there, and they will successfully clear out the minions.
Dominic found Yoshi, and Yoshi's still trying to run!
Oh, Super Yoshi! He's left alone, and the flicker will be expended, but will he still survive this? Once again, Super Yoshi, will you survive this? There's the Death Sonatas, a but Super Yoshi survives once more!
He does it again! He buys time, he gets away, and space has been created for Omega. Yoshi still on fire!
And they keep going. Oh boy. Just when they thought they could actually even it out, RORA jumps back in, dodges it.
Hold on, BMI.
Jome is on the run now.
From Jome!
No!
But that won't save him, and that's 2 members, crucial members at that, gone from Omega before this Lord.
And they were able to get those pickoffs because Yue committed the diversion.
Yeah.
Oh, Edward spots 2. Super Yoshi looks for Domikite, but he's left alone. There's no one to supply the damage.
Yeah, and Retribution was already used by Andorius. I don't think Omega are going to contest this heavily. Aurora will get the second Lord of the game.
Yeah, they're going for the bum rush here, and there's not really much that Omega can do about it because people are also defending up on top side. My goodness, Aurora can't even give any downtime to Omega, and this is what we're talking about here, the weaknesses of a possible one-time, big-time combo. Ukir can't even cast the Feather Airstrike very long without Renegade just on his face, and Jome, when he gets caught by multiple people, it's just done for him.
Yeah. And I think before the pick-off onto Andoryu happened, we were just talking about how Smart Omega were extra careful. But
yeah.
Aurora,
I guess you kind of jinxed it again.
Yeah, but I don't know. They're just really tricky with all these attempts, especially now that they acknowledge their power spikes. So Smart Omega, unfortunately, will have to be on the defense.
Huge spike here by Aurora, getting prepped and ready with those Lord waves. Mid is a little safer here. They go for the Feather Airstrike right away, try to clear up as many minions as they can. And so far, I feel like this can be a defendable Lord, at least for now.
Yeah, they get to take down the base turret up top, though. But Super Yoshi, there is still a chance that they get to look for an opening, but they have to make sure that the waves are cleared out first.
Okay, so Aurora back off. Decide not to go for a heavy engage. I think now Omega will have to play with the thought of a diversion being available when they can. 558 stacks on Domikite, only 20 on the Sky Piercer. Omega, though, still definitely in this. Aurora with a lead, but it's not a massive lead. that will make a comeback difficult for Omega. But which angle do you go for here of your OMG when you're always having to consider the diversion?
You know what they do in Omega? They love to go for broke. They like to go for those one-time, big-time, catch you off your guard.
For sure.
Plays, and I think they're going for something similar here, trying to catch maybe someone in the bad bush or something.
Yeah.
But no go for Aurora.
Either of these two teams can go for the catch you off guard type of attempt. And it seems like for Aurora, it's more of a grouped up version wherein they can just really land the diversions into the most unexpected areas. But for Smart Omega, they have to be a little more reliant on either Super Yoshi or Luis if they're really willing to expend the flickers for those Earth Shatter onward combos. So Aurora can potentially anticipate Smart Omega's attempts a bit more compared to how Omega would probably have to think twice about what Aurora's planning to do.
If you're Aurora, this is actually exactly what you need to do, especially if there's a Cho in the map. You try not to split up as much as you can. But then again, if you're Omega, that's something you can take advantage of in this game where Aurora is just always in one side of the map.
Omega are really just hugging their area because they know that they have to watch out for a diversion. They know the lure's going to be coming up though, but they don't have a substantial push up top. It's hard for them to get a substantial push in mid or anywhere in the lane. I wonder if they're going to commit a body up top to show and push. Doesn't look like, but here comes a conceal play. That's a 5-man. Where is Omega
conceal.
going right now?
Oh. Showed their cards a bit early there for Omega.
And even if they decide to like bring someone up top too, Aurora can also go after that person with the diversion if they're really committed in doing so, or it depends on like how the sequence will go, since there is an objective that both teams have to consider.
Going fast.
Oh,
Gotta go in. Aurora setting up. All eyes are on Renegade now. Who's gonna give the go signal? Oh, where is it gonna come from?
Super Yoshi lands the way of the dragon onto Edward, and look at Big J going into the backlights with the blazing duet. But it seems like Aurora will be taking the double kill. That's Jome and Super Yoshi down and the diversion as well. AOG landed onto one, and they take out the jungler right before the objective that might not even happen anymore for Aurora because they find an opening.
Top lane minion wave pushing in. It's 5 versus 2.
And they might actually go for it this time. There's another wave coming in as well, and they just have their eyes set on the base.
Wow.
But there goes the Lord. That was actually secured by Smart Omega, and so they get another chance to defend and prolong the game.
MVP Lord going for the defense here, stopping Aurora from touching the base.
What a defense by Omega. Luis pulling the minion waves as much as he can. Ukir getting us safely away from the other members of Aurora so that he could use the feathered airstrike at a safe distance and blast the minion waves and Aurora. Great defense by the two members of Omega.
I didn't even notice that the Lord was actually taken down.
That's true. I wish we could have a replay and see the moment where Jome said, I'm gonna blazing duet into 5 people. Adore you. Do your job.
So you're telling me all this time Andoryu was just taking care of the Lord?
Yep. Never left it.
He never left.
Pretty amazing.
That was clutch for Smart Omega, because if they didn't have that, Aurora would have just ended the game then and there.
That's very smart, because you know they were going to focus on that gold laner. It's always a very hot target. There's like a red surrounding that guy. And then they took advantage of it. Oh, look at this.
Oh my goodness.
Who's going to get caught though? Who's the X? Oh!
That's a conceal! They spot out Jome, AOG, and Unleash the Beast used just to look for this gold laner. But Luis gets to take down Renegade. Andoryu also taking down Yue. And they split up the members of Aurora. Dominguez trying to look for another kill. But Super Yoshi also with the clutch immortality. It seems like they're just allowing the other members of Smart Omega to find their way through the base turrets.
Demon Kite.
Demon Kite.
Demon Kite. Demon Kite's left alone.
He's on his own.
Split up, but I think this Nola might be able to get away. Let's see. Ukir with the wings by wings. He's chasing.
He's going for it. He's going for the chase. He can't really hit him. He's flickered in.
And that's the Blaze Search to follow up the damage. Curse of Crow. And that's the takedown onto Demon Kite. Finally, after so many seconds of chasing around the map.
Finally got their target.
What a counterplay by Omega. Aurora found a really good angle concealed, but since Omega were placed a little bit more forward, they had time to see the group effort of Aurora with their own conceal, and Omega were able to reposition themselves in the fight. Jome able to use the wind of nature in time, whilst Edward was locked in on him, and Jome keeping himself in a safe distance, which means that Omega, after all of that, gets this Lord without a problem unless Aurora will try something, and they won't.
Oh my goodness, that's the evolved Lord. It's not the enhanced Lord. It's a 19-minute Lord.
20 minutes.
Smart Omega just secured for themselves.
Oh my goodness. I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like they kind of think the same way, right? They're too forward. The catches, the diversions doesn't connect. The kicks don't really work the same way as well. It was a very hard game for Super Yoshi, but they make it work now. They have the Lord. They're pushing up on mid. They want to end this game right here, right now.
Yeah, and this is Jome's power spike we're talking about. The late game potential and threat of a Claude, which we haven't seen in ages. Super Yoshi, who will be the target this time? Is it going to be Renegade again?
Get it.
Oh, they don't use the Way of the Dragon just yet, but they kind of
Demon
burst
Kite.
out Renegade. Demon Kite from behind, though! Gets to look for Ogir, but Joe will use the Blazing Duet to respond as well. And
Wow.
Super Yoshi gets taken down in the process.
Great play by Aurora. Great defense. Demon Kite coming in from the wings. Super Yoshi really wanted to force that kick onto Renegade, but he couldn't find the right angle. Renegade not giving it to him, and Aurora in response. 21 minutes, Brigida! 21 minutes in this game number 1.
I had to drink water.
You really should.
Why?
You really should.
Why is this? If not 3 games, we get
That bottle
almost
of water is
30-minute games. What?
bigger than your arm.
Yeah,
Well, you know what?
It's 2,000 ml.
We are in one of the most competitive regions in the whole world, right? People are reading each other left, right, and center. It just so happens that Omega just loves to play this way as well.
Yes.
They love to really get you on your toes. Make sure that you're ready. If you're not, that's when they attack. But it just so happens, Aurora, it feels like they're ready each and every time Omega tries to attack.
Yeah, if it weren't for that one instance where they got to split up Aurora
Yep.
and actually force them to just chase after one another, then this game couldn't potentially have lasted this long. But it's also those small decisions coming in from Smart Omega, even though they're kind of read out in terms of the supposed execution of their lineup by Aurora, that actually allows them to still hold on in this game, which is currently 22 minutes already.
That's right. Never forget the ability to diversion from Aurora. Could be over very soon with one small misposition by Omega. So that's something that always has to be at the back of the minds of Omega players as well.
Same thing goes for Aurora. If they give an angle to Super Yoshi to get a really good pick off, might not go well for them.
You gonna try something again?
Super Yoshi, he's the one-man scouting army right now, while the rest of Omega are hiding in the wings, or hiding in their base, excuse me.
They're going manual this time. No diversions to the back.
Yeah.
Going straight for those.
Oh,
controlling more jungle.
Yeah.
Luis gets it.
Oh. Could this be the play, though?
Counterplay again.
Oh, Super Yoshi, will they go for Edward?
Whoa!
Oh, they actually decide to burst him down!
Wow!
That's the XP laner gone for Aurora.
And he was already running. That was just a great play by Omega Conceal, and Super Yoshi finding the perfect angle with a flicker and the kick.
Now, because of that, Omega knows there's just no way they can fight back. They secure another one. That's going to be Lord number 5 for this game.
Oh, that was Lord number 5 already? 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah, 4 plus 1.
Oh my goodness.
It's actually 5.
Yeah.
I just realized that today.
I realized it just now too. I will admit.
All right.
You're so good at that.
So the late game, it feels like Jome still has some room to maneuver, right? It feels like he's not quite unstoppable yet, but he feels like he's the more maneuverable gold laner compared to these two.
Yeah.
So that might be a big problem later, especially with Lord walking up on mid.
It doesn't feel like he's after the kills, really. Too.
Yeah.
It's most of the time, whenever he goes in, he gets to split up Aurora or force out a reaction. So let's see what happens this time. That's
Edward's
a better
back.
airstrike. And the flicker onward, Earth Shatter also committed too, but the Unleash the Beast from Edward too, trying to disrupt the momentum from Omega. Won't be effective enough. Both XP laners are down. And there's the AOG connection. Renegade actually being the successful disruptor. And Dominkite looking for Super Yoshi. 3 members of Smart Omega already down. And there's an aggression to intercept Super Yoshi. This time, will he be able to run away? No! Will be the response.
He wants to go for it! He wants to go for it!
He couldn't! He couldn't finish it off! And with no members of Omega left on the map, minion waves marching through the mid. 30 seconds till Luis gets back. This might be a heartbreaking loss for the barangay.
After 24 minutes.
25.
25.
Oh, now we make it 25. Aurora, this time around, will take and snatch away game number 1 from the barangay.
After parrying a very big last-minute attack here from Omega, it is Aurora instead who comes out with a game victory.
I cannot explain the look on Renmar's face right now. It's undescribable, and I could not put into words the emotions I'm feeling for this series either. So,
That's way too aggro for that siege.
Man.
Aurora were always so ready to defend, especially the angles Demon Kite was coming off from. He showed up from the side, like the rest of. Okay, I'll paint a picture.
Okay.
Omega and Aurora were focused here, going here.
Yeah.
And Aurora were here. Here comes Demon Kite. Bam. And his entry messed up Ukir. He had to reposition. Edward found an angle. They went ahead and dived onto where Jome was. Omega got split instantly. They still decided to commit the diversion from Yue to send Renegade and I believe it was Demon Kite behind enemy lines again. That was nuts.
Yeah.
That was nuts. It felt like the perfect storm of things going bad for Omega, everything going wrong here, and Aurora just capitalized.
I feel like even the Blazing Duet, done by Jome during that sequence, wasn't supposed to be there.
Yeah.
But he was just forced to do it that way. So look at this guy, just waiting for that timing to throw out the bullets. Even when we were saying so much about Big J, this guy was just so silent and just doing the job.
Bulletproof Dominkite, 12-0-2. And yeah, he made himself unavailable for Omega to find, even with a Purify on him, good frontline supplementing him, and of course US supplementing him as well. Dominkite just had a great game, and it wasn't just because it was set up for him, because he made a great game for himself and for his team.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing how
even
he would go 12-0 in a game that has a Cho, by the way. Right? So that's pretty impressive in itself. And Jome, you know what? He had a pretty stellar game in this one, not gonna lie. It feels like it was just a really bad chain of events, a sequence that I think Omega didn't expect, despite not even using the diversion. Rora didn't even go for diversion, a big diversion play there.
You said it. They were doing it manually up until the moment where Omega was able to get a pick-off onto Edward. But not even that allowed them to seal the deal.
Yeah.
And not even the multiple pick-offs that were successful, I'd say.
I remember they actually used the diversion to pincer the escaping members of Omega, which is very impressive that they could do that, not even use diversion, and then still come out with a game-winning team fight. We're going to see here as well, Renegade does get caught out a lot in this game. I mean, even despite the win. And again, it's just the nature, I guess, of Gatot Gacha, but here it is. This last exchange as well kind of just shows how good Rora is. This is the second to last, by the way, in those defensive positions.
Yeah, what I didn't expect is for Omega to still try and force the issue.
Right.
At that point, they should have just decided to back up a little bit more, maybe even all the way back, because there's a diversion you got to deal with. And there's already like a Lord, there's minion waves, you don't have to worry that much about it. And they decided to risk it all. Gotta credit Jome for trying, but at that point he didn't have the resources to item juggle to get himself a second life, or maybe get more anti-magic damage, shields or anything to survive longer so that he could free hit. And yeah, see, because with what we discussed at the draft, that it could be so even, both of them having so many answers for the other, it just became a battle of execution, which unfortunately for Omega, they slipped up right there at the end and Aurora capitalized.
That is the literal equivalent of tripping after running a very tight marathon of 25 minutes.
Yeah, and you're
at the very finish line.
Yeah, the finish line, and then you see the other dude who was already going like, you know what, bro, you got this. Congratulations. Oh, you tripped? Congratulations to me.
And Joe was like, no, with a super slow motion.
Exactly.
There was 25 minutes of Omega nearly having it multiple times. So I could not imagine the emotions that are going in their minds. Right?
Yeah.
Why are you looking at me?
Brigada, you've casted the 2 longest games
I just realized,
this
right.
season.
I love that you point that out because that's true. The 30-minute game.
And now the 25-minute
You were
game.
there? Oh my goodness. All right.
Yeah. I thought this was my only curse.
Setting records here today.
Nope.
I like it.
I thought
like
it was just a long game curse, but now it's evolving.
It's really you and Chantel.
So anyone who buys tickets, by the way, which, by the way, tickets tomorrow are still available. If you do have any tickets, if you know what series Brigade is going, that's where you go and buy it.
That's there are tickets available still for AP.Bren and Onic, if I'm not mistaken. So you wouldn't want to miss that.
That's gonna be fun.
Ooh.
Actually, I have to correct that. You've casted 1, 2, 3, the 4 longest games of the
What?
season.
What?
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you have a record of that?
Because I'm tracking Brigada and Chantel's stats.
Renmar is looking at his laptop. He has records of it right now.
Oh
I am
my
pretty
goodness.
amazed.
Yeah.
Amazing as well is the BPI rich guy. It's Dominkite here. Wait, again, did not die in this whole game.
If you guys saw the I think that was the first clip in the MVP highlights portion where he was just dodging the feathered airstrike. I think we've seen a lot of players get to do that in the past week. Even yesterday, I think someone was just dancing around the feathered airstrike. Was it Escalera? I'm not sure. But
Yeah, that was Escalera.
Right?
As a Florin. or an Angela. No,
Yeah,
it was an
it's either the
Angela.
two.
It was an Angela. He was just going,
Ooh, and then this time it was Dominkite.
Yeah.
I would assume he could have died at that moment, but he didn't, and he lived deathless for the next 20 minutes.
yeah, that's true. That could have been his first and maybe even only death.
Yes, and he still survived.
And he lived, yeah.
Doming is doing really, really good. But you know what? If you want to see Doming, if you want to watch Doming live, watch your favorite MPL Pros live. Tickets are selling fast, especially for AP.Bren and Onic tomorrow.
Yeah.
So snag them while it's hot.
Yeah, we just mentioned that. And did you know that if you buy 5 tickets, you'll get the opportunity to win exclusive prizes? Note that only one account needs to purchase those 5 tickets to qualify for the prizes. So who knows what those prizes might be, because if you go outside right now, there are a lot of prizes to be won as well. Like you go to the PPI booth, you go to the claw machine. Oh, speaking of claw machine, yeah, we have a claw machine here too. And photo booth even. You can get like pictures of you and your friends or your loved ones if you visit the MPL arena.
You know what the coolest thing about that claw machine?
What?
Unlimited lives.
Really? Is that
Yeah.
true?
It's true.
What can you get?
So
Plush toys.
If you teach them the secret technique.
I don't know if it applies to all claw machines. That
Oh, yeah.
you can press it twice.
like
Yeah,
this.
because like you press the lower, then you press the claw.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't just let it like close on its own.
Oh, we should try that.
That's something we will try later. We have
Yeah.
some time later before the match restarts. Maybe we'll try that.
If we
so,
do.
we have an all access segment right now happening right there on the stage. I wonder what they're going to be talking about this time around.
Grabe, buhay na buhay. Isa pa nga, kamusta ba ang Aurora? So of course, Omega is on the other side. Gusto rin nilang makabawi. Pero mamaya papakita din natin sila very soon. Still, Hans, Galusi, and of course, kasama natin, walang iba, nagbabalik. Nagmistulang suki na ng MPL Season 15. Please give it up for Fuego, everybody!
Hello po.
Kumusta ka
Hi.
naman? Parang ngayon lang din ba kayo nagkita? First time na magkita?
Oh,
natin,
first
no?
time.
Lagi ko siya nakikita dito, though.
Okay. Oo nga.
Napapadaan kasi ako lagi.
Salamat naman, dumadaan ka. Kamusta ba ang panonood? Kasi considering that this is already, you know, pa-regular ka na nga eh, di ba? So parang gusto kong malaman, ba't mo binabalik-balikan yung panonood sa MPL Arena?
Siyempre, grabe, sobrang saya kasi manood ng live dito sa MPL Arena. Unang-una, sobrang intense ang laban ng mga pro.
Oh, yeah.
Pangalawa, sobrang hype din yung mga fans. Yan. Diba? At syempre, hindi din nagpapatalo si Infinix kasi kanina pumunta ako dun sa ano nila, sa Pansiklaban. Ang dami pa lang nilang mga ganap, mga events, mga giveaways, mga booth. Kaya yun yung mga bagay na dapat hindi pinapalagpas ng mga MPL fans.
Tama. Fuego, okay. I'm sure marami kami ditong napapanood yung mga videos mo online, especially yung mga tutorials and yung pag-breakdown mo ng mga hero skills. Can you share with us naman what inspired you to pursue your passion in gaming?
Oo nga.
Okay. Ano daw yung nag-inspire sa akin na
Parang
mag-content?
mahababang kwento.
Para kanino ka bumaba?
Nagsimula nung bata ako, charot. Actually, matagal na po akong matagal na po akong ML player.
Pwede rin naman po eh.
Since season 2 ng ML.
Wow.
Naglalaro na ako. And since minahal ko din yung game, isa din ako sa mga nangarap na maging streamer and content creator. Tapos, ako ay isang licensed professional teacher din. Kaya in-integrate ko yung aking pagtuturo, yung aking profession into the game. Tapos yun, nagbunga si Fuego. At syempre, recently lang, napakalaking tulong sa akin ng meron akong ginagamit na mobile device na capable sa mga gameplay ko. Lalo na kapag nagla-live ako, lalo na kapag ako ay nagla-live, naglalaro, ginagamit ko lagi ang Infinix GT20 Pro.
Yun.
Ayan, ito.
Tayo dyan. Approve tayo dyan, Peko.
Yes.
I mean, first time ko lang nalaman yung first time ko lang nalaman na actually licensed teacher ka pala. Kaya pala madali siyang pakinggan, no?
Kaya
pag pinapanood mo
effective.
yung mga videos niya. And also, yan din kasi yung gamit ng ating mga pro players, the official gaming phone of the MPL Philippines. Min, sigurado ako na maraming nag-aabang sa'yo. Dahil nga sa'yo yata, maraming naging gusto na maging ML streamer eh. So parang, ano bang mga tips mo sa kanila? Bigyan mo naman sila ng advice kasi they also wanna grow their pages.
Siyempre, kung gusto mo magsimula sa pag-stream, kailangan mo maging consistent. Parang sa relationship lang yan eh. Dapat tuloy-tuloy. No?
May hugot.
Tapos, bukod sa pagiging consistent, dapat ina-analyze mo rin kung every time, kung ano yung nagiging mali mo into the game, kung saan ka magaling, saan ka mahina. And kung ikaw nagbabalak ka na maging professional streamer or gamer, kailangan mo rin ng maaasahang device. So I highly recommend Infinix GT20 Pro para sa iyong, para madagdagan ang iyong lakas sa laro. Kaya naman,
Fuego, balita ko meron ding mga free giveaways sa in-game zone. Pwede bang share mo naman sa amin yung details?
Ano ba yun?
marami actually. Meron silang giveaway online saka dito mismo sa venue. Ang kailangan nyo lang gawin guys ay i-follow ang in-game zone. Okay, follow nyo lang yung in-game zone. Okay? Tapos mamimigay sila ng, eto dala ko actually.
Ayun, ano?
Mamimigay
Prepared.
sila ng X-Buds 3 GT.
Grabe.
Sa isang
Ganyan pala yung
lucky winner. Ang kailangan lang nilang gawin, i-follow at i-like ang in-game zone.
Ayan,
sa mga
i-follow nyo na
platform.
yan online at makikita
Merong
na.
mananalo
Ganda.
guys, i-announce ko sa aking sa aking page.
Sa page mo mismo?
I-my-day ko yung winner.
Okay. Sige.
Pero hanggang 9 PM lang ang entry.
9
9
p.m.
PM
lang
lang.
for
So,
today.
for today.
So guys, final reminder follow in-game zone. Tapos para malaman nyo kung kayo ba yung nanalo ng hawak nitong si Fuego, visit nyo yung page niya. So i-follow nyo na rin yung page niya. Paano ko ba
Yes.
nila makikita?
Makikita nyo ako sa tabi-tabi, charot.
Lahat naman yan.
Makikita nyo po ako sa aking page sa Fuego Gaming. Nandun po ako nag-post ng video. Mag-my day ako ng winner ng ating X-Buds 3 GT galing sa Infinix.
There we finally have it, Fuego. Maraming salamat for being with us today. I'm sure na marami ka pang masasaksi ang mga laban gaya ng mga fans natin sa likod. So, let's not keep this waiting any longer. Casters, kaya naman.
There you go, one of our old buddies, Fuego Gaming, always so good with his content, very educational. That's actually very true.
Yeah.
That's why people tend to listen to him. He's actually a teacher.
Yes, that's what we learned about Fuego today, which is why you get to be so absorbed whenever he throws in a lecture about like the newest updates and all that. So now we know.
right now, I feel like before you guys dive into Fuego's stuff, we're gonna start to get ourselves back into the game. But you know what? We heard a few things they were talking about there while they were checking out their phones. I wonder what they were talking about there with the ping test.
Ilang papostura lang ako ah. Mamimigay ng phone. Ayos. Hindi ako na-stolen, Kir. Ready ang postura. Shoutout sa watch party ng Omega. Shoutout din sa mga MDL namin, sa boss namin sa Omega. Thankful ako sa inyo. Pag nakuha natin yung first turtle, akin na itong laro na to. Pero joke lang yun. GG, okay na? Thank you, Chico. GG!
Kahit natin ka. Meng, tingin, Meng. Uli 5, Meng, oh. Renegade pumasok sa 3. Daumeng pumasok sa 5. Okay. Hello, Philippines. We love you. We love you, eh. It's not nothing you can do. Di si Doc Meng yan, si Domeng yan. Let's go, boy. Tingin lang sa akin, boy, ah. Uli sa akin 5 dito, pre. Parang Renegade to, pre. Pumasok na sa 3 to talaga to. Gin Phoenix #1. Meng, ano English ang Tagalog, Meng?
What is the English of Tagalog? That's a very good question, Meng. I mean, Meng could have answered, but I don't think the mic caught him. But
Yeah.
it feels so unfair if I tried to sing here like Dan did. It wouldn't do it justice. It's Renegade, man. A legitimate guy with a music video.
Yes.
We can't do that.
You gotta check out his music videos. One of my favorites is Airplane Mode. So
Oh my goodness.
I've been stuck on that song for a while.
A Renegade stan.
Yeah.
Look at
and-
this, a fellow Renegade stan.
I will admit, never fully watched or listened
Airplane
to a
Mode.
Renegade music
No
video
way.
and song.
Oh, later I'll be playing the Airplane Mode for you.
Let's go.
I don't know if
Let's do
Leo
it.
has his own favorite, but I'm pretty sure he has his own preferences.
Yeah, I saw Leo jumping up a little bit there when he heard Renegade sing.
And Super Yoshi, by the way, he
And
just
Super
knew
Yoshi.
this was gonna be on broadcast. He was mentioning so many people.
Yeah, I like he also referenced the thing that Escalera said before in a ping test where he said, "Oh, if as long as I get the first turtle, this game is mine already." Then Super Yoshi repeated that perfectly and
Yeah.
then said it. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Funny thing is, it actually did happen. So they got the first throw, but they lost the game.
Yep.
Which is exactly what happened to Escalera. Anyway, so much fun times with Omega. With these ping tests, we should have ping tests every day. Before and after. So here we go on the draft.
Oh, is that an Eve ban? They actually banned out the Eve.
Oh, okay.
So there's
The Luyi finally, by the way. I feel like they were going to get countered there a little bit by that hero. It felt like it was a really fitting counter.
Yeah.
Atang still not seeing the light today.
So is Fanny going to be the last ban here, or is it?
Sir,
Okay.
what's your command?
it's not gonna be open for this game, which leaves the normal trades again available.
Nothing too crazy today so far.
Yeah, compared to Series 1.
Yeah, compared to Series 1, feels like this is going to be a very stable Suyo matchup against maybe a Joy, but they don't need to pick that up right now. Maybe they go for the gold again. Granger,
They might go for the, what was that again earlier?
Granger.
The Granger and the...
Was that first, second guy?
What did they go for earlier?
Was it mid?
It's the
I think that was Granger.
Granger Loyi.
Loyi, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's not gonna happen this time anymore.
Yeah, they go Phovius Granger though as their first 2 picks.
So
I think it's still gonna be a Farsa pickup for you. Farsa will look good here.
will they still Harith?
I personally really like it. Yeah, I like the Harif matchup better compared to like some of the things we're seeing today. Not the Claude, right? Not the Claude. Essentially, though, I still have to commend how good Jome played that gold lane early game. Still a bit amazed he survived. But there you go with the Harif. And will it be the Forza or will it be a different gold laner? Sorry, mid laner, but it's a Gatot.
There you go.
That hopefully we see be played out more carefully in the first few minutes of the game. Although we aren't entirely sure of whether or not Omega will be getting their hands on the same mid duos because they decide to pick up the Joy instead. So Aurora at this point, they can take out whichever they don't like again. If they don't want to go up against the Cho or Barca, or if they want to take it for themselves. Although Omega will be the first to pick after this, right?
I think if I'm Omega, you open up the Farsa, just give that to Aurora and then pick up the Vexana for yourself. If I'm Omega, I would consider banning out the Valentina.
Yeah, 100%. Valentina feels like it can kind of just counter or deal with a lot of things here. You want to be able to do that.
Yeah, and that's Yue too. So one of his most popular or one of his signature heroes.
Yeah.
Like if you give the Valentina to Yue, but so far they banned out the glue. So what could be the idea behind the blue ban, or they're just really making sure that Edward doesn't get his hands on any comfort picks? But the Edith is still there though.
When stuff like that appears, it feels like a CC is very close by, you know? Like a CC or a high loss. Maybe they're planning those heroes.
Who said there are no shortcuts?
And they can pick it for last
literally
if they
Yes.
want to reveal their mid laner after the ban.
100%. So either one of those appearing will actually be very good for them. Any other XP laners? Lucas? Lucas feels like it's just, if you have no choice,
Yeah.
go Lucas, can't go wrong. But CC and Hylos feels like a very powerful combo here, especially since they need that front line.
Yeah, I think Aurora will consider the double revitalize with the high loss and Gata Kacha.
Oh, good one. Good point.
Yeah.
Even despite this being Phobius, it seems more well-rounded to if they get to like make sure that the sustain is there, considering that Omega, they have so many ways to as of now poke
Relevant
you
focus.
down and oh, okay. They banned out the Jawhead. So
Aurora, like Omega have to be careful here because Renegade can still swerve into a Tigreal and then somehow put the Gata Kacha into EXP lane for Edward instead.
Yeah,
Although,
that's
but up
true.
against the Phobius, that might not happen.
What are the odds that the Cho gets picked up here instead? Bit low for Aurora. You know, maybe Renegade wants to slip into those. Edward on the guitar.
0.
Well, they answered it
0%.
themselves, yeah.
Thank you for answering. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
they don't allow it. So is this gonna be the Farsa as previously mentioned?
I like it. Yeah.
Like
Farsa's is really good.
I want them to go
the
Vex.
Vexana,
yeah.
yeah.
I said go Vex and then force Aurora to go to Farsa, but they didn't ban the Valentina, so I think Aurora would lean a little bit more towards picking up the Farsa, the Valentina instead.
I like it.
Or wait, no. Sicilian's still open for you.
Ooh.
They can pair up the Sicilian and Harith together. There's a lot of magic damage in the center of the map. The EXP lane needs to be physical, which could be a CC.
That's a very interesting way to do it. Like, don't straight up answer. Just do your own thing here. And you can actually do quite a lot. The biggest challenge for that may be the Joy going behind you, but we've seen it work very well. There's the Valentina and Edith. For Edward, not overthinking the XP.
Yeah.
Lots of magic for Aurora. I thought they'd go physical, but they decided to go magic instead.
Spicy.
Well, for the roam for Omega.
Ooh. I was thinking high loss. I was thinking. Now I'm not picking the Ruby.
That's
at all.
That's an I'm offended for you too, though.
Yeah. It's a signature, but it's one of those situations where the Ruby might actually struggle a bit here. It might not be the same Ruby performance you saw from Super Yoshi yesterday.
Yep. Although it
Excuse me, last week.
is likely to kind of prevent the aggression that will just keep coming in from Aurora.
Yeah.
You can deal with a collapse very well. Like, if you try to collapse in the Omega here, you might actually double think. You might overthink it. And that might lead to something for Omega.
Yeah. Okir and... No, Okir and Super Yoshi, just don't mess up, you guys. That's my analysis. Don't mess up. Talk, communicate, execute.
There you go.
This reminds me of the way he said, if you want a summary of what happened, just watch the replay.
Just watch the
That's
replay,
what
right?
he said yesterday.
I believe in you guys.
Yeah, so this does look a bit interesting. It seems like the draft was able to go well, I'd say, for both of these teams. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, let's see how it goes this time. I think they're pretty comfortable with the heroes that they have in their hands.
Quite comfortable here, and of course the team fights look like they can go either way. With much damage coming in from Omega, some good crowd control because of the Ruby, because of the Phobius and the Eternal Guard. But other than that, it does feel like they're going to have to rely so much on the pure damage.
Yeah.
They have to really make these skirmishes work for them.
Yeah, and so far I feel like Renegade also realized that he has to be a little more careful in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, we don't want a repeat of what happened earlier.
Yeah.
Remember, so many pickoffs happened because Renegade got caught out.
And I feel like it could have not reached that 25-minute mark if they were like a little more safer in terms of the way they executed the early game.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's an early electrifying beats that is immediately dodged by Aurora though from Andoryu. So I think they're pretty much still both in control. Nothing happening across the map just yet.
Yeah, good control here. Super Yoshi, I feel like he is happy just to provide vision.
Yeah.
He knows he's not going to be able to poke, so he's not even going to try. And on the bottom lane, it's Omega looking at Dominkite.
Oh, but they spot him out and force out the Purify. Not enough to save him though. First blood immediately secured by Andoryu, and if I were Dominkite, I'd be thinking just a while ago he was in the mid lane.
Yeah, just a while ago, this guy was showing up. He was making a lot of noise there. And again, because of that, easy first blood going over to Omega. Although there is some answer. You know what? They could go for Turtle here. Maybe they're thinking, you know what? Maybe they use the Retribution. And because of that, Omega don't even try to counter it.
Yeah, but Demonkite still has his Retribution. So speaking of that, they might actually contest some jungle creeps away from Omega, and so they do. But the gold leads aren't that significant just yet.
Yeah.
It feels like the trades they're getting so far are just equal across the map.
And at this point, you know what? It's okay to just be equal.
Yeah.
If you are the Suyo and the Joy, you don't need to overthink it. You're trying to focus on the farming, right? Because that's been always their focus. Trying to get that farm as much as possible, fast as possible. That's a current running meta right now, where we do see a lot of farm happen and rushing those levels and stealing these green camps as well.
And that's why we're saying it seems like another Filipino game so far.
Another Filipino game right here, right now.
Very disciplined so far for both of these teams.
Look at that.
Oh.
Oh!
Right.
Oh!
That's a flicker from Yue. Very aggressive,
Big
but a
blow.
beautiful usage of the Deathly Grasp, saving Andoryu from that possible takedown.
Yeah, good save there by Ukir. Although the ultimate of Vexana has not fallen into the hands of the Valentina. Renegade, a good shrub being held. Which means Omega will be a little bit more defensive in their positioning around this next objective. Aurora look to take control at the center of the map.
Yeah.
Make sure you have a lot of control here and not, you know, as long as you have vision, you're going to feel okay. Everyone seems to be going man-to-man right now, especially with Super Yoshi on the waiting mode. This is one of the reasons why I don't really like the roam Ruby. You're just stuck waiting for the most of the part of the game.
So it feels a little bit more passive than proactive compared to when he had his hands on the Cho. But that might be the way to go for Smart Omega if they really want to make this work, because they have a lot of tools to like deny Aurora. Similar to what we saw earlier, the Deathly Grasp alone was already enough to save Andoryu. So what more if they also had the Don't Run Wolf King, the I'm Offended from Super Yoshi and all that. But let's see, because there is an upcoming objective down bottom.
Look at this. RORA very happy to take this. They're starting it off.
Oh, Flicker, Earth Shatter from Edward, but look at that response from Smart Omega, immediately bursting him down, forces out the Primal Wrath, and he gets to buy some time for his team. But the turtle still goes into the hands of Aurora, or they still get to position themselves in order to secure this turtle.
Absolutely worth there with a 1-for-1. Edward for Andoryu. They'll take that any day.
Unfortunate that Andoryu was the one taken out. And now the Edith has built up the first item. Dominance Ice for Edward, Hunter Strike for Andoryu. Still no first item for Andoryu just yet. Excuse me, Demon Kite had the Hunter Strike. Although there is a Stardium Scythe now built up by Andoryu. I think they're waiting for one more. It's actually a Sky Piercer built up by Jome.
That's, I'm Offended.
Yeah.
I'm Offended already used up here.
Yeah.
Again, these are the moments where you just wish I wish it was something else. But you know what?
No, you know what? That was literally caught in 4K. We broadcast in 4K now for the first time in MPL PH history.
Do. That's true.
Yeah, for those wondering how come it seems like you guys are stuck in buffering, maybe get better internet because we're broadcasting in 4K.
You can see the small fishes in the river.
The shadows.
You can see the germs.
Hey man, there's no fishes in the river. Do not gaslight me like this. I'm starting to doubt reality. Where?
Yeah, right under the leaf.
Yeah,
right there
I
near
think there are.
Renegade. You see them hide
Koi fishes?
when he appeared. You don't see the fishies.
I'm going crazy.
Come on,
Alright.
guys.
Wait. there you go.
There it is. There's a under.
Yeah, there
is
actually was
a
a fish. Okay, no, yeah,
That
not crazy.
sounded like a clash just happened, but in reality, we just saw the fishes.
They hide when.
Oh, good spot.
when
Yoshi.
going- Oh!
Oh, speaking of, there you go.
Flicker used.
Nearly unengaged from Smart Omega, but there's a flicker, and they will just defend this turret. Oh, Dark Waves!
Look at that.
They just really want to defend it and not go for the engage.
Oh, very happy. Already expended the flicker onto Yue. That's pretty big.
Yeah. Also really like how Dom Kite and Yue decided to hug shrubs. At that point, Renegade is going to get pushed back. Omega could have continued the chase into Aurora, but since Yue and Dom Kite hid themselves in the shrubs, they didn't know what sort of information. They couldn't find any good information.
Oh, and that's a much more successful I'm offended play they did in the mid lane from Super Yoshi. Edward is down once more, so this might be all the more reason for them to contest this turtle.
Very, very spicy here. I didn't even expect Omega to throw that many skills into Edward at that point. So, you know what? This is Omega. You can't really count him out.
Oh,
Luis
zoning out the members of Aurora. Renegade
Wow!
get bursted down. And just like that, another pickup for the Barangay. Andorio successfully secures the turtle. And they still want more. But unfortunately, it's Dominkite who will get taken out.
Some punch back here. US still playing it around. Even time for the snipe.
He doesn't want to go away without a trade. But Jome on a killing spree, taking down Demon Kite.
And Jome banking on himself to get more kills after first building the Sky Piercer. That was his first item. He was on the way to a Hunter Strike. After getting his first kill, he built up a Sky Piercer, and now he has 2 kills on that item.
Oh.
Makes it so much easier for him to get these stacks, get those last hits, and activate this Granger faster than ever. But despite all of that, 600 gold lead here for Omega.
Aurora might want to be extra careful whenever there is an upcoming objective, because it's been a trend for Smart Omega even in game number 1 to successfully find the pickoffs with the Super Yoshi's lead. So they've been very efficient in doing that game plan, but for now it's mirroring across the map for both of these teams. And again, the gold lead, it never really grows into a significant amount.
That's true. The Bush game of Omega is just so good, but at the same time, Aurora trying to exert their influence on the cross-map plays.
Oh, that's 2 towers taken by Omega at the bottom. This is a win on the trade for them. I think Aurora thought that Omega would look to get their eyes set onto defending the top side, but Omega just never left the bottom lane. They just decided to commit onto it.
Andori was there anyway, so they said they can't just go for it, but it seems like this time around Aurora wants to go for the kill onto Super Yoshi, but a beautiful usage of the Deathly Grasp once again. Renegade goes or gets taken down as a trade. Jome once more on a double kill, so imagine the stacks he already has, and Andoryu will just focus on taking down the tier 1 turret mid lane.
Oh my goodness, the Don't Run Wolf King's second ability of the Ruby, just enough time bought from that source of crowd control to stop Renegade and Edward from getting to a better spot, and for Luis and Jome to make the most out of it with damage and crowd control themselves.
You were already using that Eternal Guard for vision. Means no counterattack here for Aurora at all.
The copy, the IMU Eternal Guard, it was just disregarded right there by Smart Omega.
It became the Eternal Disregard.
Yeah, they were completely in control of the Lord Pit. And now with them being able to take down those 2 turrets, they might have higher chances of taking out the Holy Shields even from the base turrets of Aurora.
Yeah, again, we forgot to acknowledge the most important factor for this game number 2. Brigida is casting. We are on the way to the second Game 3 of the day, potentially. It's not over yet.
Not over yet.
But it's looking very good for Omega.
Yeah.
Alexandra?
Yeah, but you know, Aurora earlier, this seemed to be the case for them too, but they still were able to turn things around. So
You know what? Don't doubt me as an analyst. This is going to game number 3. This is going to game 3.
Going to game 3. Renmar already called it. No choice. No use in disputing it.
I mean, Joe on a 503. Okay, I might be actually convinced.
503. Don't forget.
That's hella stacks on this Skype. Hopefully, though, the Omega have learned from their siege attempts from the last. They learned!
They did, absolutely did. Now Renegade goes in with the AOG, but it seems like he might just get punished. They will get their eyes set on taking down the turret instead, though, and they successfully get to secure it away, and Joryu goes in! Nearly takes out Yue, but they'll be happy with that for now.
Looking for the ultimates. No way that they can actually go for the chase. No Avatar the Guardian available. That's going to be one inhibitor turret down for Omega, for Aurora rather, and I think they want to get more. I would camp this base all night. I would camp this jungle all night long.
Yeah, I mean, it's just 11 minutes.
Just 11 minutes, man. They got huge advantages.
Yeah. The Holy Shield, though, will allow for Aurora to be a little bit more confident in playing the defense. Renegade decides to go in. There's a flicker or shadow once again from Edward, but Renegade gets taken out instead. And Joryu onto the back lines, looking for Demon Kite. There's the electrifying beats, but Edward won't get to sustain the damage from Big J.
He's 8-0-3. Woo! Again, he built that Skypiercer as his first item after getting his first kill. He's gotten 7 kills since then.
We gotta look at the stacks here, man. There's just gotta be so much penetration, so much damage onto this Granger right now.
It feels like Jom just wanted to keep on fighting. Earlier on the Claude, it felt like he was a bit restricted. He can't go look for the kills. He was just... I think he even went for tenacity earlier. So it's more of him doing a different purpose. But now on the Granger, it's a completely different version of Jom we're seeing. He is just constantly on the lookout for kills.
I'm looking for a way for maybe a very quick Aurora comeback, but I don't really see it unless they manage to catch off Jom on his own or Okir maybe.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening anytime soon though.
Oh, Renegade.
Ouch.
Down to half of his health.
Got some
Full
shots
stacks
in.
though, but then will they still be
Ultimates are
enough to
casting.
go in? Oh, they know that the flicker was burnt for Super Yoshi.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Conceal?
They're rushing it.
Coming in from Aurora. Oh, that the gas lands onto Edward too. Will he use the Primal Wrath immediately now? There you go. But here in the middle lane, Luis might just fall. Demon Kite will be next. And that's Jom, currently legendary on this Granger. Edward trying to run away, but the Curse Blast, you can feel the damage. And look at that Sky Piercer coming in from Jom.
That's 9. He's maxed out his stacks on his Skypiercer. I told you.
Yeah.
Okay, bright side, I feel like this is going to end pretty early this time around.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's a really tough defense. They're all mostly close range. Jom is stacked up and fed. Big J is huge.
He's just going up front. He's ready to take on any member from Aurora. And now they have the Lord marching alongside them in the bottom side. But that's a beautiful knock-up, canceling out Super Yoshi.
Yoshi's out.
He won't be able to use
back.
the Eye of Offended just yet. Demon Kite with the Blade Surge going in, looking for the kill. AOG from Renegade.
Edward!
The flicker in two. Looks for Jom. But Renegade gets taken down and they have to defend the Lord.
Jom still lives and he's damaging Adore. He goes back in.
Okay, will he cast the electrifying beats? He has it, but he won't. And it might just be a successful defense for Aurora.
Just barely. Look at the health of that crystal. Can't really last even 2 shots here. Luckily for Aurora, Omega didn't push the issue. Maybe just trying to go for the play safe route, which definitely is the right call here.
Yue getting that big Eternal Guardian knockup to lead things up for Edward to go in with an Earth Shatter knockup as well, which allowed them a little bit more space and a little bit more time. Jom has just built up his final item of the game with the Rose Gold Meteor. And now, nothing has changed in terms of this Granger. He still hasn't died. He's done 45,000. Yue has dealt the most for Aurora in 20,000. Jom has dealt 45, and here's a conceal by Omega.
Yeah. Jome still has the bounty, and it's very unfortunate that Aurora wasn't able to shut him down, even when they were able to close in on members of Smart Omega earlier.
Yeah.
Jome's just too slippery, and he just gets to survive every single attempt. So, okay, they're holding on. With 0 base turrets, Aurora, they're still holding on.
What a squishy base here that Aurora has. I feel like I can just crush it with one hand.
Look at this formation by Omega. They go for a line up top.
What's that
Yoshi
lineup
with
about?
the advanced shrub. Jome, it'll take like 2 dashes to get to Jome where he's at. Vex and Fulvius together, now they're recalibrating. I wonder if they're going to check the shrub where Renegade is and if they can read it.
Oh!
And they read it!
They do.
Okay.
Oh boy, that could be big, but 3 seconds on the next Lord means they have to reposition this time around.
Yeah, minion waves crashing in top. Mid and bottom is going to get cleared out though.
Goodness.
But Omega will get to the Lord first without a problem. It seems like they're not going to go for the slow start just yet.
Yeah.
Oh, they have with Jome, through Jome. Minion wave up top, minion wave in mid should be okay. Okay, Luis and Super Yoshi holding key shrubs. No one holding the back to where Renjay is going through though. They've showed themselves in mid. Great positioning right now by Omega, but they need to recalibrate a little bit.
Okay. Super Yoshi's holding the brush where other members are likely to enter though. Oh, Renegade goes in all by himself and gets punished by Smart Omega. And look at the waves up top and on mid lane. Aurora, they have to defend, but Smart Omega, they're chasing after them one by one. Edward falls next, and 3 members are left to defend for Aurora.
Don't forget, there's also a big Lord walking up on mid. This is going to be an impossible defense. Aurora will be able to actually get this done.
Yeah, they don't have the Edith. They don't have the Primal Wrath. They're only going to rely on Dominkai. There's the damage force already used. He will take on Doryu though. That's -1 member from Smart Omega, but Yue will be the trade as well. And the Lord is already knocking onto the base. They might just get to take it down. And there you have it. The second game 3 of the day, brought to you by Smart Omega.
And that is a game 3, as we all kind of predicted, with Brigida right here next to us. And it is spicy. This is the Omega we were talking about before the match started. They can really turn heads.
Second game 3 of the day. And I'm casting tomorrow too.
And you casted yesterday too.
And I casted yesterday, and I'ma be here. Thanks, Brigida. But of course, what an effort by Omega this time around. The sheer confidence they were playing with. I think Jome getting the Sky Piercer as his first item when he was midway through building the Hunter Strike, that felt like the perfect way to show how confident Omega were in this one. The fact that he switched it up and said, nah, I'm gonna build my Sky Piercer because I'm gonna be able to take them. And hey, the Ruby ended up becoming the biggest problem for Aurora. I liked it. I had more doubts for it. But Super Yoshi just shows how comfortable he is with this hero.
Yeah, if we do tend to see Ruby players become a little passive, Super Yoshi was an exception.
Yeah.
He was aggressive, even using the flicker when there wasn't a guaranteed target, or even using the I am offended when you don't see any targets. So he just was very proactive in his usage of the Ruby. One thing that's refreshing to see, despite all the previous instances of the Ruby players kind of being pushed to a wall and just playing to look for the ways to counter-engage and all that.
Weirdly enough, as much as Jome was really strong there, I feel like he's going to be MVP, but Super Yoshi definitely a really strong next for that one.
Yeah.
It was so consistent on how he would be able to provide so much bush control and so much vision to his team that it made Jome just feel confident to play that Granger.
Yeah, he was untouched. And during the times where he would almost get taken down, I don't think he went down as low as like 30, 20% health. He was still relatively healthy enough for at least for him to be able to get some spell vamp in there to heal himself through. And yeah, just sheer confidence, great rotations, and really the Super Yoshi Ruby disrupted a lot of the team fighting that Aurora wanted to pull off.
So now we have a lot more options to watch out for in terms of Smart Omega and what they can potentially use with Super Yoshi as the roam. It's even at the most unexpected timings. These are Rubies, these Cho. I don't know. Super Yoshi has been literally providing so much changes,
Yes.
positive changes for Smart Omega ever since he came in.
It feels like he is the superhero that Smart Omega needed when they needed it the most, and he appeared with this selection of heroes that actually makes so much sense in their specific matchups.
And in the current meta, which the coaches actually mentioned too. That's why they are really decided on having him play right now as part of the barangay.
Ukir was clutch too as well with Deathly Grasps and Eternal Guardian crowd control. The Terrifies and the knockups came in big time for Omega, just the right time as well. That felt like the nail on the coffin. The game went on just a little bit more longer, but Omega would eventually be able to take the cake. See here, Joe, even able to avoid and Doryu. He got knocked up. He still got the flicker away. He had an immortality. And there, Super Yoshi getting the catch. He just understands Ruby so well. If earlier we mentioned MP the King is Alice for this season, Super Yoshi is definitely Ruby.
Yeah. And earlier you mentioned it. I think the lowest Chome's HP has ever gone was 40%, if not 50.
Yeah, 30 to 40, just around that rate. It just goes to show how healthy he was this game.
100% healthy. And again, Super Yoshi just coming in with the coming clutch with the Ruby pick. Most people would say, really? A Ruby in this economy? It's like, yeah. He went for it and they got all the stonks they needed. And that was a 17-minute game though, so it wasn't like a super duper like clean game. There were some punchbacks from Aurora as well. But it felt like they were just kind of just riding the punches of Omega here.
Interestingly enough, even though we mentioned that Smart Omega might have the tendency to be the more passive team with their lineup, it felt like it might have been actually Aurora.
Yeah, in this specific match right here.
The Gatot and the Edith, I think they were pretty much in sync whenever they tried to go for the attempts against the Smart Omega, but I don't know if like the time that it takes for them to charge or go in was
a little longer.
Yeah, already enough time for Omega to reposition themselves immediately too. So.
17 minutes and 15 seconds right now. Just to let you know, the mother of all series,
That's why.
Chantel, has shown up. They're both in the arena. When did you arrive?
Oh,
that's why. So they're both in the building.
No wonder.
That's why it got to a second 3-game series.
Wow, Omega fans definitely would thank you so much. Expect some gifts from the Omega fans, 100%, for you and Chantel.
Surprisingly enough, the PBR rich guy of the game was actually daunting and not Jome, despite the farm that he had.
Really?
But yeah, right? But I think it's because Aurora do a very good job of actually funneling gold into the right people when they desperately need to. Like they make sure the Dominicite gets the farm that he gets, but...
So, that's a good point. He did absorb like 3 lanes worth of minions at the very end. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, at some point they shifted and just like, all right, make sure Dominicite gets his farm, but won't be able to convert it.
I mean, even towards the end when they were desperately trying to defend, right? Just one usage of the Zaman Force and he took out Andoryo all by himself.
Yeah, he blew him up. Yeah.
So I feel like he had enough damage too, but with all those waves coming in at the same time, I don't know how you're going to split your attention and try to have the Zaman Force both to take a member down and defend. So
it didn't make sense to. It doesn't make sense to like put the Zaman Force in the middle because you're gonna get caught out. So, tough times.
Responsibility on his back.
Nice try though as well for Aurora. We are going into game 3 because of that. Renmar thanks you so much as well.
I don't know if the look is a look of gratitude or
no, I love my job.
He loves his job.
I really love my job. I mean, I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I'm thriving. I'm blessed to work with amazing people. Call this. Not a lot of people can do what we do. I'm grateful.
Very grateful.
But are you serious right now?
I gotta say, this is not even the star match of the day just yet.
Not even.
Yeah, not even.
Not even.
No, but you're not casting the final series.
I'm not.
But you will be watching, right?
I have to.
With Chantel?
I don't know if I'll
Are
be
you
sitting
sure
with
you
her,
want to
but-
do that?
I mean, who would want to miss that match, right? It's Onic and Team Liquid Philippines later on, so I don't think anyone wants to miss that match. It's a must-watch for
I know.
any MPL fan.
I know.
Right?
I love my
You're
job.
absolutely right.
I love
We love
my
your
job.
jobs. We love our jobs.
I love my job.
I love
our
my
jobs.
job.
I'm blessed.
Love our jobs.
But because it's been going on since MDL with you.
We're going to have a bit of an all-access before we get started on game number 3. Let's go on over to the MPL grounds.
Much love to our casters once again. This time, we are here at the on-ground streamer area. For everybody's context, meron din kasi mga nagsistream dito mismo sa loob ng MPL Arena, right?
You're right, Hans. Andito kasama na nga natin si Miggy.
Hello,
Miggy.
guys.
Ay,
Kamusta?
balita ko.
Okay
Hindi
naman.
niya first time to eh.
Hindi niya rin pangalawang beses. No, pangilan mo na ba?
Pangatlo na ho.
Pangatlo na. All right. Now, with that being said, why do you keep coming back? I'm sure na you're having a lot of fun, but what's the difference from the first time na ngayon, pangatlo ka na and you're actually holding this interview?
I guess, sobrang exciting pa rin dito. Yung crowd kasi, habang nagsistream ako, naririnig mo yung vibes ng buong crowd. And it just keeps making me get back. And I guess yung mas nasasanay rin ako sa pagkakast or pag-stream rin. Because I want to build that confidence to be able to broadcast and show my passion for the esports scene dito.
And you know what? You're doing a really good job kasi you're actually in front of the camera now and you're speaking so well, right?
Ako naman, Miggy, gusto kitang tanungin, kamusta naman after Moonton Talent Search?
I guess a lot of things have been moving. A lot of people have been going to me. I started looking into data analyst, becoming a coach for some teams. And yun nga, it's my foot in the door to the esports scene. And then I'm very thankful for Moonton. Kaya shoutout sa Moonton, sa MPL scene. Na for the opportunity, and now I'm broadcasting here live sa Green Sun, Makati.
Now, you did mention that. It's your third time here. Do we also see you sometimes na nagsistream at your own place? Ganun. Ano bang pinagkaibahan nila? Like, especially now that you've been doing it, mas gusto mo ba na dito ka nagsistream o dun sa kabila? Or dun sa mismong place mo?
Siyempre, mas gusto ko yun nandito.
Okay.
Kasi yun nga, kung parang mag-isa ka doon, parang sobrang napapatahimik ka, di mo alam sasabihin mo. Pero dito kasi naengganyo ka eh. Parang napapasigaw ka kasi narinig mo yung crowd sa likod mo.
Right, I see it.
Kita naman din yung enjoyment niya, kaya nga balik siya ng balik dito.
Oo, balik siya ng balik dito. Actually, since you're already doing the live streams, paano ka ba makikita ng ating mga fans?
Oh yeah, so you guys could catch me on my socials sa @itsmigmiggy sa Facebook at sa TikTok. And right now, yun nga, right now I'm actually broadcasting, so kita-kits tayo doon.
You know what? Hayaan na muna natin, Kalusi, Miggy. Ibalik muna natin sa ating mga casters and let's just say hi to everybody on the live. Alright, see you guys!
That's right. If you haven't been on TikTok recently, I think they do it a lot on TikTok where they do restreams. It actually happens everywhere. So shout out to all of our restreamers there, especially the ones using the English broadcast to actually watch your games.
Yeah, we have a lot.
I think we have a few on Twitch, on Facebook as well. So all the socials,
Yeah.
check us out there.
And what's interesting is we have multiple languages.
Yes,
right? So
exactly.
we have, I think we have a Bisaya stream. It's another dialect, or even the English, the international streamers too. So go ahead and check it out, whichever
right.
you want.
And if you are also watching MPL ID or keeping up with the news, Nino leads AE to close a free game series versus Navi.
It's happening there too.
It happened there too. So that's why you were mentioning it earlier, Enmar. It feels like there's
Let me double check who's casting in Indonesia right now.
There's a Brigada Chantel counterpart.
Yeah, because Naveen in the MPL Indonesia broadcast, she's the one who's usually ending up casting the 3-game series. I have to double check if it is actually her.
Yeah.
Or it could be just because the curse is so powerful, it has crossed a 4-hour flight's worth of ocean to make sure that even Indonesia experiences the Brigada
Wait,
3-game curse.
Is Indonesia 4 hours away?
Yes,
Yeah,
I would know very well.
Trust him, he flies a lot.
Yeah.
Until
Okay. Never mind.
I'll be
Don't
in
mind
Jakarta
me.
on
my
April.
goodness.
See you guys there.
Look at that, we have another MSL update. Ken and Zippy Cutie.
Oh, wow.
Wow, it's a sweep there. This is too far, I guess.
Yeah, they lead Mythic Seals to sweep Dagon or Dangon University, one of the open qualifier teams in MSL Myanmar.
Familiar names,
Very
guys.
familiar names.
I'm pretty sure you have an idea of who these players are.
They've been scrimming. They've been tearing it up in our M series a lot. So I'm sure you guys are very familiar with those names. And again, it's a global phenomenon, right? We got all the regions just trying to catch up together. We're talking earlier, me and Midnight, we're talking about like a lot of the teams really are kind of just getting onto the catch-up zone. Everyone's trying to level out. It used to be just Onic so ahead of everyone else, like 10 miles ahead. And now we are on level.
But now they're in the middle of the standings.
Yes.
And they are going to play later in hopes of climbing up the standings once again. But for now, a lot of teams really have been stepping up. And even those at the lower half, I feel like in the coming weeks, they will be very powerful contenders.
Yeah, there you
wow,
go.
we have some advice here.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Ken Pedrosa. Ban the Granger in game 3. Maybe.
Let's see.
Will that work though?
See, we'll get it. Yeah, because we got the back-to-back Granger MVP
Unkillable.
performances. Yeah, unkillable.
Unkillable Granger and performances.
Yeah, a bulletproof in game 1, bulletproof in game number 2.
For either
MVP.
team. Yeah.
You know what? I'm a... No, but it's tough. It's tough to ban out the Granger. You can't ban the Granger.
If that's going to be the case, then I would be probably seeing either a Big J Moscow versus a Dominic
Harris, yeah. 100%.
Unless.
If only it were that easy, I mean, the teams would definitely do it, but you also have to really consider there are trades that happen with these picks and bans, and that is why it's so important.
And I think the Harriet gets banned out more often than the Ranger does. So, I don't know, maybe they did learn something from what happened in the past 2 games, because this is the deciding match. This is the most important game of the series. Again, we're following the exact same point system. So what really matters at the end of the day isn't if you get a 2-1 or a 2-0. It's just whether or not you win the series.
Yeah, the W is all that matters here in MPL Philippines. 2-1, 2-0, it's always going to be 1 point. And here is where we start our draft for game number 3. And no Granger bans just yet.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
There you
Look at
go.
that. See, I'm telling you.
I think
it's both of you. Don't
it's
try
both of
to
you.
don't try to divert.
No, but it's mostly
That's why we
her.
call you the mother and daughter of all series. You're the one working today.
Okay, but
So sometimes whoever wears the pin has control.
Yes.
So you're the one who is in the driver's seat right now.
Oh, fine. But he's just okay.
She helps.
She
She's
helps.
probably helping from the side. So that's why later on, 100% game free as well. For match number 3.
The Sonics and the Cavalry are gonna enjoy.
They're gonna enjoy.
match tonight.
They're gonna get their tickets worth.
Yes, but no Granger bans.
Sorry, Ken Pedrosa. No Granger ban for you today.
Nah. So.
The immortal one chose me
okay,
to
okay.
vanquish the shadows that plague.
Unless they don't decide to pick up the Granger.
Unless they go for something else. Maybe the Harry. Nah, not really.
The Granger Joy, bro.
Yeah, but Joy later.
Joy
I'd
later.
rather they go get like Phobius first or something.
All right, Joe.
Or even
want
just
to
go.
Joe. What?
Fars. They can go grade your Fars right away as greedy, but sometimes it happens. You mentioned the Cho. I actually wouldn't. No, but it's so risky. I feel like because you're already a good. You know you're gonna go up against a proficient Ruby player.
100%. That's always going to be on the fret. On the back of your mind.
And Reggie's been more on the Gatot catch-up.
Got
So, there goes the Phobius and the Granger as mentioned by Renmar.
Yeah,
Interesting
that's
that
gonna-
people shouted when Edward picked up a Phobius.
Yeah.
Although for Omega, I think highly consider picking up the Ruby ASAP. Ruby, I don't know if a lot of people remember, was the age-old counter to Phobius. Phobius disappeared from the meta because Ruby rose up. So pick up the Ruby now. It's totally fine if you do so.
Yeah, and even if
Go Farsa.
Aurora consider getting something other than the Gatot, right, it's gonna be a huge help, but
And now they decide to
okay
not
with this.
Ruby.
I mean, this is a proven and tested synergy duo.
Yeah.
The Suyo Jawhead.
That's true.
So I think they're banking on the idea of a more aggressive start too.
In this one, it's very interesting because is there a chance that the Ruby goes gold here?
No,
No, right? They will not have enough damage
No,
at all.
Yeah. Are they still gonna go Joy? Because they can honestly go Alpha. They can save the jungle pick for later and pick up a mid laner now.
Yue with the Val?
Oh. No, they're still going.
it's a Joy.
Still the Joy, okay.
Okay.
I guess that makes a lot of sense.
So they can ban out. Oh no, Super Yoshi already has the Jawhead, so it's mostly gold lane heroes?
Yeah, gold lane and XP. Yeah.
Yeah. You can ban out the Moskov
Yeah.
if you're Aurora.
That's a pretty easy ban to just throw out there, right? Especially in this one, you're facing
Yeah.
against Big Joe.
They're already confident enough to go up against the Harriet if ever Omega does want to consider that. So, will they ban out the Moskov? Or it's just what are the other XP laners that are still out there? Oh, they still banned the Harriet.
More focus on Big J here, which actually makes a lot of sense because Big J has been very consistent in these games. Literally in game 1, right? He only slipped up at the very end. For most of it, it was actually pretty good.
And the chip again gets banned out too. So if this is the same trend as what we've seen in the previous game, this is going to be a Tigreal ban from Omega for their last.
Yeah, it might actually be because Tigreal can still slot in very well for the lineup of Aurora.
Yeah. And you don't want to ejector a Tigreal into your backline.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's going to be a Tig ban. Aurora takes out... They might take out one XP lane option.
Very smart, yes.
You don't need to take out the CC though.
What else is there? Oh no, the Madam's already out. Hilda? Oh.
Not out of it, not
Lucas.
very.
Oh no, but there's a full. You don't need to ban Lucas. Okay,
Wow.
so they double down on the gold lane bans. Okay.
So they're okay with the Moskov instead of any of these other gold laners.
Yeah. I think the last pick of Aurora later might be like a Farsa. If they want to pick out Red J's pick first. Because right now...
yeah, there you go.
Tigreal ban.
See a Tigreal. I mean, it's expected, but I would have really liked to see a Tigreal here, you know?
What else is left then?
Valentina is still a pretty good all-rounder. Like, they can kind of just use that later, maybe?
I guess the Jawhead and Vexana's it's quite iffy. I want them to double down on range.
More range.
Not just dive, yeah. I mean, you already have diving magic damage on the Joy. You need just paired up with range.
Farsa looks like the best range, but it's a Faramis this time around. We're going Ube, folks.
They still go dive, but it's a utility-based dive, which I like.
Okay.
Interesting, with one pick, you completely turned around the playstyle of both teams here.
They can still go Claude, but the thing is Aurora could snowball.
Yeah.
I think it's either a Moskov or a Claude for
the priestess
Joan.
of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
An Edith. So
Moscov's
some of
pretty good.
response to the great response to the Faramis, but what will be the gold lane? What will be the gold lane for
Claude or Moskov. Worst cases, I don't know if they're going to try Bruno again, but there's Moskov. You go for what you know, right? As much as you can.
So Rena J, at this point, he still has the Cho. Wait, what else is there? Cho, Khalid, Gatot?
Cho, Khalid. You bought up three very strong rovers.
I'm leaning towards a bit more Khalid.
High loss.
Aww.
Oh, the highest win rate.
Oh yeah, that's
so
true.
far.
He is undefeated with a high loss. That's his all reliable for the season.
Go for the sure win in terms of stats.
Yeah,
for them.
And they have revitalized. They have the glorious pathway to help set up for everyone.
The Nether Realm even.
Yeah, so a good last pick. But I wonder if he'll risk just constantly getting tossed at level 4. Because if I'm the Jawhead and the Vexana, I would not hesitate to just go, all right, toss the high loss when I see him, toss the high loss when I see him, over and over
force
again.
out the defensive glorious pathways every now and then, which has become a common trend too.
Exactly.
In the previous Jawhead high loss matchups.
That's right.
And not to mention the fact that, again, the Jawhead is paired up with a really reliable mid laner in terms of damage and crowd control even, because that's a Vexana we're talking about. So
I really like that there's also like just so much balance in the other lanes as well. Like, they can really hold their own, which is very interesting. We might see a lot of skirmishes.
Welcome to
We
Mobile
will
Legends.
see a big clash later on. Very excited for that. Here we go for game number 3 of match 2. It's Omega versus Aurora. And my only hope here is that we don't really go to
A game
an
4.
hour. No, not even game 4. An hour.
How are we gonna go to a game 4?
Can we not go 1 hour game?
That'll depend on them.
To be fair, this game has a good chance of ending before like 14 minutes.
Because of how spicy they can get. Yeah, that's true.
The damage.
Anoryu doesn't land the blade surge, but so far it's a very aggressive early game for Smart Omega. They're doing this exactly as planned, but Super Yoshi, will he be punished though? Clutch shields from the ejector. Once again, this guy gets to survive.
Clutch. Definitely grasped by Ukir, buying time. Good thing Super Yoshi had agility on him. Extra movement speed. Yue has Inspire, so a lot of CDR. 5% early on for this Faramis.
That's right. Earlier on, they don't really have the ultimates, so they're really keeping their distance as much as possible just to make sure that you don't give away too much.
I'm still not over it. I think we could already make a compilation of Super Yoshi escaping death in just this single week of him playing in the MPL.
Lots of tough booths across the board actually built up. If I recall correctly, it was one on Luis, one on Edward, and I believe one on Renegade as well. Now also one on Super Yoshi. So they're really chasing the cooldown reduction because there is a lot of crowd control for both sides.
So Smart Omega will be the first to set up.
Getting
for
in
this
position.
battle.
There you go. Luis wants to go for it.
Earth Shatter onward, but Edward nearly survives it. Adoryu, though, gets taken down by Aurora, so Demon Kite will likely secure this turtle.
Bit of a nice safety Netherrealm there as well from Yue.
It was a full collapse by Omega, and Dory just got caught out there. Also a good entry by Demon Kite in the Spear of Destruction. Jome! Almost a near perfect estimate, though. Won't be able to steal it away from Demon Kite.
Yeah, probably just one pixel from getting that purple buff away from Demon Kite. But so far, Smart Omega have been... I don't think this is the exact same or the exact way they wanted their early game to play out.
That's true. It feels like the early game they were thinking about maybe kind of revolved on them invading more compared to this. So far, it is going to be the push.
And Yue will not be able to survive that. Demon Kite onto 2 members right under the turret. A successful trade in favor of Aurora.
That's 2 great entries by Demon Kite earlier for the turtle and now for that double kill. Well, that 1 kill because Renegade got the other one. Oh, SOD!
Big J! He wants to fight early into this game, but Demon Kite will just run away.
Big J have been very proactive in just throwing out those SODs, perfectly timed as well. Really pushing it. Big footloose move here from Demon Kite as well. Just pushing Omega, keeping them on their toes.
Yeah, that's the right play. Aurora now going topside. This Jome committed the SOD. I think Super Yoshi needs to be a bit more careful with who he tosses, and Omega need to consider that if Super Yoshi goes for the pickoff, expect that Demon Kite will be coming in for the late entry. Watch your positioning and make sure you have the right resources to stop the Joy when the Joy comes in.
Yeah, not even the members in the backlines of Smart Omega will be safe if they decide to pick a fight in a position that's very accessible for Demon Kite to go in. So now it is going to be Aurora who will be setting up for the turtle first.
Yep, big setup here for Aurora. Starting it off, Luis can't even get to position.
He's being
Here's
poked
Yoshi.
out. Edward, will he be the recipient of the ejector? Oh, it doesn't connect. Now Super Yoshi no longer will be able to set up, and he gets taken down by Aurora just as they were able to take the objective.
Oh, things are going getting out of hand here for Omega as Aurora now have found a comfortable way to team fight, playing around the ultimate of the Faramis, although Yue didn't need to pop it there. Just go for the collapse. Glorious pathway, crash in alongside Phoveus as well. And Omega will have to back off as their front line is very reliant on the Edith.
Here we go. We're setting it up again once more for a big push on top.
Yeah.
We'll see if there's going to be anything coming out of here. Demon Kite feeling like exactly where we were earlier with Jome on that Granger.
And it doesn't seem like Renegade has been the target for all these tosses just yet. It's like, even in the previous sequence, it was Edward, which Super Yoshi decided to use the ejector on, but this is a guy who has multiple ways to immune himself from those kinds of attempts. So far, the setups for Smart Omega haven't been working just yet.
Not quite yet. Then again, the big question is, when will it actually work? Because usually the Jawhead, you get that because of early game, right?
Yeah.
But now the early game is out. So the big question is, can Super Yoshi pull off another big one so they can get Omega back on the field? Right now, they're behind by 2.5K.
Yeah. I mean, thinking about it, right? Dominkite, even if he gets to find him later on, he's on Purify. If he doesn't go for Dominkite, whoever else gets targeted has the Nether Realm from Yue.
Yeah.
So they have multiple ways to just save each other, if not save themselves from the threat of being picked off. So I don't know, it's kind of tricky for Super Yoshi, honestly.
Yeah, I think Omega also need to consider that the pick-off of Super Yoshi might just be a initial force out of abilities, and then that's when they'll go for the full engage.
Yeah.
Because it might be tough for them if they're just going to go full blast onto one, unless it's something really high profile, like say it's a Demon Kite that you cash out. Of course, you're going to want to commit it to everything there, or maybe potentially Dominkite, but he does have the Purify. So I think they need to recalibrate when Super Yoshi gets a pick off. Don't fully commit just yet, save some stuff, then go for the re-engage.
Yeah, think about Luis as well. He also oh my goodness!
Big J with a steal!
What is with Big J and the Spear of Destructions recently?
He's Jome line right now.
Like, if not the purple buff nearly getting stolen, it's the turtle actually getting stolen by Omega. And they were being zoned out so well too, so you would think they had zero chances of getting that objective.
Wow. All of that work for basically giving over a turtle. That's gotta sting a little bit. And Big J, while all this is happening, is also getting the gold from the lanes. So that's, I mean, they're behind, but you know what? The gold is going to the right people here for Omega.
Actually, now that you mentioned it, he does need to catch up a bit in terms of gold up compared to the other members, especially for the members of Aurora who have been snowballing. But look at this. Look at this closely. This very unexpected SOD.
Yeah. Super slow motion. It wasn't even the spear itself. It was just the, what do you call that? The collateral damage.
Yeah, it's the passive. Since it hit Dominkite, the damage that comes out through the back of the target of Spear of Destruction, that's the one that got hit. And Omega, my goodness. Jome just estimated that. I think he decided to think, they got a bit of info on the life. The members of Omega were pushed back, and in that moment, Jome was thinking, okay, I'll toss this now. This might be the right time, and it was.
Was that purely game sense, really?
100%, right? I mean, you only get that from playing so many games.
Yeah.
And knowing your hero well, knowing your enemy well as well.
And that's why they picked up the Moskov too. Despite all that bans from Aurora earlier in the draft, or despite the other options being available too. So, all right. So far, Smart Omega does need to do some catching up, but I feel like since they have the Moskov in their hands, they have multiple ways to play around the map either way.
And playing the map, they are doing that right now as well, with just Big J on the bottom and the rest of Omega trying to taunt into another objective fight. This time, it's a Lord.
Don't tell me another SOD will be coming in.
I think he's gonna walk.
First, because Luis, nearly gets bursted down. Glorious pathway used here by Red J. Oh, now they secure it and make sure they won't be able to hand it over. But Adori actually went in, now gets taken down, and the double kill goes into the hands of Dominkite.
Whoa, miscalculation there by Jome and Andoryu to go back in.
That's like a night and day difference from what we saw earlier. Perfect decision making in the first one, and this one, it was just a disaster.
I didn't see exactly which angle Andoryu came from, but that was a very risky play to do, considering just how much in the lead Aurora is. And he's actually behind in terms of levels against Demon Kite, so even the retribution won't be equal for both of them.
Oh, and Demon Kite, Dominkite rather, in the same position where we saw Jome earlier, feeling very confident on that Granger, while the rest of the team are following it up, seeing if they can catch someone else off guard in these bushes.
Yeah. Remember when the RORA started screaming when Edward got his hands on the Phobius?
Yep.
This is why.
This is why.
And now,
Now you see the exact explanation and reason. Tribal Wrath already used by Lewis. Spear of Mystery used onto Renegade just to push him away. But the Holy Shields will be popped already. Super Yoshi, will get caught there by Yue. Forced out the flicker, so there won't be any flicker ejector plays from Super Yoshi in the next few minutes or seconds.
undefeated in the season so far is Edward with his Phobius. 2 wins, could be on the way to the 3rd, and with Aurora fully in control, fully built for this the Granger. Still on the way to the 4th item for the Moskov. It's gonna be a climb here for Omega to come back if they can.
Big climb here. Let's have a look at the replay here of how they actually pulled off that Lord
Okay,
take.
where did Andorra come from?
And Andorra was concealed. He went in. Blade Surge tried to retreat. I think he was crowd controlled at the moment. Jome just decided to back him up. So it was because Andorra tried to go for the Lord Steal. Yeah, unfortunately, it looked like he was just crowd controlled while he was trying to go for the Retribution.
Yeah, right after the jump, he was crowd controlled in that specific moment. Which normally you'll try to go retry while you're on an iframe. That time around, he was not able to pull it off.
I also feel like the timing was kind of forced since the members of Aurora already spotted him out.
Yeah.
It was a bit too early to go in and attempt for even the Soul Sever Requie combination.
He just walked straight up, didn't even like try anything fancy.
Yeah, it looked like at that moment he was just trying to go in for the steal.
Yeah.
And however, what it looked like it wasn't communicated properly between Omega is if Jome should still join in or not once the SOD hits. Because the other members of Omega were already going back. They were already on the way back. They were quite a distance away from the Lord.
Miscom is going to cost him quite a bit. We will see them set up for another one here. Luis getting taken out quite quickly.
Wasn't able to even use the Primal Wrath, and not a second time around. They immediately take down the Lord, and with Luis taken out, how does Omega find their way in?
That's a big question here. They're definitely going to have to do it the same way they did earlier. Fight inside the base. Man, so hard to take these fights. But you think about it, you know what? The Faramis pick is pretty good. If they're already expecting a Moskov, the Moskov can't pull the trigger if there's a Netherrealm.
How many times did we see the Netherrealm already in this game? It doesn't feel like they had to use it.
Maybe 3 times, 2 times. They didn't have to pull it too much, you're right.
Yeah. Okay, Aurora, Granger's super locked in, only up to Athena's shield is the Edith. The front line of Omega right now is paper, and it's just gonna get blasted. I think Aurora should be able to end it with this siege.
We get that paper here. Bottom side is Lord, mid is Aurora. Let's see what they're gonna do.
Okay, 1 base turret already down for Smart Omega. Demon Kite also works on the waves up top. But Smart Omega might actually get to work on this Lord. They have sufficient wave clear, but Aurora are just waiting for the minion waves here in the mid lane. Primal Wrath already used by Luis, and they successfully get to defend and hold on a bit longer. Let's see who goes for the engage
Demon
first, though,
Kite!
because Demon Kite forces out the flicker once again from Super Yoshi. That was a surprise attempt from Aurora.
Yep, but Omega are able to defend. They almost took down Super Yoshi in a blast. Crazy amount of damage dished out by Demon Kite. And again, that's Super Yoshi with Athena's shield already. Just goes to show how massive the lead is here for Aurora. Another minion wave coming in. If Omega give Aurora an opening, they're going to go for it.
No flicker for Super Yoshi, so there might be no chances of him making it out alive. That's the Eternal Guard also used by Ukir. But they can only do so much. They gain access to Jome, but Luis with a beautiful onward Earth Shatter combo onto Edward, but he gets to immune himself just in time. And now they take out 3 members from the barangay. Renegade,
Wait a second.
because Jome will get a double kill too. So that's a 3-for-2 trade so far.
3 for 2. Actually, I think it was a... They took out more. Yue just spawned because of the passive really quickly.
Yeah.
So, man, that was a lot from Omega, but I don't think that's going to be enough here to stop RORA at this point.
Yeah. They take out 2.
Wait a second.
Dormant Kite with the immortality buy, though. No, and Jome is still going at it, looking for Yue, and he gets it.
Somebody stop him!
Oh my goodness, on the Moskov, we cannot doubt Big J.
The interim captain of Smart Omega playing like a man possessed.
Really is. He looked like he was just ready to take him regardless of the number of people, number of bodies walking up on the map.
Oh my goodness, and what better timing? There was a Lord all along. Edward going in, Ready J trying to look for the targets, but who will be able to secure it? Edward! It's Edward with the last hit!
No way!
The retributions weren't as on point. Demon God and Doryu brought it out at the same time, but somehow, someway, Mr. Consistent with more surprises. He gets the last hit on the Lord.
Mr. Consistent be like, did you guys forget about me? My goodness.
Who would have thought, right? They were down by 2 members who were just on their way to the Lord Pit. And still they get the objective.
And Omega handled that as well as he could. You saw Demon Cat was locked down for some time. His crowd control lockdown went out for him to be able to retribution. Omega's targeting was correct, but somehow, by a stroke of luck, they lost that Lord take.
Okay. But it's a successful defense though for Smart Omega.
Felt like it could have been the ticket for Omega to walk out to the base finally after so many minutes of defending from inside.
Whoa. I didn't notice. We were already 17 minutes in.
I'm just gonna look at you menacingly.
we're on the road to another long game, honestly.
Very long game here.
I mean, Omega, to be fair, they're holding out pretty well. It's just that
They're in a good position. I think they're very spicy now. They have like 6 items for most of their members.
Oh, hold on.
Zio.
What's the plan? Ha!
Hit!
SOD connects! And they go for Edward this time.
Demon
He
Kite!
needs to immune himself though because Demon Kite will be coming in, taking down Big J. Adore you! Dodging the Death Sonata, but just barely because Ukir will be the trade instead. And unfortunately, this might just be it. It's only Luis and Adoryu left to defend.
The far late entry of Demon Kite coming in the clutch yet again. Earlier it was Nolan, now it was Joy.
And with the NetherRealm used aggressively, they will march their way towards victory. Adoryu doing the best he can, but that can only do so much because the lights of the Auroras will be shining bright once more. They take the win 2-1.
What a victory here for Aurora. A very well-earned victory despite a rampaging Smart Omega here in game number 3.
What a series. Omega's win streak never really got off to fly. They go 1 win and then straight to another loss, but it was a damn good fight that they showed off against Aurora.
It was.
Big J, he is possessed this season. Big J is back.
Big J is back and better than ever. Will not be enough to take the win, at least for now, but we are seeing a lot of spark. Omega starting to really get back onto their feet after that rocky week 1.
Even without the win, I'm pretty sure Smart Omega, after this, are hopeful than ever. They've put up a really great fight against Aurora. And even despite not continuing the winning streak, they will definitely be a team to watch out for in the coming weeks.
Definitely a lot of hope for the kabarangays here all around the world. They can see signs of life this time around. They can see the spark. They can see a possible comeback. And who better to come back than Smart Omega historically in MPL?
Right. They've had this, what do you call that? They've had this reputation of coming in late and just suddenly performing really, really well. So no one can tell what the barangay has in store for us.
Well, you know what they say. Better late than never. But for the meantime, it is going to be lights overwhelming them. This time around, let's throw it over the stage for our endgame interview.
Undefeated. It is your winners, Aurora Gaming. Gentlemen, congratulations with that match win. You are standing at 4 wins and 0 losses. Edward, kanina lang yung play, it was already a dire situation. You didn't have any retribution. Pero parang may retry ka kanina. Nung pinakaba mo lahat eh. Pinakaba mo lahat. I didn't understand what was happening. Pero talk to us, what was going through your head during the time na nakuha mo yung Lord?
Pati pa ako kinabahan nun eh. Ano lang eh, sakto lang yata may nag-touch doon tapos yung nung nag-ulti ako doon tumama yung ulti ko sa may bandang Lord. So, ayun, tsamba lang nakuha ko yung Lord.
Tsamba lang pero
What are the
napabilib mo.
odds?
Napabilib mo sobrang dami.
Humble lang tawag doon, Hans.
I feel like another thing na gusto ko rin itanong sa'yo is that you're really close to achieving a milestone. Tinatawag ka ng napakarami as Mr. Consistent. You've had a lot of monikers. How do you stay consistent? Bakit hanggang ngayon ganito ka pa rin maglaro? Meron bang secret? Ano bang tips na may bibigay mo sa lahat ng mga manonood?
Actually, practice lang ganun. To add lang, kulelat ako ng game to eh. Hindi consistent. Inconsistently inconsistent.
Hey, you know what? Consistency is gonna be the key. Pero wala humble talaga si Edward. Wala tayong magagawa doon, right?
Ngayon naman, kausapin natin si Domeng Kite. Oh, ang daming fans. Okay, Domeng Kite, congrats on your win today. Pero pag-usapan naman natin yung next week kasi next week you'll be facing off against Team Liquid Philippines. Ano ang aabangan namin sa Kite Brothers versus Baby Cakes Duo?
Pagtabihin mo. Sige, pagtabihin mo.
Ano ang kabang-abang sa duo nyo?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ayun, sabi ni Kate, maganda daw sila.
Maghanda daw sila. Doon na natin iiwanan yon, I guess. I'm sure that everything else is going well. Renze, I also want to talk to you about something kasi yung leadership being the captain of this team led to a 4-0 start. Did you expect this during the start of the season?
Hindi po. Pero yung expect ko kasi syempre yung mas maganda yung mapapakita namin kasi marami kaming experience na na kailangan namin improve. So, yun. Ngayon medyo di ko alam kung good sila laro namin pero yun, re-review na lang namin mamaya.
And those reviews led to a win. With that being said, once again, your winners, Aurora Gaming! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that 4th straight match win, you may now take your bow. An incredible performance coming in from Aurora. Napakahigpit nung laban. Sabi nga sa akin, lumakas na daw lahat ng teams but they have proven to be stronger.
The lights within were shining through for the Auroras and I can't wait to see kung tuloy-tuloy na ba tong momentum nila.
Well, itutuloy din natin ang mga laban maya-maya lamang but we will be tossing it over to our casters to know more about their thoughts.
Okay, they're not always going to be getting the wins. They're not always going to be getting the dominant games, but they're getting the match wins non-stop here. Still a win streak for Aurora despite everything that people are saying.
Yeah, I do really agree with what was mentioned by our host that a lot of teams definitely have been stepping up. AP.Bren, they're able to get a game away from Aurora. Even Omega just now able to get a game away from Aurora, but in the end, the way Aurora's just able to adjust on the fly. And this guy, that Lord Steal, really.
Yeah, undefeated on this Phoveus, and somehow, some way, I think at that point with everything going on, he just decided to press buttons and he went, huh, I got the Lord, cool, let's fight. 2, 3, and 10 for Edward, and yeah, it just goes to show how much he understands how to play with this Phoveus to great effect. Similar to last season, even in MPL Philippines, this Phoveus alongside the Edith was one of his iconic picks.
Yeah.
So consistent is Edward with Phoveus.
Consistent in at least contributing so much to the team fights. Not always the flashiest player, right? Not always the guy that you're going to have to keep your eyes on. But when you do leave your eyes for a second, he does so much.
Yeah, and on the other hand, it feels like Smart, Omega, and their setters, it felt like at every single moment in the game, Aurora was watching them. They weren't able to really take Aurora by surprise or go for the pickups.
Yeah, exactly.
Even during like moments where in Super Yoshi had the flicker, Aurora would decide to engage in first and then he'd be forced to use it to get away instead.
Yeah.
So,
And hey, that's also another undefeated hero for Aurora, the High Loss of Renegade.
Alright.
Still standing tall now at 4-0.
4-0, boy.
4-0 on the High Loss and 3-0 for the Phobies of Edward.
Impressive, impressive. And I would say that, you know what, the streak will just keep going if they just do this. They do recognize that they have a lot to learn from this one. The Barangay was not a pushover in this game. And I think they really do earn a lot of respect from all the people watching. Definitely the teams fighting in them next week are going to be watching this and studying their each and every moves because they almost broke the streak here for Aurora.
salute to Big J. I swear, the way he played tonight, Renmar described him as a guy who was possessed or out of his mind even. On that Moskov with nearly the game-saving play, but unfortunately they couldn't really convert it into anything. Or I think that was the moment when they were supposed to convert it into the Lord, which was stolen away from them.
Yeah. I think also near the end there, Omega so excited and so eager to get a turnaround play, to force something, make something happen. Still, good call. It's better than just standing around and being reactive, but they didn't check Demon Kite well enough yet again. Again, going back to game number 1, his Nolan was able to find the right angle to turn that siege around. Now in this second game, in the final team fight that we saw break off in the center of the map, they didn't watch out and take care for Demon Kite's late entry straight to the back line that broke the formation of Omega and took away any advantage they had, being the initiators of the last major team fight sequence.
18 minutes in this game is really something. I feel like it went a little longer, or maybe it was because of the hype moments that Big J was throwing at us, where we thought, you know what, something could happen here, but didn't. And so far, I would say it was consistency as well in keeping everyone alive. You were doing a good job here.
Yeah.
Making sure no one, or less people actually died. Like, it felt like Omega was just eating everyone up.
I think in the first objective, right, there was the Netherrealm, which was used by Yue, which I don't know if some would consider unnecessary because Demon Kite was already able to get away.
Yeah.
But he still did use it just to make sure. And even despite that first time which we saw him use it, that didn't happen again. It was always well-timed Netherrealms right after that. So it allowed all his teammates to perform this well. Even Doming Kite was once again is the rich guy. This time not on a Granger, but he is.
He is on
a
a
Granger.
Yep.
So there's there's something about Granger in this series.
And there's something about Doming Kite. 3 games. DPI rich guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, even when they lost.
Yeah, again, this is what we were talking about earlier, that Aurora just really know to find farm. And again, going back to MPL Philippines Season 11, this is what we were talking about, Doming Kite. Back when he was just doming, he somehow finds farm. Even with the record that they had then, when you look back at the highest GPM or the highest gold earned, it would actually be doming there in the top 3, top 4. And at that time, that then Minana Evo squad were at the near bottom of the standings. They didn't make it into the playoffs in their first going. So still, Doming Kite is just really good at being able to find farm when you least expect him to.
I think his fundamentals really ingrained into him. It
Yeah.
makes him such a valuable player, basically for any team. And he really did show it in this game, or this match specifically. So good job to Aurora, keeping up their win streak. Very impressive and very difficult to do, especially in this landscape, especially in the economy that we have right now in MLBB, where it's just so hard to survive and stay on top. We saw Onic kind of falter for that one.
Yeah.
And speaking of Onic,
Speaking of,
we're going to see them play a little bit later as well. That's something that a lot of people are still looking forward to.
we have only a few minutes left before the next series officially begins. And that is the star match of the day.
Yes.
I can see how you're looking at me from here. But this is one thing I know a lot of us are looking forward to. I'm excited to watch it too.
It's going to be something. It's TLPH versus Onic Philippines. It has been a pleasure casting that free game, 30-minute, 18-minute, 17-minute, 25-minute series game with you guys. I am Rockhart, this is Brigida, and this is Renmar. We're going to be seeing a lot more of you guys later on. But for the meantime, I hope you guys have popcorn ready. I hope you guys have all of your dinner, because it is going to be championship teams fighting each other later on. Don't miss that. We'll be back in just a few moments. But for the meantime, let's throw it over to the stage. We got a few stuff being brought to us by our host.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. It was a pretty intense of a series, pero ngayon, it's time for another edition of the MLBB Golden Month Celebration.
And here to join us is none other than Side!
Give him a round of applause, guys. Side, welcome.
Woo!
Hello, hello. Halika
The
na dito
hero
sa
stage, Side!
Huwag ka dyan mag-hide. Dito ka sa gitna.
Ganun ba?
Yan,
Sorry,
dito ka sa
sorry.
gitna. Alright, so just in case, I know you're a content creator, but for everybody who doesn't know you just yet, what do you usually do?
Ako po pala si Said, tapos YouTuber po ako. Gumagawa po ng mga videos sa YouTube, usually 10 minutes. At ang mga ginagawa ko usually is mga challenges. So yung mga last videos ko, kunwari, 5 matanda versus 5 bata, ganyan.
Adventurous pala si Side.
Ikaw pala yun. Siguro mataba yung utak mo. Malawak ang imagination. I feel it. And I think we're gonna need more people na ganun din. Alright? Out of this world ang imagination. So we're gonna be looking at potentially 10 people. Kasi may chance sa kayong manalo as of this moment. Pwede bang makakita ng show of hands? Taas ang kamay ng mga gustong sumali? Alright? Yung mga first-timers dyan, welcome to MPL Philippines. May nakikita ako dun, no? Ayun. Saan pa? Saan pa? Dito sa kabila. Dito sa kabila.
Okay,
Parang
we
ang
need
daming
10
representatives
people.
lately,
Mas energetic dito.
Mas energetic dito, no? Nararamdaman ko rin. Sige.
Ayan.
Akbang na kayo dito. Yung nandiyan sa kabila. Meron pa ba? Ayun, ayun. Ayun, oh. Ayun yung nasa dulo. O, sige. Kumpleto na ba tayo? Ladies, gentlemen, please. Rekta po tayo dito sa stage. Side, dito tayo sa kanan. Okay? Yan, and then occupy the one right over there at the middle. O, sige.
Ayan, 10 na ba sila?
Hindi na natin ipapaligoy-ligoy pa. Guys, welcome. I wanna know your names, okay? So, name, tapos taga saan kayo. Alright, go. Kasama ka rin ba? Kasama ka rin. O, sige, go on.
My name is Jeremiah from Taimik.
My name is Rain galing from Taytay.
My name is Deo from San Juan City.
My name is Kyra. I'm from Quezon City.
Angel from San Mateo, Rizal.
Grabe, daming fun.
May mga supporters.
Daming fans.
Angelica from Quezon City.
My name is Hubert from Sacramento, California.
Okay.
International.
Blaze from Cainta.
Marex from Las Piñas.
Marlon from Cainta.
O, di ba nadayo na ako sa kabila? Sige, balik na ako dito. Okay, so ganito lang ang gagawin, guys. Alright, we're gonna be asking you some questions, pero 3 lang ang mananalo ng ating surprise. So, each of you has like, I don't know, 10% chance to win. Pero malaki-laki na rin yun, considering na 10 kayo nandito. But before that, Site, dito na kita ilalagay sa gitna.
Okay, ano ba gagawin natin?
Ibigay mo muna sa akin yan.
Sige.
Kasi ituturo sa inyo ni Site yung sayaw. Okay? Yung sayaw. So, Site, yung mic, dito ka banda. Ipakita mo na sa kanila yung steps. Step 1.
Okay, step 1.
Right, left, right, left, right. Okay. Next step. Step 2. Okay, laba.
Para naglalaba lang.
Oh, balik sa step 1.
Balik.
Left, right. Tapos?
1 minute.
Yon. Tapos, yan. Yung ring, okay? So, kung ano yung winan nyo, ganon din yung dulo. Okay? So, gawin natin ang buo.
Okay,
markings lang. Okay, markings.
1,
2, 3, go. Left, right, laba. Hey, left, right. 1 minute. Okay. Sige, ready ka na?
Okay.
Iiwan kita dyan, ha? Joke lang, hindi kasama ako. Sige, ready na kayo? Ready? Okay.
Okay, sabay-sabay tayo.
Sabay tayo. In 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone.
One more.
Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone.
Last one.
Maglaro ka lang ng 10 p.m. kada gabi. Hanggang sa 3 a.m. tayo mag-MLBB.
Okay na. Okay na, Side. Sight, as your...
Grabe.
Grabe, parang ano Sige, dito ka na. Dito ka na banda. Dito ka na banda. So alam nyo na guys, since nagawa nyo na yon, hindi naman pwedeng sumayaw lang kayo dito sa gitna, di ba? Siyempre, mas gusto nyo manalo. Di ba? Mas gusto nyo manalo. So, Sight, I'm gonna be giving this to you right away. Kalusi, ikaw na bahala mag-go Ikaw na bahala mag-go.
Yes,
Reminder
lang
actually.
na hintayin nyo muna mag-go kami bago kayo sumagot at kailangan nyong isigaw yung Golden Month.
Okay.
Yung pinakaunang sumigaw ng Golden Month, siya yung may unang chance sasagutin yung tanong. Okay?
Sige.
Kuha ba?
Sige. So for example, go! Yan. Nakuha mo. Sayang, wala pa akong tanong eh. Sayang. Pero sige. Okay lang, Sight. Handa ka na ba sa pinaka-importanting tanong ng buhay mo? Let's do it. Question number 1.
Name 2 hashtags related to MLBB Golden Month.
Okay,
Sige,
one
isa pa
more
nga, isa
time.
pa.
Name 2 hashtags related to MLBB Golden Month.
Parang maganda yung tanong, no?
Okay, ready na ba? In 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay. Sige, dito tayo.
Prepared siya.
Alright. Madam, ano po ang isa sa mga hashtags?
Hashtag MLBB Golden Month. Tapos, hashtag MLBB 1.
Grabe. Hashtag MLBB Golden Month. Hashtag 1 minute. Ito na ba yun? Ito na ba yun? Sight, tama ba yung sinabi niya?
Tama.
The answer is correct! Congratulations! Please make your way right over here to our side. Ikaw na ang isa sa ating mga winners, guys. Hindi sa pinipressure ko kayo, pero dalawa na lang. Okay,
Kaya pa
dalawa na
yan.
lang. So, okay?
Kaya ba?
Yan. Compress kayo ng konti. Daan banda. Beautiful. Sige, Sight. Itanong mo na yung pangalawa.
Okay, pangalawang question guys. What is the name of our spinning activity?
Spinning activity. Okay?
Okay,
What?
isa pa. One more time.
Sige, isa
Isa pa. What is the name of our spinning activity?
Interesting. Okay, kung ready na kayo, in 3, 2, 1, go!
Golden
Okay.
man. Dito sa gitna.
Confidence
Punta ako
siya.
sa gitna. Okay, what is the name of the spinning activity?
Dazzling Golden Spin.
Dazzling Golden Spin. Sight, is Dazzling Golden Spin correct?
Tama!
The answer is correct! Congratulations! Grabe.
Dalawa na yung winners natin,
Dalawa na.
Hans. Isa na lang.
Guys, sorry Ito na talaga yung pressure. Hindi sa pinipressure ko kayo, pero dapat ma-pressure na kayo. Pero ito na.
Ito na yun.
Last question. Okay, Sight, ikaw nang bahala.
Okay, for the last question. Who is your favorite hero in MLBB and why?
Who is your favorite hero in MLBB and why? Gusto mo ba ako yung mag-go o ikaw?
Sabay tayo, Hans.
O sige, sabay tayo.
Okay, sige.
O, sige.
In 3, 2, 1,
2, 1,
go!
Ang hirap, ang hirap.
Paano yun?
Isa pa natin isa pa natin.
Isa pa.
natin. Go! O, dito ako.
Ay,
Dito
okay,
ako.
prepared.
Dito
Kailangan
ako, di ba?
handa.
Nagreklamo
Di
wala
ba?
daw 1, 2, 3.
Ayos.
O sige, sino ang paborito mong MLBB hero at bakit? Asan ang fans? Asan ang fans?
Maraming kasama.
Please.
Si Nana, saka si Cyclops.
Si Nana at si Cyclops. Bakit sila?
Kasi yung jowa ko kailangan ng support. So, kailangan niya na.
Si Nana at si Cyclops dahil daw yung jowa ay kailangan ng support. Sight, is Nana and Cyclops MLBB heroes?
Oo naman.
Oo naman! It's correct! Congratulations! Please make your way. Grabe. Girl power ang winners natin for today. Pero guys, huwag kayong mag-alala because you still have won some consolation prizes courtesy of MLBB Golden Month. So please, take one side. Go ahead and land on the others. Yan, punta ka na
Ang
dun sa
ganda,
kabila.
may backpack pa rin sila.
Yan, para may gagamitin na kayo all the time whenever you go here. Congratulations, guys. Palakpakan naman natin sila for being such good sports. Thank you so much. Yan.
Okay,
Compress
isang
kayo
ano
ulit.
muna tayo?
And then look at the
Sure?
camera. Beautiful. Ayun. There we finally have it, guys. Maraming salamat. Please make your way off the stage.
Thank you so much.
At nakuha na natin yan. Thank you. Thank you, Sight.
Okay, for our 3 winners naman,
Yan,
punta
pwede na
muna
po
kayo
kayong
dito
gumitna.
sa harap. And congratulations!
Congratulations po sa inyo. Grabe, nirapan mo naman kasi yung tanong.
Yun yung binigay nyo eh.
Sa bagay. Okay, sige. Can we ask for your names again?
I'm Angelica po. Kyra, Angel.
Okay, Angelica, Kyra, and Angel. The gist is, panalo na kayo. Okay, panalo na kayo. But you're gonna have to dance again. Kasi wala eh. Di ba? Akala nyo siguro medyo madali. Ibig sabihin nun, Side, ikaw din. Okay, ikaw din. Sige.
Kaya yan ni
natago mo
Sai,
na.
syempre.
Sige.
Okay.
Bibitaw na.
Ready na.
Hindi, sige, go. Akong bahala sa'yo. Handa ka na ba, Side? Handa ka na in 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, and...
Mamimigay ng cellphone,
Okay.
mamimigay ng cellphone,
Okay.
mamimigay ng cellphone.
Okay.
1 minute, 1 phone.
Last one.
Mamimigay ng cellphone,
Okay.
mamimigay ng cellphone,
Energy.
mamimigay ng cellphone.
Okay.
1 minute, 1 phone.
Yun na yun.
Maglaro ka lang.
Ibigay na natin ang ating mga surprises para sa ating mga fans. Site, you know what? I'll just hold on to this. Ibigay mo na sa kanila ang mga papremyo. Ladies, congratulations. You have gotten some sweet prizes from the MLBB Golden Month. Ayan na. Hawak nyo na. Site, alam mo na to. Wala eh. Kanina kasi markings lang yon. Pero ngayon, hawak nyo na yung prizes natin. So, Kalusi, parang kailangan pasayawin ulit
Isa
natin,
pa,
no? Isa pa,
syempre.
Side, sorry Ikaw yung walang surprise, pero ikaw yung sasayaw na 3 beses. Okay na yan.
Okay daw,
Ladies, you
sabi ni
ready?
Sai.
One more? Isa pa.
One more
Sige.
time.
5, 6, 7, and...
Mamimigay ng cellphone,
Okay.
mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute,
Turo.
1 phone.
Yun.
Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay
Lower.
ng cellphone,
Nice one.
mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Maglaro
There
ka
we
lang.
finally have it. Congratulations, ladies!
Congratulations!
Maraming salamat for participating. You may now exit the stage. Palakpakan naman natin ang ating mga winners. Thank you so much. Please head down to the stage already. Thank you po. Thank you. Yan, maaari na po silang makababa. Salamat. At 3 winners na naman, Site, ang nakuha natin na nanalo. At dahil yun sa'yo.
Wow.
Okay, na-realize mo ba kung ano ang dala-dala mo ngayon?
Mukhang may calling ka for dancing,
Right.
Side.
Awa.
Oo, dagdag mo na yan sa mga
Puso ginado
content
na.
mo.
Seryoso
Yan.
ba? Lakas.
Hindi, pero hindi Actually, I know that you have something else to say, right? So ano masasabi mo sa lahat ng ating mga fans?
Guys, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Ako nga pala si Said at gusto lang po sabihin sa inyo na sana manood, makisali at sumayaw at sumupresa kayo sa MPL Arena. Punta lang kayo dito at manood ng live para kayo rin ay makakuha ng mga pasurpresa. Huwag kalimutan na maglaro ng MLBB from 10 p.m. until 3 a.m. para sa in-game Golden Month celebration natin para sa mga sorpresa na maaari nyo mapanalunan.
There we finally have it, Site. Maraming salamat. Not bad for your first hosting experience. Diba? Hindi naman sama. Yan ang pinag-uusapan natin. But as of this moment, I'm sure na hinihintay yun yung ating mga susunod na laban. So, in behalf of Kalusi, my name is Hans Galleria at magbabalik ang MPL Philippines.
One more time!
Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Maglaro ka lang ng 10 p.m. kada gabi. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC
Season 2.
Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone.
Ilang papostura lang ako ah. Mamimigay ng phone. Ayos. Hindi ako na-stolen, Kir. Ready ang postura. Shoutout sa watch party ng Omega. Shoutout din sa mga MDL namin, sa boss namin sa Omega. Thankful ako sa inyo. Pag nakuha natin yung first turtle, akin na itong laro na to. Pero joke lang yun. GG, akin na.
Thank you, Chico.
GG!
Kahit nakatingin ka. Meng, tingin Meng. Uli 5 Meng, oh. Renny pumasok sa 3. Domeng pumasok sa 5. Hello, Philippines. We love you. We love you, eh. It's like nothing he can do. Di si Doc Meng yan, si Domeng yan. Let's go, boy. Tingin lang sa akin, boy, ah.
Huli sa akin 5 dito, pre. Parang ready dito, pre. Pumasok na sa 3 to talaga to. Gin Phoenix number 1. Meng, ano English ang Tagalog, Meng?
Check. Mamimigay ng cellphone. Ang hina mo. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay. Bibigyan akong cellphone ito. Sumayaw kami kanina, baka bibigyan kami. Ano yan, mamimigay sila ng cellphone? Pahingi ng cellphone.
Lagi mo isipin yung mga pangarap natin, pre. Mind over matter lang yan, pre. Kabukol yata yan, pre. Isa po, Jojo. Ay, sa kanya. G. Kala ko magkampi tayo, pre. Opya.
Defeat GG-Bren! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Only Facebook or Only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. So matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Appreciate. Makuha mo kahit? Kuha. Out. Nice one. Kalma. Love your work. Huwag ka mag-ulti, we. Likod, pre. Likod. Jump. Nasa edit din ako. Sige, dyan ka kahit. Nasa edit din ako. Okay, patay sa akin to. Nasa edit din. Matagal ka pa? Angat ko na.
Fresh off of a 3-match slobber knocker, Aurora takes the game against Smart Omega. Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 15. Leo, Rocker, Remar Santa Cruz bringing you tonight's final best of 3, wherein we relive and redefine a world-class rivalry. It's Team Liquid Philippines versus Onic PH. Gentlemen, are you ready for our star match of the week?
I mean, Brigid already kind of prepped us, you know. you kind of just get into the groove once you have a free match series averaging 20 plus minutes.
I was born ready. As you know, I was born premature and they had to resuscitate me, which they will need to do at the end of the series because I'm ready to lose my absolute mind.
Fact, man does not lie. In about 15 minutes, we are going to witness 2 world champions, M4 versus M6, collide on this very stage here in Makati City in the MPL Arena. If you haven't yet, please do pick up tickets to Day 3. You're going to see one of these teams in action up against the former MDL champions in AP.Bren, who are still currently winless. So imagine that. It's a David versus Goliath match that you could get to see live if you get your tickets now. Real quick, let me tell you all about the Athena Cup. It's happening right now. This is an exclusive league for female pro players and the official qualifier for the MLBB Women's Invitational.
That's right, the tournament will be taking place from March 7 to May 27, so let's all support this growing league that empowers more women to become esports pros.
Yeah. I'm so happy that the women's scene has gotten a lot of not just local but international love as well. Of course, we remember what happened in MWI last year, and the women's teams all over the world, they've really been stepping it up. They're gunning to be women's world champions.
Some of the greatest stories told in MLBB esports were told in that very tournament, MWI 2024. This is the start of another chapter in that long chronicle that is women's esports in MLBB. Now, you could join the MSL Collegiate Cup Season 2. There is a 500,000 peso prize pool with up to $1 million. That's right, $1 million diamonds waiting for you, and an opportunity to qualify for MDL Season 6 this August. Visit the MSL Collegiate Cup Facebook page or go to the website to register. Now, Rockar, what would you do with $1 million diamonds?
I would buy each and every emote in the game.
I think you'd have change.
What?
You should. You should have change because there's not a crazy amount of emotes. There's a lot more you can buy. You can buy the entire shop with $1 million diamonds.
You would be a world collector times 3.
I'm happy with the emotes. I just like to...
Oh yeah, all the really cute stuff. I will get all the skins for heroes I don't even use, and roll for the really good ones. And after that, I'll probably be left with nothing, and still only get one skin.
You could gift us skins.
You can gift them.
I should do that instead. Yeah, I should spread the blessings of skins.
Hey, it's all about giving here, and we're about to give you guys the lowdown on the current standings of MPL Philippines Season 15. Real quick, starting with the match that just went down, the second match of the day in the triple header. Daunting helps keep Aurora undefeated. What's the record now? 4-0?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
4-0. Similar with the team going up on stage right now in Team Liquid. Also 4-0, except, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, Aurora has dropped one game more. Game, not series.
Game.
To this team right here.
To this team right
That's
here,
right.
exactly.
And their win rates, despite, as much as people are going to say consistently inconsistent, they're still getting the dubs. And I think that's really what matters at the end, right?
Try saying that 5 times straight. Don't. I'm just saying, like, consistently inconsistent. It becomes an oxymoron given how locally they are a dominant force. So who will shut out the Northern Lights? Well, we don't know just yet, given there are about 5 weeks left in MPL Philippines. Here's a quick look at the standings brought to us by Infinix. Sitting up top, of course, one half of the Titans of MLBB. They'll be in action tonight, Team Liquid Philippines. So they are equal now. I thought Liquid was ahead. If they win tonight, they'd be ahead.
Yep. They're ahead in net game wins by 2.
And
Yeah,
by points,
by
if
points.
they win tonight.
The points really do have a big impact, though, right? I mean, 2-1, 2-0. It's just really big.
Yeah, don't forget, however, in the league, as we've done so for a long time, you know what, I'm not going to talk about tiebreakers yet. We're not there yet. Just look where TNC and Onic are. Onic are in the same level in terms of rankings to Omega Twisted Minds. This is only going to be the 4th series that Onic Philippines will be playing this season. And if they're going to start reminding the world and reminding MPL PH why they're the world champs, it has to begin here.
They have to remind us. And in case you need a reminding, this is that world-class rivalry we were alluding to at the beginning of this broadcast. A rivalry reloaded. It's OHEB, the Filipino savage, the gold standard, the god in the gold lane, facing off against his longtime rival ever since they debuted in 2021, Season 7. It's OHEB, the Filipino sniper. How crazy is this? For 3 years now, they've been duking it out.
That's right. Probably 90% of the reason why people are actually standing, they don't have anywhere to sit on.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to see these guys actually face off against each other. Not everyone, but a lot of them. And here's your history.
Yeah, looking back, stars in MPL PH Season 7, OHEB 3-0's Kelra. Similar in MPL Philippines Season 8 and Season 9, though. Here comes Kelra with a clapback all the way up until Season 10, sweeping OHEB in Season 12 and 13. It gets a little bit more here and there. OHEB gets one, Kelra gets one. They actually only got to face off once, only in a one series last season. And now we see them face off again. And this is just here in MPL Philippines. Many times they have also given each other their best on the world stage, on international grounds. And here's the thing. I can't tell you now who is in the lead. I can't objectively tell you who's better. OHEB, super consistent. Has, I guess, more trophies than Kelra if you're counting. But you look at Kelra, man. He's a Triple Crown MVP.
That's right. Consistent. You know what? He's developing into a consistent player.
And according to him, he has no money.
I don't know if anyone believes that. Do you guys believe that? I kind of, But you know what? He says it.
He swears by his mom and his coach he doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that.
Even the signs.
The new signs and stickers that they have. They're really pushing hard on Baby Cake's duo. As we look at the all-time hero stats between the two. So many heroes shared.
Oh my God.
The Beatrix, the Harith. All right, come on. All right, you guys got this.
Ranger?
We're rooting for you. Get it
Almost.
Almost. I'll accept it. I'll accept it.
That's fine.
Good. Both undefeated on Granger.
Oh, that's a different one. That's, there you go.
So it's a friendly rivalry. What was once a very heated, nuclear heat rivalry, they've gone on to just become. I feel like at this point they're like the two old dudes are like, yeah, it's you again. Hey, respect. You know what? That's closer to the truth because I was being conservative. I was counting in my head the years that they were duking it out. It's closer to 5 now.
Yes.
Yeah, because even in the amateur scene, if I'm not mistaken, they clashed and then bumped heads a lot of times there too.
Yeah. And when they started out as rookies, both of them actually shared the same thing where they were very explosive. They were very dominant in their rookie years. Coming into Execration, I believe, for Kelra.
Yeah, Blacklist for
Blacklist
OHEB. I think one could argue that both of them had one hell of a rookie season. One winning MSC, going to the grand finals, and the other winning MPL and going to the grand finals of MSC, give or take. But real quick, we want to talk to you guys. We're wondering who is leading in the all-time matchup between Kelra and OHEB. All right, there's really just 2 possible correct answers. Maybe if you want to go that way, 3. Is it Kelra? Is it OHEB? Is it a tie? That's possible. Or are the fans the true winners?
Hard to argue about that. Hard to argue with that.
Or are the fans leading? What does that even mean? What the age-old saying, we're the true winners here.
We're the true winners. I believe that too.
We're the true leaders.
Winners. Leaders. Winners?
Leaders.
Or leaders.
Or tie, like we could all just win together.
Yeah.
Your participation is the victory. It's 2025. Everybody gets an award.
Absolutely. As long as you're having fun, you win. Wow.
No.
Wow.
This is MPL Philippines.
As the great Ricky Bobbies once said,
if you ain't first, you're last.
Exactly.
So, who is it? All right, let us know in the chat and let us know if you understand that reference. If you do, I bet your parents are hounding you to get married or have kids. All right, moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, in about 5 minutes, game's about to begin. Again, Liquid Philippines, undefeated. Onic Philippines, despite the defending world and league champions, are on a skid. If they lose this, gentlemen, let me remind everyone watching, if they lose this, is that number 3?
yes. Oh my. This is loss number 3 for them.
And prior, we could have sworn no one could beat Onic.
Yeah.
When the season started, they were like, how are we going to deal with these guys? They're so good. But, they're still good, just not like at the level we kind of expect them in their heads.
To be fair, that's why we're the toughest region for a reason. The toughest region to win in. And that's what makes MPL Philippines so damn special.
Go anywhere else and find this level of competition. Find a league where predictions go wrong, not because of curses, not because of shenanigans, but because the teams are just too damn good. We dare you to go elsewhere but MPL Philippines.
Yeah, you don't need to go far. I mean, obviously a lot of regions are very close by, but you probably won't find them there.
Yeah, think about it. Like, Onic PH went on a tear since winning MPL PH, and then suddenly they come back home after a little Southeast Asian tour, I guess.
Yeah.
No, Asian tour.
It's an Asian tour.
It's an Asian
Yeah.
tour, and they're now just like, why is everyone so much stronger?
That is
That's tough.
proof that we are definitely the strongest league in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's add a little more context to this bout and go into an all-access before we begin.
In MLBB history, you can brand a lot of players as legends, but only a selected few can be called for the title of the greatest of all time. At para sa the not-so-young GOAT na si Carl Tizzy, isa siya sa tunay na nagpamalas ng ibig sabihin ng lakas ng Pinas. Mapa dito man sa Pilipinas o sa ibang mundo, naging kakampi niya man o naging katunggali, the Prodigy has developed a glowing reputation all throughout the years. Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, hometowns, championships, and success, with also the rest of the players acknowledging his abilities. And with that being said, from a player that has never hesitated to speak his mind to an evolved individual who not only does speak his mind but also with more intention. Sa tagal niyang nanatili, sa bawat pagkatalo at pagwawagi, kahit yung mga nagsimula sa pinakauna, his peers, just like few, are glowing reflections of his mentality and maturity. Where at times, people forget that he's barely an adult at the age of 20. Pwedeng hindi na nga tayo lumayo and set our eyes on the cavalry instead dahil naikwento sa amin ni na Sanford at Sanji na kahit madalas silang magbiruan at maglokohan sa lahat ng mga live streams, nasa komportabling posisyon sila to be able to do that since Carl Tizzy sees them eye to eye as equals even though he's the one leading the team ng TLPH. And also enabled OHED to transition so well, thus an undefeated record. This season, he sees everyone as his rival on his quest for redemption, and he goes up. As he goes up against the super family of Onic Philippines, expect a more refined version of Carl Tizzy as two teams at the Pillar of Greatness stand against one another. This is Onic Philippines kontra sa Team Liquid Philippines. Ano pang hinihintay natin? Teams, the floor is yours.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, JJ, Chico, Juven, and Patrick. Can the cavalry maintain their spot as the current kings in the standings? Can they ride to victory? It's Team Liquid Philippines! In the EXP lane, the Apex Predator Sanford! It's the young GOAT, Carl Tizzy! In the mid lane, it's Sanji! In the roam, Daddy JP! And in the gold lane, the Filipino sniper, OHED! With more money in the bank. And their opponents, they are the champions of the Philippines and the reigning champions of the world, Onic Philippines! In the EXP lane, it's the Kirkitect, Kirk! In the jungle, the beast, King Kong! In the mid, the monster mage, Super Friends! In the roam, the bruiser, Brusco! And in the gold lane, the Filipino savage, the gold standard, Kelra! and welcome their coaches, Coach Why Not and Coach RC Cavalry Sonics Maingay!
I'll tell you, gentlemen, sometimes I still can't believe what I'm seeing. OHEB in Team Liquid Philippines.
It really is a sight to see, and their synergy together with the young goat really is unmatched in the Land of Dawn so far, rivaling even the San duo right now with the support of Big Daddy JP. I love what I'm seeing every time I see them on screen.
Plug and play. It seems like he was the missing part of Daddy JP's own Super Fam Cavalry. Oops, did I touch a sensitive button? What's going on with the Super Fam, Renmar? It seems like the household isn't as strong as it used to be.
Yeah, something about Onic Philippines now, their old tendencies of just being so aggressive, being left unchecked for a long amount of time is now getting checked. So now the Super Family is looking towards in and now thinking, what do we have to adjust in ourselves? Because before Team Liquid Philippines started dominating Season 15, having fun while winning, check out my latest video on my official channels, Onic Philippines did it first. In Season 13, what did we talk, Season 14, we said they looked like they were just having fun, that the game naturally, it just came to them. But now they have to marry that with an acceptance that the rest of the world, the teams back home got stronger, and they all have to do that. Each position have to be ready for some tougher competition.
Renmar Santa Cruz everywhere, folks. And the only thing that's constant is change. And how much has the game changed? I'll tell you, Onic living in Team Liquid's Spider Graph.
That is saying something. Onic definitely, playtime is over for them. It's time to get into the big shoes. It's time to really shake something up, because so far everything that they have been throwing out, especially on the draft, have been answered non-stop by multiple teams in the league so far.
Yeah, in the draft and in the game, you can see there though a little bit of the shades of the Onic that we knew for a good amount of time, the Onic that we see now. Their first blood is still trumping Team Liquid Philippines' first blood rate. But TLPH, everything else goes well for them.
I'll tell you now, we've had 6 games so far tonight, and it would not be a shame if we went all the way here tonight as well. The mother and daughter of all series are in the building despite not being on the desk. So by all means, let your blessings / curses run through us. We want to see the Season 13 and Season 14 champions, the M4 and M6 world champions, go all the way for our entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, before the match begins, let's take a gander and take a listen to exactly what's going on in the pink test.
Anybody to less lonely people in the world, and it's gonna be fun. Papagupit na ako, Ronnie Alonte. Gusto ko yung paligpakalbo ko, may ahit pa yung kilay ko eh. Sa susunod, pang Ice battle. Ayos na mga bitawan ko. Si guest ko, si Uriana Michi. Ang ganda ng cellphone, oh.
Mamimigay ng cellphone. Pre, panalo natin to, pre, ha? Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. Ginga, bigayan. Carl. Iba naman tinitignan mo dyan, eh. Good trade. Ito, isa pa to, oh. Naretry, Okay na yun, guys.
What exactly was he singing?
I don't know. Like 4 different songs that Kelra sang.
His own rendition too.
Yeah, and they were those classic songs from the 80s. As we look at the Infinix keys to victory, maintain the status quo, Team Liquid Philippines. You've dominated, and you've just been having fun while doing it. Just be careful for your engagements getting countered by EXP laners. That's something I noticed in your sequences leading up to today, so watch out for that. So revisit your standards. Onic Philippines, we said you have to look inwards, look at what you gotta do. Yeah, you gotta change it up. You can't just be aggro and don't expect clapback. Teams have been looking at you and have read you and know how to adjust to you. Compliment Baby Cakes, compliment the KK Connection. KK Connection. Okay. So just make sure you get the compliment you're doing.
Here's the thing. What's making it so tough right now for the Super Fam is looking at the stats, closing up week 2, right? King Kong is nowhere to be seen in the top charts of Turtle Control nor Lord Control. Gentlemen, how often does that happen? The beast seems to be in a cage right now.
Last time I remember that is like post-TNC times for King Kong, right? Because right now, people are catching up to his levels inside the game. So it's becoming a lot easier to actually win out these 50-50 retry battles inside.
And this is off of last week's performance. Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind y'all, teams have forced him to play Lucas and Barats.
The draft has really changed here, and I wonder if Onic Philippines are going to be one of those teams that changes up the whole Joy Suyo trade. In the last series, teams still went for that. What about here? Will it change?
Will Coach RC ban out more Hayabusas and Nolans?
I mean, there you go. I feel like that's definitely in the book still. But this time around, I feel like there's just a lot more respect to the jungle for a lot of teams right now in the MPL Philippines, right? It's just... And the gold lane feels like it's starting to become untouched. Either the Granger or the Harif will be let go one way or another.
Something's got to give. It's Team Liquid Philippines choosing blue this time as the home team, while Onic answers back. Phovius, Badang, Fanny banned out. Onic takes out the Jushin and the Matilda. One could only guess. What could this be, a Lo Yi?
Oh, I would love to see a Lo Yi here.
Yeah, the Lo Yi makes sense. Sanji is one of his signature heroes as well. But they decide to ban out the Harith, and they're forcing the Joy Suyo trade to happen.
That's a trade that echoes in so many lanes. Are you going to go Suyo? Are you going to go Lo Yi? Are you going to go for Phovius? Oh, sorry, Phovius is banned out. But
Ranier's there.
Yeah, so many things. Ooh. He chooses the Lo Yi.
What a swerve. They immediately lock in the Lo Yi, making sure it doesn't end up in the hands of Super Friends. They don't go for the Joy Suyo trade.
I mean, you can't take both. So TLPH seems to have made that internal discussion as his coach. We can get away with at least one of them.
That's right, and that's the point, right? I mean, as long as you can get a very comfortable lane here for the Monster Mage, or sorry, for Mr. Sanji here, I feel like you're in a good position. Although Comfort Hero is definitely gonna flood in for Onic because of this.
Experience
Ranger?
the youth
There you go.
suffering.
All right. So it seems like they are compromising the Filipino sniper, forcing him to go on these A-tier gold laners instead of the S, because there's the Harrod, there's the Granger band now. What is this, a Moskov?
Irifel, most likely, the way things are happening.
Yeah. Irithel's one of the usual go-tos of Team Liquid Philippines. Excuse me for... Oh, I got mixed up there, my bad. For Oheb, it could be played by him. However, considering that you still don't see enough, I think they can pick up the Moskov, as you mentioned.
Ooh, that's a good point.
They want to be able to make sure they get a knockback onto the Joy. And I think they consider a Daddy JP pick here. Are they going to stack a chip Lo Yi this early?
No.
Okay.
John. That was close, though. They were thinking about Rome.
Wow, a blitz draft by Coach White and Coach Hayes.
Let's go.
They pick up Super Princess Selena.
All right, this is definitely going to help out with avoiding such global ganks coming in from the Lo Yi.
Yeah.
Those traps really do kind of stymie so many plans, especially with teams that pick up the Lo Yi very early on.
You know, if that's the case, I mean, it's already happened. No point crying over spilled milk, but I kind of wish that they locked in another pick and just picked up something like the Novaria instead. I mean, they already have the Joy for burst magic damage.
Same effect.
Same effect, and it's like you get more, but again, it's already happened. Onic Philippines will take out the Irithel option away from Oheb. Let's see if they're going to take out more gold lane picks for the Filipino sniper.
Moskov next, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey, hold up. Is that him, VP of Esports?
Oh, wow.
And his beloved, that's Raja Yeba.
That's Raja Yeba.
And Miss Hart.
We have been graced by royalty here.
Yeah.
Essentially royalty.
I think it was literally just in Indonesia yesterday.
You just flew in to watch the game?
Hey, takes like, what, 3 or 4 hours to fly from here and there. You would know.
Not bad, not bad. I mean, that's true. Renmar would know. He flew so many times this year.
About half a dozen times a year.
That's right. And
there it is, yeah. Straight up just an Irithel banner out of the gate.
That's tough.
In the world.
Okay. They ban out the Cho, so picks for the Bruiser. What happened to Tigreal, y'all?
I mean, earlier he was very highly respected in the previous games.
Yeah.
This time around, they don't care.
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to just lock in the Tigreal here now. They took away the Cho. If they want something tanky, they can go high loss.
They
The
need the front.
Yeah,
Oh my
CC
goodness.
Lucas trade is also still very active.
Yeah, I kind of like the high lows there, Carl. Like the arrows, the confirmed bonks.
Yeah, I think they might go high loss and then CC last, or CC first, and then high loss last pick. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they don't need to rush the roamer anymore. At least they don't need to rush high loss.
Yeah.
How often are you gonna see Sanford on a high loss these days?
It doesn't feel like it's ideal.
It's
doesn't
not very Apex Predator of him. High loss too friendly.
it? That's true.
Oh, Hilda's still open though.
That's spicy. That is spicy. You can send out the Hilda bomb globally, just like they used to.
Oh yeah, that's big 7-foot tall Amazon out of the bush. That's scary.
But also, it's not as mobile as the CC, but the glue might actually mess him up. Oh, the Bruno is back. And they still decide to pick the Lucas into the CC. So we've seen teams pull that off the past few months. They needed a presence like that considering they are pick-off base. But yeah, first Bruno pick up. And it's going to be up to the Joy, the Granger to reach it, or the Selena if luckily he will be able to hit the arrows.
So do they still take real?
It
Do they still
feels
high
like,
loss?
It feels like a necessity to at least throw a Gatot here. He's Gatot banned out.
Yes,
he's
it is.
banned out, so high loss or take real here.
Yeah, the CC pick here was the right call. It's just, I don't know if they were sure that Liquid was going to go for the Lucas, because Lucas, like does well against CC.
See, Coach, why not? Very vocal right now with the picks. Whoa. Yep, it is high loss. Okay.
Right, so the draft basically went how we kind of just imagined it with those first free picks and bans, right?
Yeah. TLPH definitely drafted a lineup that could tick their winning condition within the first 4 to 5 minutes with Asuyo, Jawhead, Bruno, and Lucas together. If Onic Philippines aren't careful, if the arrows of Selena aren't hitting, and if they're taking unnecessary trades early, TLPH will be able to run away with this. It's the easier to pull off lineup right now considering they're not playing around the Selena.
And it's a fighting lineup.
Yeah.
And if you decide to not fight, OHEB's going to start working on your turrets.
They can play this out long. We got a debut pick of the Bruno, by the way, in Season 15.
Yeah.
Feels like he was pushed in that direction, to be honest, with the way the draft happened. Let's see if that's going to work.
Index here telling us that Liquid has a better lineup holistically, numbers-wise.
Yep.
While Onic has, I reckon, better map control, like vision-wise. You could throw out traps. You can have the high loss set up almost sure ganks. It all comes down to execution here. And if either team reads into the other. Game 1 in this Rivalry Reloaded for this week's star match. It's Team Liquid Philippines versus Onic PH. Eyes on Kelra, eyes on OHEB.
One of the possibilities you might see here is that TLPH might actually just take control of the first 4 to 5 minutes. But if Onic Philippines keep it close enough, you saw that their late game potential is actually significantly higher. The late game of the Granger, the Joy, and the CC together might just actually be too overwhelming for a Bruno to handle at that point. And if Onic can keep this close and drag this out, that's where you're going to really see them shine.
On the flip side, though, it might surprise teams to see. Maybe they forgot how a Bruno moves.
Yeah.
That might take him by surprise. We'll see, we'll see.
So here's a look at the emblem set of a debuting hero. Assassin wants to get Master Assassin wants to, what is that? He wants a duel against Kelra?
That's right.
Yeah, usually I think that's the go-to for Brunos. Really just maximize crit and be able to outduel the other, considering that the range advantage does favor the Granger.
Same, but different metagame. XP lane, well, we're waiting for Sanford to actually try to pick a fight with Kirk, but does he know? Is he aware of King Kong's fast rotation here, hiding in the brush?
And they're not even bothering to cut here. This could catch Sanford by surprise, but sides against it. That's King Kong playing a little bit more safe.
Yeah. Since CC, Kirk actually bounced off of King Kong. If Sanford didn't know, through that bounce, he already knew.
100%. So now JP is up on front, Carl Teasy as well. Brusco's on the side, he's got good info. But here comes King Kong though. Could go for the retribution. Carl Teasy gets it in the end.
They're jumping in, they're piling on. It's first blood for Super Prince. They're chasing. Brusco's on the run. Nice dodge.
He's alive.
Nice footwork. And here comes the backup. Sanji, can he take the kill? And he does!
40, biting down on the Prince. Sanji trapped between two.
Caught here in a pretty bad spot. That's Sanji, no way out. Sanford and Carl TC, they're dancing around the CC.
Oh!
Almost take out Kirk. And just with these last engagements, you know this is going to be a fight.
Team Liquid Philippines got the turtle. It seems King Kong may have missed his retribution, or he just didn't expect the sudden burst of damage for Carl TZ to get into retribution threshold. But Onic walk away with 2 kills to balance things out. 1 onto Sanji and 1 onto JP.
Oh, JP jumping on the Brusco ejector.
Very early on, though, got some good damage to the back line, and there goes that horse. That's Brusco going down once more.
The young goat on a warpath.
Just going around very swift, and here comes JP going to the top.
Here comes JP, ejector on toe, forces the flicker out of Kelra. That's pretty big.
Kelra stopping for about half a second. Like, whoa, I can't believe he tried to do that.
Yeah, and I like
how dare you?
Kelra backtracked there, just like, wait, I'm out of here. Sudden use of the flicker.
JP, stop!
No.
That was basically Kelra just like pushing it to the edge. Like if he can kind of,
yeah.
What do you mean? You know,
He wanted to Rhapsody out of there.
Yeah.
Make it a free escape, but nope. Daddy JP forced Kelra to use his recall. 2-2 right now. Flicker, rather. 800 gold up is Liquid. About 20 seconds until another turtle spawn. Same spot as prior. Sanford's just holding his ground here. He is a level up on Kirk.
Yeah, with how the minion wave was manipulated, the siege minion that Kirk will turn level 6 with is already there, the cart. So he should hit that. Yep, he does hit it. Sanford, I think he's just trying to outsmart the CC, considering that, again, the Lucas does struggle against the CC in lane.
First time that we see a 50-50 on the community polls, by the way. Very interesting. And Carl TZ once more, second turtle of the game for TLPH. It's not a big lead though, barely just 1,000. So Onyx doing something.
Yep. Let's see when we'll really start feeling the abyssal arrows and the traps by Super Friends, because so far TLPH has just been running all over the map. Here comes the diversion up top.
Sneaky diversion. I don't know if they expect this. Sanford comes out, and I think that might be a giveaway.
Nope, it looked like Liquid planned for a move that would have been valid maybe 5 seconds earlier, but Onic rotated out of there.
So that's Kelra 6 cents kicking in, something like that.
That's a Super Prince omnipresence.
Omnipresence.
He's just aware of the map. He's like, they're going to try to diversion. Check us out.
That too. Carl TZ now over King Kong in terms of EXP. Already, I think, 25% through level 9 is Carl, while King Kong is still just slightly halfway on the way to level 9. So where Onic will get the turnaround should be, I think, an engagement that goes wrong for Team Liquid Philippines. Looking at the items, already a War Axe. So he's going the War Axe route for Carl TZ before going for the Hunter Strike. And good toss of the coin, making sure that Team Liquid Philippines will be able to get that.
Toss a coin to your laner. Very, very good one there.
I like that. That's from Elden Ring.
That's right. From highly acclaimed Elden Ring. Oh, look at that. Sanford, supposedly in a very bad matchup, comes out on top, a little bit of assist.
They folded that boy in half. Up top, Kelra making the most of the absence of Team Liquid Philippines. Woo! And an arrow thrown out. This is Onic just looking for wins, but it looks like they can't open up a big enough opportunity. JP ejector.
Ejector on to the high loss once more, but no damage close by. Oheb's busy clearing that lane. So I don't know if Sanji gets hit, but he doesn't. It might have been bad, but Onic, again, just not getting as much as they can in the early.
Yeah, a very crucial diversion to the bottom lane to make sure Kurt goes down. Now there's advantage for Team Liquid Philippines for this turtle. But Onic Philippines are contesting, zoning out Carl TZ just enough. But Sanford very healthy here. It should be the X factor in this upcoming turtle take.
Very early Glorious Pathway by Brusco. The rest of TLPH able to make their way to the turtle pit. JP catching a trap there. Arrow barely misses on Sanford.
That forces a bit of a reset. While the rest of Onic are surrounding them, here comes the retribution. Still Carl TZ on top. Here's King Kong. They got some raw damage on their toes here. Kirk up on front. Brusco evaporates the firepower.
And this whole time, a 1v1 between Oheb and Kelra. I give the TKO to Oheb. He sent Kelra home.
Yeah, almost take him down. Super Prince will not get close to JP. He does, though.
Oh boy, what a throw here. Oh, King Kong! Without the vengeance, Kirk might have actually followed suit. Beautiful move there for TL.
The beast gets slain. The young goat about to commit Grand Theft Orange.
Oh boy.
Carl Teasy's gonna walk away with it. What a proc on the duality by Sanji. Just dishing out the right crowd control at the right time to make sure King Kong gets stopped in his tracks. And now TLPH is what we were talking about, except that their timers were just extended a little bit longer as they were a little bit more cautious. They didn't go super hyper aggressive. Now just the right amount of aggression. They have taken control of this game. 5K in the gold lead and good control on the map. No towers broken yet by Onic.
King Kong is starving, man. He's almost 2,000 gold behind Carl Teasy. 5,000 team-wide. Oh, the flicker!
Oh, that is insane! What a move here by Sanford, flickering in behind the turret. And now the rest of Onic are a little bit as surprised as we are. Where'd that come from?
Daddy JP's got an aimbot! That's disgusting!
But JP following here with a flicker straight into an unwilling Kelra.
That's crazy. Sanford used the flicker and the knockback from the combo of the Unleash the Beast, the flash combo, to set things up. My goodness, again, TLPH, they're just having fun while winning. It's instinctual at this point what they're doing.
Blink and you'll miss it.
Look at
All
Sanford.
right. One more look.
He's at 40. Oh!
He put Kelra where Daddy JP asked for him to be put.
He's like, Sanford, right there.
That was nasty.
Good boy.
40 over here. Yes, Dad. Literally a conversation they would have in real life. Lord here, easy take for Liquid, and Onic responds. But oh no!
Flicker once more for JP. Unbelievable. They still tried to go for the fight. And I think that, again, catches Onic by surprise a little bit here, now forcing everyone to retreat.
You know what? Onic didn't want that fight either way. I don't think you want to face off against a team that's 7K up on you.
Everything has gone right for Team Liquid Philippines. Even the rotations of Carl Teasy leading up to this point, finding every opportunity he can get to steal something from King Kong's side of the jungle, while Team Liquid Philippines left King Kong with barely anything to steal. The Turtles going their way as well. Man, that Liquid find themselves here now in a very comfortable spot, and Onic still struggling to adjust to a team that has gotten just even stronger, a Titan that has gotten even bigger.
Onic PH staring down 3 cores. Liquid on top of the damage leaderboards, taking away everything. Purple buff, orange buff, small camps. Even to defend these tier 2s, Onic can only hope. And now these holy shields are gonna pop.
The range of this Bruno is insane, man. They can't really even reach him right now. It's like they're gonna try to knock it up once more. Walking it up, Lord is out. But again, the damage not sinking into the HP of the TLPH members.
Oh dear God, Super Prince throwing one out. Sanford getting compromised, he flickers.
Flickers in, Carl Teasy's on point here. Will decide to back off for now. Very smart, they got a lot of gold from that Lord push.
It's just surgical right now with what Team Liquid are doing. Although Sanford showing a little bit of over-eagerness, committed the flicker, missed the combo. Good thing he wasn't punished right away by Onic Philippines. However, what we are seeing here is the effects, I feel like, of, I don't want to blame it on one pick, but the Selena Abyssal arrows haven't landed. And it's been clear, especially here in the Philippines, that if the arrows don't consistently land, then it just doesn't work. Super Prince was able to get a kill and get some vision, yeah. But all he's doing is giving vision, but they can't really stop it.
Oh, JP finds the ejector.
He gets stopped.
Unstoppable force already used up. Get King Kong, that's jungler out. Facing off once more, Carl Teasy and Sanford up on front. But Oheb and JP could be in danger here, but Super Prince can't really reach them.
The Monster Mage folds under the pressure of a crashing wave. Team Liquid Philippines looking to penetrate.
Want to end it right here, right now. They have a lot more seconds on Brusco. I don't think they can clear this. Diving in onto Kirk. It's Keller all alone. And that's going to be an impossible defense. There goes the 1-0. TLPH comes out on top.
The status quo, 1 game away from being kept intact. The Cavalry first on the board.
What a draft by Team Liquid. Onic chose not to ban the Low Yi. Team Liquid decided to first pick it, and they paired up with Suyo, Jawhead, Bruno, and Lucas. The 4 heroes that followed Lo Yi alone already makes a monster snowball comp. The Lo Yi just was the perfect partner to everyone.
It's the right swing against a hit and a miss. I hate to say it, but Renmar, you're right. The Selena just wasn't it for Onic Philippines. There's another Selena pick today that, if you'll remember, you watched that first series, did nothing almost to the opposing team, and I think that's one pain point already to try and take us to Game 3.
Yeah, Selena starting to feel like it's a little overused at this point, where I agree, Novaria would have been able to clear a lot of these waves a lot easier.
Get the wave clear, get the supplement, and of course, will Daddy JP be the MVP? He did set the tempo, he did set the rotations, and hell yes, the Jawhead and JP did not realize he ended up showing up with a perfect Ailey Henry cosplay. It's the same pose.
Ailey Henry being the blue-haired little girl that Jawhead keeps within his shell to protect her. This is the daughter of the scientist who created and invented MLBB Lord, ladies and gentlemen. But regardless, it's his fault. Daddy JP lived in the space where Onic PH wasn't ready to answer for him. And this was what allowed for that snowball.
It was really tough to answer like really fast-paced movements from TLPH, where normally it's Onic who does that. But in this situation, King Kong is always a level behind, 2 levels, 3 levels behind here. So it makes it hard to contest, actually.
Yeah, and it's wild what Sanford was able to do in this lane against the CC. Managed the minion waves well enough to set things up so that TLPH can make plays to go on Kirk. And that was the perfect timing as well, because that was right before the 3rd turtle of the game. So that meant that just instantly showed just how much in the lead TLPH is, with the CC being one of the important pieces of the lineup of Onic already shut down early on.
It's a nasty move. You gotta remember to do that. That's a highlight reel 100% for Sanford here.
Looking at how Liquid PH is so eager and willing to throw bodies at Onic. This throws back to the highlight reel of Carl Teasy and the rest of then Liquid Echo, or then Echo. Turret aggro juggling. I'm throwing back to as far as M4, throwing back as far as S10, S11. That's the form that we're seeing Liquid in right now.
And this is that's a very familiar season where the Bruno actually was the Apex Predator in the gold lane.
Yeah, he was the S-tier hero. Throwing back to about 3 or 4 months too, in Malaysia. Bruno was the villain too, but that was a pre-nerf Bruno. But now you're wondering, even more, Trouble in Paradise, what's going on with the Super Fam?
Again, I feel like the draft at the beginning, instead of knocking there onto the Selena pick over and over again, I really got to commend Coach RC, what he was able to build with this draft. The bans that he decided to commit, deciding to ban the Gata Kacha, taking it away from Brusco, and even banning out the Cho that could have been, again, another option for Onic to flex around in the latter portion of the draft.
Which, in hindsight now, Coach Wynot and Hayes walked away with the almost right pick here, the Hylos, even if it didn't perform as well, because think of the other options. The Tigreal and the Khalid. They would have died so much faster.
That's right. Especially the Tigreal, I feel like would have been thrown non-stop. Although
Yeah.
sometimes you would love to be thrown away with an injector.
Thrown
as a Tigreal.
into the opponents.
That's right.
Yeah.
You would usually love that, but this lineup will destroy you before you even cast a skill.
Yeah, it's like, guys, I'm getting vision. I'm dead.
Implosion. Oh, dead. Same with the Khalid. You jump in with a Raging Sandstorm. Next thing you know, you're quick sand guarding at 10% HP. You're dead.
That's right. Whew, huge GPM for Carl Teasy here.
Look at that
Boy.
BPI Rich Guy, 968. It just goes to show just how much jungle and farm he was stealing away from King Kong.
Yeah. King Kong was really put in a really good spot here. I actually agree with what you said. I feel like Coach RC, man, if you can get a Lo Yi and the Suyo in the first draft, in the first rotation, you're doing something right.
Looking at the gold distribution, the breakdown by BPI, Carl Teasy at 968, right? His GPM for game 1. He's only really racing his teammate, Oheb, to top the charts. Oheb currently #1 in GPM, average 851 per game. This puts Carl Teasy way up. He's just 845. He's 6 gold behind.
Oh.
Wow. GPM duo.
Yeah. And I think that's, again, one of the that's like statistical proof of what Team Liquid Philippines have been doing so far this season, and just doubling back in their old identity. We used to call it the the Echo Express, Liquid Stampede. It's just play fast. I mean, at its core, at its simplest form, MLBB is just play fast, deal damage faster, farm faster. And that's what Team Liquid Philippines are doing, of course, with some extra pro scene level garnish onto it.
Leaving their opponents breathless, wondering what went wrong. We have a few minutes before the next game starts here in this best of 3. Again, match point for Team Liquid Philippines. But to give our teams and you guys a breather, let's go into an all access real quick and dig deeper into the match's details.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Tigil muna tayo ng konti sa lahat ng mga nangyari kanina because I'm sure you guys are probably curious. Parang ganda ng mga damit nila, no? I'm wondering kung saan ba nila nakukuha yan.
May nakita nga ako dito, Hans, na jacket. Tignan nga natin.
Sige, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. So, first off, hello po. Okay, naka-ano na kagad.
Ready
Naka-paskill
na.
na kagad. Can you get a close-up or look over there? Guys, tinan mo.
Ang
It looks
ganda.
so nice. It's like you're part of like an F1 team or something. Parang yan ang peg nila
Exactly.
No? First what?
Verstappen lang yung peg.
First tappen ang peg. I love it. It's actually Verstappen. So, hello. It's so nice to see you guys here. What do we have na pwedeng abangan ng ating mga MPL fans?
So, hello sa mga Sonics out there po. Sa mga gusto po mag-avail po ng jersey, so pwede po kayo mag-pre-order po sa amin. So, punta lang po kayo dito sa merch booth. Yan po. Papalis na po kayo sa amin.
Magpi-pre-order na ako dyan, Hans. Pwede ba mga 5 agad?
Kalusi, feel ko sukatin mo na. Feel ko sukatin mo na.
Pag sino-
Nasusukat ba yan? Nasusukat yan. Nasusukat. Sakto. Sakto.
Hans, pag
Malamig lang.
sinukat ko to, parang
Sige.
ayoko ng hubarin.
Okay lang. Okay lang. Okay? As you can see, di ba? It's giving, no?
Okay ba?
Feel ko pa, give us a twirl. Like, ano ba yung nasa likod para lang makita natin. Okay. I approve of this. Ano naman to?
Ito po, yung mga nag-purchase po ng racing jacket is maglalaro po sila ng dice. So, ito po yung premyo po nila is yung dice.
99 dice.
Yes.
Okay. Sige nga. Kailangan ko matesting to. Nasa iyo na yan eh. So, might as well, testingin ko
Ikaw
na lang
na
to.
dyan, Hans.
Okay, testingin ko na lang. Ang goal is 4 at 6. Okay?
Or 2, para may try again.
4, 2, or 6.
So yung please try again, wala. Akala ko game over na yun eh. Sige.
Okay.
Sige.
Try again.
Try again.
Try again.
Ginawa ang best
Makakailang
ko,
try again
Ginawa ang
kaya
best ko.
to.
Isa pa. Ganyan naman.
Try again.
Third time's the charm. Legit. Ito na talaga.
Nafe-feel ko na, Hans.
Bakit?
5.
5.
Congratulations po.
Better luck next time. Pero ako may jacket naman.
Ang sama naman ng ugali mo, Kalusi. Tigil na nga. Guys, maraming salamat Medyo
Thank you so much.
naudlot ang papremyo. Meron ka na, alam mo, dito ako pupunta. Sigurado ako may
Sige,
baon
Hans.
ako dito. Sige, dito ka. Hello po.
Pera muna ako ng jacket.
Hello po, isang magandang araw sa inyo. Ano po ba ang meron tayo dito, sir?
We have Omega merch naman, and the good thing for this week, sa booth natin, the original price ng ating mga merch is for like this. For this is 115 ang original. Ang original price for this is 2999 and this is 15. But for today is we have a promo na kapag ka bumili ka ng merch namin for this, for example, pag jersey is 1249 na lang, may kasamang photo cards of your choice and stickers plus the Power All 149 na load.
Okay yan, Hans, ha? Hanggang kailan po yung promo nyo na to?
Hanggang nandito po yung bot natin.
Okay, so that is at least until tomorrow.
Yes.
Diba? Until tomorrow. I'd love to get my hands on these. I mean, ito yung sinasabi ng mga players na maganda daw talaga lahat ng mga jackets nila. So guys, if you're here, nakikita nyo naman yung fit ni Kalusi. I
May
know that
kasama
there's
pang
a
photo
lot
card.
of different things. Photo cards. They also sell SIM cards. In case that you guys are probably wondering kung ano ba. Again, thank you so much to Smart. At maraming salamat din sa inyo. So, come on over here. But as of the moment, we're gonna throw it back to our casters.
Please put away one Onic Racing jacket for me. XL, I'll pick it up after the show.
I'm large.
I don't doubt that. I am extra large. Yeah, 2X.
All right, Sonic Republic, please. We will be dropping by after. Smart Omega, I think I have one MWI jacket sitting in the closet. The missus loves it.
You have
It's really
one?
good.
I didn't get one. Thanks.
You got to talk to Rian.
Okay.
All right. Smack dab into the action, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get down to it. TLPH up 1. Onic at 0. Before we begin, let's get a quick power pose on. Put your game face on and make your smart power pose. Audience in the studio, practice it if you're at home, just in case you find yourself in the arena. You just do this pose that Daddy JP's doing, and you get a chance to win a redeemable in-game code.
Very demure smile. That's right. You're doing it right, bro. Looks like it. Maybe there you go.
No.
Like that's a different guy.
There you go, that one. I like the guy behind him, though. No tongue. No tongue, young man.
No tongue.
Daddy JP don't like no tongue.
Demure.
There you go.
You win.
He wins!
Good job, little guy. Let's go.
He got dimples.
Got dimples. All right.
He does. That's not fair. Genetics.
He's got that hair that Brusco used to have, I think. Or King Kong.
Yeah, Brusco decided to let his hair grow out because the rest of his team was.
Oh, is that the story behind it?
I mean, all of the Onic dudes, all of the super fam have
Makes
long
sense.
hair.
Yeah.
What if the secret is they all need to get buzz cuts? Or at least like really short hair.
Is that for
Like
this
in
season?
2025? Yeah. Maybe that's like the 2025 thing.
It does
I'm
feel
going
like
backwards then. I did not get the memo.
I mean, Ingan did it. Redmar did it. Maybe the cool guys just get buzz cuts.
All right, you know what? Onic PH here, being the away team, chooses for game 2 and they decide to go red. Oh my lord, what?
Wow.
Coach Tony, what's cooking? Coach Hayes.
He wants the 2 picks again. I mean, they did have it earlier, right?
I don't know if that's worth it though.
Because of the way that RC's playing right now?
Coach RC is like a hawk, bro.
They could also just be choosing to try to remix the first draft, make sure everything still goes the same way.
Do it again, do better.
But change the Selena pick.
Always on the way.
Draft is showing that with the bans. So.
Okay. That's true. Well, we are just running through the same exact bands here in the first phase.
Let's draft. Let's go.
Coach Tony, what are you thinking? By the way, the Selena came in 3rd pick, first phase for the red side, so that's what we're expecting to change.
And again, the Selena, we might have a really long conversation about that. I don't know about you guys in the comment section. Despite the loss, did you think the Selena was a good decision?
Was there a world where that was the right pick?
Yeah, it makes me wonder.
I feel like in that world where it was a right pick, Super Friends had like an 85% success rate on the Abyssal Arrows.
On hits?
Yeah, on hits.
Ooh.
Or Liquid was just standing there.
That too.
Again, like there's so many ways to defend a lineup working. The same exact picks, but they steal the jawhead!
Okay.
This is how I imagined Draft 1 would happen.
Time to drop
Same.
And they just trade.
Yeah.
They just trade. And they don't make that bet and lay in it. They switch up the gold lane too. It's the Irithel in the hands of Kelra now.
Fastest draft of the season, man.
Yeah, we're already in the 2nd phase. That is crazy. That was less than a minute after the Harith got locked in. It's even less than 30 seconds.
Yeah. Oh my god.
All right. So TLPH our lineup still actually are operating under the same principles of you have the Lo Yi, Granger, and this time it's a Joy. While for Onic, they take the strongest duo in terms of melting down physical defense and armor in the Irithel and Jawhead, since their kits both have the capability to do that. So if TLPH decide to go tanky, then they have to be careful to get their armor shredded. Now Onic is... I'm still thinking whether or not TLPH are crazy enough to stack Chip and Lo Yi together, because Chip is still ignored in the bans.
It's not like there's no precedent. They have done this before.
Yep.
At least once, maybe twice. Would they do it again?
Surprise chip pick out of nowhere. We've seen it, and it's been effective. Not that it's not that it's unbeatable.
Yep.
Right.
It's Liquid Special over across the pond in TLID. it's what we call a witty party when Witty picks it. JP has a win streak as well with the chip. He's pretty good with it. Last bands here, the Hilda and the Farsa. And Onic swings with a Valentina. They have a diversion of their own.
What about Agatot somewhere here? High loss maybe? Get that front line up and running.
At the same time, well, yeah, it leaves the glue. So you ban Hilda, you ban CC, you pick up the Valentina. That shuts down a Lucas pick. So TLPH just end up picking a really good pick for themselves, which is the glue. And they get the Gatot Kacha as well. Such a tanky front. And then Edith, wow.
A lot of comfort picks in this specific one, especially for Onic, right? They're really going back to like their fundamentals here.
Yeah.
And it could really work. They're historically so good in these specific heroes.
Yeah, but with what you mentioned, the keys of victory, they have to redefine what their signature means, how they execute it. Oh, this might actually be tough for Onic. I always have the same feeling when I say Glue and Gatot Kacha together in the lineup. The team fighting against them is going to be so disruptive. It's so difficult.
You're even wondering what Super Friends to steal here.
Yeah.
AOG. Literally just AOG.
Electrifying beats? Do you want to put yourself in that situation?
Might just be the beats, but if you commit the beats, that means you're turning yourself into one person who is supposed to hunt down the Granger. That I can get behind. If the trade is going to be Super Friends for Oheb,
sure.
That makes sense.
Good deal.
Good deal.
But that aside, you're assuming that he finds Oheb.
Yeah.
Let's get into game number 2, folks. Match point for the Cavalry, the Super Family to equalize. This is Team Liquid Philippines versus Onic Philippines. I wonder if Onic is going to get aggressive here because I'm buying it, Renmar. I'm buying that maybe they'll bear down on Oheb. Maybe they should.
Super Friends trying to sidestep. Brusco decided to go for the fast track of helping on King Kong.
Oh, they're rushing it. JP's actually low, revitalized.
Wow.
Saves him for a little bit and forces a lot of resources as well from Onic. That's something.
Blessed be 15% damage reduction under tier 1.
Along with the revitalize. Great sense and trust for JP to survive that.
Ooh, Onic spicy.
Yeah, they won't be able to get their first blood snowball right away. Nothing too wild with emblems.
Force flicker committed by Brusco. Carl TZ could be in trouble, but has just enough fancy footwork to get out.
All right, in about a minute, I got my answer. Yes, Onic will be aggressive, forcing out a few key battle spells from Liquid.
Again, one thing I'm really going to be looking at here is just how Onic Philippines will be able to handle the glue, how Kirk is going to be handling the lane there. Showing himself to be a little bit more aggressive, though, in terms of posturing within the lane, while Sanford's going to be hugging the shrubs. But you see Brusco and King Kong are just going around. They are a kill squad, and they want to make the most out of their tandem.
Yeah, we want to get some ejector victims here. So Brusco has to be very careful, but if he is, it could result in a lot of kills for Onic, especially early on. With King Kong probably itching to go for a fight here. They're trying to focus down on the Brusco, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Carl TZ with a Retribution Seal, though, on that turtle, beautifully executed by TL, and they're going to walk away without a scratch.
The young goat just finessing that turtle steal.
Carl TZ just straight up winning the retro duel against King Kong all series long so far. And as there is a lot of action topside, even in the gold lane, a lot of action as well between Oheb and Kelra, as an intense duel is breaking out. At one point, Oheb was brought down to around 60% health, already forced to use the regen to heal through.
Very, very nice. Tremendous pressure being put out by Onic. But, you know, TLPH feels like it's a team that doesn't really get too caught off guard with pressure.
Yeah.
Right? They're one of those teams.
They're aware of what they're capable of getting away with, and when they can get away with it, they do try and pull your boy to Carl TZ, get one big time. That turtle from underneath Onyx's nose. Folks, this recess does allow for us to break down exactly what will be happening in the next moments here in the early game of game number 2. That's Brusco and King Kong doing their best, right? Like a jawhead, Suyo. You got to be aggressive. Where is it going to crack? Have they not visited the right targets? Did they not go check in where it matters? Because look, highest GPM in a single game, Carl Teasy's up there. Hate from Onic PH right now. Amazing six-man backhand support is up there. He's actually top of the ranks.
Wow.
Sheesh. Hate, by the way, playing for Onic.
That's
this time
wild.
around again.
That's wild that 4 of these happened in the same season.
Something was up in Season 5,
Season
man.
5.
What was up with Season 5?
The metagame was something else.
It's insane.
Oh, this was the hyper carry era.
What we call funnel.
Funnel, yeah, it was the
Yes.
funnel strat time.
Where no one was getting gold except one guy, essentially.
Yeah, I often forget Hate started off as a jungler.
Yeah, I mean, Hate,
Jungle mid, go jungle.
I think people kind of forget Hate from time to time, but you know what? Who didn't forget him? Onic. Kind of really remembers the roots, remembers how strong he can be, and there's maybe a possibility that he can play eventually, but for the meantime, they got to really start on the reconstruction of how they actually did dominate the previous months.
Go Sent.
Sent says it's go time. Post-turtle take here. 2 minutes, 30 seconds, back in the action. Liquid with a 300 gold lead.
It's not bad at all. Right now, though, I'm not used to seeing Super Friends because kind of just rolling with the punches today.
Yeah.
Really see him very proactive in these fights, even early on.
He does have a diversion, so he made that call and said, guys, I have a diversion. What are we going to do with it? JP here holding the pixel brush, waiting to jump in. Can Brusco punish? Ooh, doesn't have the ejector for him.
Getting ahead, Brusco respecting the JP here, knowing that even if he does ejector, that might spell trouble for them.
Oh, the diversion.
Nice movement. Just get Oheb back into the lane.
Well, mirrored are the rotations. You saw same shrubs being held by JP and Brusco. But they know each other so well. He's a diversion by Onic.
And that's on the other side of the map here. Look at this. It's a 2v4 actually. This could be bad for TLPH. Sanford not getting caught here. Kirk trying to throw it out.
Oh!
Rev, but will be able to actually just survive. It's Carl Teasy who actually gets taken down here under tower for first blood.
4 of the super fam. Pouring out everything to take down the young goat. Carl Teasy down but not out. We'll make it to this next turtle up in 20.
Great rotation there by Onic. And of course, Super Friends locking in on Carl Teasy. He was the guy. Again, he's assigned right now, especially that last one, to be the one to hunt Carl Teasy in sequences where they can hunt Carl Teasy.
He is him. JP charging it up. Unbreakable, but not going to be casting it. Brusco close by. Again, you can't be too aggressive. Just the fact that he is holding the Jawhead is actually pushing TLPH back a little bit.
Turtle started up by Liquid. JP pulling through. Super Friends
ouch,
in the thick of it. 3/4 of his health up. Kirk goes for an Earth Shatter.
4v4 once more. King Kong is close by. Here comes the push. And
Go!
there goes King Kong with a Retribution steal. This time around, it's Onic with the turtle.
A little bit more of the Onic that we are used to seeing.
Oh!
Oh, Prince goes in. Felt like that was a little bit of a love tap. Just to send JP and Sanji back just a little bit more topside.
Just a little bit more. Here comes Sanford, absorbing everything, throwing out that sticker just for good measure. And now King Kong. I feel like this is the more natural King Kong that we're seeing here, right? Not really quite ahead yet, but he's on a good GP.
Oh!
Oh, beautiful diversion straight to the face of King Kong. And we might have jinxed
Wow. What a read by Sanji and Team Onic Philippines. That's just them showing, yeah, we know King Kong's tendencies and rotational timings very well.
Despite a gorilla being able to carry 2.8 times its body weight, if you face 4 members of Liquid, there's nothing King Kong could have done.
That's 4 people. I mean, you can't really carry them that much. I can only imagine their average weight.
Tough going on right now for Onic. And yeah, it really just seems like we're seeing a team that knows what Onic really love to do around the map. That Onic cannot move like Onic.
Fainted.
That's true.
That diversion. Kelra holding his ground. Sanford walked away from 3, and that's a free push for Oheb Dambot.
Yeah, they used the diversion to get info and confirm whether or not Keller was in that shrub, so JP could go forward and TLPH can show themselves, which means no defense for the tower of Kelra, and that Team Onic Philippines will be able to continue setting the tempo.
Oh, Prince sends over Kirk, but Kirk holding that brush. Look at that. Look at that mini-map.
Trying to hit him
wonder.
from the back here.
Yeah, what's he gonna
Now
do with
is the
this?
target. Dodges
Oh!
on the flicker. Earth Shatter there. Kirk hitting air. And now it's a jump. Here comes JP. Sanji's down. But that's going to be Kirk for the trade.
Sanji stood in the middle of this all. He couldn't flicker out of there. He tried.
Really did try. Carl TZ with electrifying beats. Get some damage into Onic here. But that tower is going to fall. Brusco trying to go for the ejector. No go whatsoever. And now they're going to have to retreat.
What a roundabout way to push mid.
Yeah, Onic just keep getting shut down. Kirk, though, was able to walk away with a kill onto Sanji. But at this point, not really a favorable trade because you're technically the roamer for this lineup. You're one of the main frontliners. And Sanji can come back.
Absolutely. Now it's Onic walking it up. They know the turtle's going to get attacked here. But Sanji's close by. What's it going to be? Who's going to pull the trigger first? Looks like it is going to be King Kong taking out Sanford. No split for you, good sir. There goes the AOG and the double kill. And it's Kirk with a turtle. It's a disaster for TLPH.
The Super Fam wipe out the cavalry in the blink of an eye. Onic PH more than just on the board. They're eating good.
That is the Onic we are familiar with, and just like that, it has gone the way of Onic Philippines. Mid tower will get broken. Bottom tower will too, and I won't be surprised if all the first tier towers are broken by the end of this.
It's a lot of gold going over to Onic very early on. And it's going to a lot as well to Kelra with a 1-0-5 right now. He was in the middle of that whole thing, and he enjoyed it.
The gold standard calling all the shots. Oheb with one death picks up a malefic roar. I mean, they have been pushing turrets, right? Surgically speaking. But team fights, Onic has found a way to compromise the positioning of Sanji and even Oheb. How do they do that?
Well, for Onic Philippines, I think they're also just capitalizing on the unstoppable force of Brusco. Of course, with what we mentioned earlier with Super Prince and or Kirk. They're really just making sure that it's not just going to be Brusco accessing the back line. They're making sure that they have help and that they're making sure that they can find who they need to find in the back. Because if they fight the honest front to back, it's not going to go well. So they're committing what they can to make sure they get Oheb and or Sanji.
Fast hands shown on the hand cam, brought to us by Infinix. That's how the beast goes along his farming path. And you see how he refreshes his screen to be able to see gold, the items he's built. Speaking of items, check it out. Currently, that is Kelra. Hold up. How is that happening? Kelra's down 1,000?
Huh. That is odd. All right. Despite being like in the middle of everything, getting so much assist gold, right?
Yep. They're in better shape, but where's Oheb getting all this money? I thought he didn't have any money.
Well, it was a laning phase that went much a little bit better for Oheb, and they were able to break down the tower, the gold lane first with that sequence they showed against Kelra the bot. So, contrary to what Oheb says, he does have money.
It's mostly from the gold
Lord Rush.
shielding. There you go. JP goes in. King Kong. Easy turtle, easy lord for this guy. But what's the team fight going to look like here? It's Super Friends with the flicker already. He's getting chased down. And there you go. Sanford with the grab, double kill for Oheb.
Miraculous turn by Team Liquid, taking 2 on the way out. They do concede the Lord, and the fight is going to slowly trickle out. The dispersal. King Kong looking for the flank.
Oh boy. We might be looking at negative gold here. Negative net gold for Onic because of his Lord.
Yeah, it just ended up going really well there. Oh! Diversion, and now the purple buff will get contested. King Kong sees it getting pulled, and Onic will now dance around the possibility of just being a little bit safe with it, but Team Liquid back off. They don't want the smoke of Onic.
They don't want none.
They don't want none.
They want to bite off too much to naked chew, right? So a lot of teams have fallen victim to that. This TLPH being very, very disciplined.
Look at the stubborn top lane. TLPH have tried and tried, but this one just won't fall. Tier 1 inhibitor still standing, and look at that. The cavalry crashing into it.
Yep. Holding on, and Onic decided to go for a downside rotation. Mirrored, opposite sides of the map. Kelra's gonna show himself. That should be info for Onic, for Team Liquid Philippines, that they can continue their push. Because one of the tendencies at this point for Onic is that if you see Kelra pushing a lane alone, that means Brusco's nearby. If Brusco's there, that means the rest of Onic are probably there too, operating as some sort of a hit squad. A big one, diversion!
Oh, big diversion here. They could catch a lot of fish here, but no siree. Super Friends uses the AOG to back off.
Ejector on the Carl TZ. JP standing their ground. And, TLPH backing off.
Are they saying we're going to go for a chase here?
Yeah, conceal. Oh!
Conceal used up, Kelra. And Brusco, that's a pretty big spell to be used before.
Yeah.
But it's going to get on cooldown before the big fight anyway.
All right, a minute until Lord number 2 spawns. Again, the first one scored by Onic. And again, we're at deadlock. I can't call the 600 gold lead an actual lead for Liquid.
Absolutely not. If you like, it is. That's the lead earlier when they got wiped out. So, you know.
Onic Philippines right now actually sucks that Kirk was not able to, it sucks that the animation of the Earth Shatter takes so long that they weren't able to get the knockup onto Carl TZ after Brusco threw him back, and Carl TZ was able to dash away. So let's talk about the items. A slight lead here actually for King Kong, already on the way to the Blade of Despair after building the first 3 items, rushing the Malefic Roar. For Kelra, still really chasing after Oheb, who's up to 4 core items and only 3 for the gold standard, only up to the Great Dragon Spear.
Lord coming up in just a jiffy. That is an enhanced Lord, so this Lord will jump and crash into whichever sorry turret stands in its way. Kirk pulling it out. Oh, I can smell a dance coming up.
Big dance right now. The King Kong close by, I think he revealed his information, but JP and Sanji just making sure to keep Oheb in check. There you go. JP is actually quite low. I don't know if this is going to go well for TLPH, but there you go. The Earth Shatter misses once more. Carl TZ, he's dancing around. He's looking for his target. He's forcing back the Onic right now, and there's Brusco going down.
JP falls. Frizz gets him. Frizz holding onto that AOG. Kirk has bitten it. The diversion set up. No one goes. And that's a good trade for Liquid.
Double kill for the Filipino sniper with Kirk and Brusco down. Onic will not be able to contest. The second Lord of the game goes to Liquid after outsmarting and outplaying Onic Philippines in that team fight. And at the end, it's just Kirk and Brusco who, that's going to be enough for them to continue it. The glue, such a problem right now for the damage profile that Onic Philippines has for their lineup.
Feels like a lot here for Onic Philippines to handle. I don't know how Oheb are finding these kills. He just has a way of just dipping and diving between the cracks just when you least expect it.
Again, that's chemistry in a can. Despite being in a new team, Oheb just fits in so well with what Liquid wants to do. And now they are sitting on a significant 2,000 gold lead. Again, at 500, 600 gold, I wasn't going to say it was a good lead. But now, with a Lord marching up top, I'll tell you now, this is a good lead.
100%. Big leads, they're going to use it. They're going to maximize it. They know that Onic are very hesitant to take these fights, and they are pushing it up. There goes Inhibitor on top.
Because Onic needs a 2-step, 3-step engagement. They have to get the ult on Super Friends, they have to get an ejector on Brusco, and they have to have Kirk in the right spot. It's not as quick and easy as it is for Liquid.
Onic Philippines now, it's going to be so tough for them to induce a comeback, as it is a Valentina that they're playing around with an Irithel. At this point, the gold lead that Oheb has over Kelra, the difference is only just going to be a win in nature, but that is going to be big, considering that it is a burst physical duo in the Roman jungle of Onic.
So far, 3,000 now, ballooning
3,000
for Liquid, that lead. 15 minutes in, Lord spawning in the lower quarter in about a minute and change. Silver lining here for Onic PH. King Kong is getting his buffs. So farm isn't exactly the problem. It's the engagement, it's the execution, the follow-through on these actual fights.
And also their map control is really, really gimped. Especially with the Loyi. Every bush is just so anxious to get in.
Out of map,
right now,
diversion!
It's from the back! It's straight from the back! And they take out 3, make that 2 members of Onic, not really expected at all by the Super Fam.
The KK connection has fallen. Bruce go too.
And it's a triple kill for Oheb. There you go, Kirk trying to stop.
Oh,
Maniac! But I don't think he can take it. It's a Maniac. It's a Maniac for the Filipino sniper. Super Friends trying to clear it out as much as he can. There goes Sanji, but the Fret is still alive.
They can't do it.
They can't do it. It's over. Ring that bell. It's a 2-0 for TLPH.
Textbook Liquid Stampede. That is exactly what you see when you look in the dictionary and you look up Echo Express Liquid Stampede 2-0.
Solidified. The Titans are back. Even they themselves cannot believe what they just pulled off. They've swept Onic Philippines, and they did so off of a signature Sanji Lo-Yi play. Diversion out of the map, surprise the opponents, and shock them.
I'm a little surprised. I think they realized it way too late at that point. I think they thought it was like a feint.
Death from above, from out of nowhere, call it what you will. Even Onic can't believe their eyes. Of all of the game threes we've had today, this is the one I expected to actually go the distance.
Yeah.
And here we are with our jaws dropped, their heads bowed, and their feet off the stage because it's Liquid who's celebrating victory tonight.
TLPH too strong. Even the mother and daughter of all series can't even handle their power.
Are they still here?
I think they are. I saw them earlier.
But they're not working.
Not working.
That's the
you
difference.
Need the pin.
It changes the dynamic.
It changes the dynamic. They're not working. They're just guessing right now.
There you go, right there. Right there. The power wasn't enough.
Yeah, they're behind there. They see they're like, why did it not go game 3? We were here. Bring it in, Chantal. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, your winners for this week's star match, Team Liquid Philippines. We're throwing over to the stage. They're with Hans and Kalusi to talk about this victory.
With a sweep to end the day, still undefeated, Team Liquid Philippines. Dominant fashion. A lot of people thought it was gonna be close, pero they came prepared today, Kalusi.
Hans, kausapin muna natin dito si Oheb.
Ibang klase, Maniac to end. Akala ko makaka-savage pa but he still was able to get the Maniac.
Yes, I'm curious, Oheb. After a while, nakatapat mo na naman ulit si Kelra. Ano ang masasabi mo sa rivalry nyo ni Kelra?
Nice game sa kanila. Lakas pa rin nila. Yun lang. Masabi ko lang sa sinasabi ng rivalry namin, tingin ko ngayon na lang kasi yun parang healthy rivalry na lang, hindi na yung toxican tulad dati.
Oh, nice game! Nandun pa rin talaga yung respect.
No?
Iba?
Respect pa rin, world champion yun.
Yun. Okay.
You'll have to see it.
Oheb, may mga tinatawag tayo ngayong gold standard, next standard, ikaw Filipino sniper. Ano naman ang standard ng isang Oheb?
Kung standard ka, anong standard ka? Kasi meron tayong...
May
Kasi
sinisigaw
meron na
dito,
tayong
Hans.
gold standard, may next standard. Anong standard ka?
Ako, rich guy.
Rich guy.
The rich standard.
Kinlame niya na.
Klinay mo na. Akala ko ba wala kang pera, Oheb?
Wala pang pipe lang.
Rich
Pero
guy
sige.
in game sa Land of
Sa
Dawn.
laro lang, sa laro.
Sa laro lang. But you know what? If it's what they need to get the victory, then he's the rich standard indeed.
Indeed.
This time, Carl TZ, ikaw naman ang aking tatanungin kasi, you know, you've inspired so many players. Yung TZ, I'm sure na-inspire ka din. Pero dahil sa'yo, there were a lot of TZs now in MPL in general. Ano masasabi mo lalo na kay Ken and a lot of other foreign players na talagang pinapanood ka nila maglaro? Kailangan English to, Carla, kasi foreign players, Carla.
Di po kaya.
Hindi kaya. Sige, you know what? Ikaw na bahala. Anong masasabi mo sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa'yo all over the world, specifically yung mga players?
Sa mga sumusuport sa akin dyan sa ibang bansa, tsaka syempre na rin dito, sobrang dami niya. Sobrang grateful ako sa sa suporta niyo. Tsaka lalo na sa mga pro players dyan, mga idol ko din kayo, lalo na sa mga nakakalaban namin sa scrim, lalakas niyo.
I mean, there's a huge amount of respect. Parang gaya nga ng sinasabi nila, nagbago ka na daw talaga, Carl. Totoo ba yun?
Hindi, sakto lang. Wala na kasi nag-aayabang sa akin. Siguro pag may nauna.
Siguro pag may nauna. Okay. Mabuti ng malinaw. Sanford, I'm gonna give this to you this time. Kasi ang susunod nyong makakalaban is TNC Pro Team. Okay? It's been a long time. It's been a long time mula nung huli mong nakita yung iba sa mga players na naging kakampi mo dati. How does it feel that you're going up against them now?
Excited po, pero sana lahat ng mga kampi ko dati maglaro.
Sana lahat ng dati niyang kakampi maglaro. Kung meron kang mensahe para sa TNC Pro Team, they're watching right now, ano sa tingin mo magiging mensahe mo?
Good luck. Tapos sana trust talkin mo si Carl Zaida.
Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyayari. Pero sige, iwan na lang natin doon. Once again, undefeated Team Liquid Philippines. Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that win number 5, you may now take your bow. Galusi, I did not expect this. A lot of people were looking for this star matchup, but the Cavalry, just like what I said a while ago, came prepared today.
Yes, Hans, tuloy-tuloy nga ang pag-arangkada ng Cavalry as they remain unstoppable this season.
I am sure na maraming masasabi ang ating mga casters about this. So casters, back to you.
You'll know what? The shape that Team Liquid PH is in right now reminds me of when they were acquired by the global esports franchise that is Team Liquid. In May of 2024, Carl TZ was interviewed. He said, winning is everything.
Yeah.
That's what this reminds me of.
Hashtag super team, right?
What could you count them as a super team? I think they're just straight up Liquid right now.
It's Liquid, man.
They have OHEB, yes.
No, I mean before, way back.
Well, to be fair, if this was like, I feel like with the addition of OHEB, that brought back the idea of the super team, right? Because it's OHEB. And of course, Sanji is still eyes closed. That's how good he is on this low E.
He doesn't need to look.
Yeah, he doesn't need to look. He'll just press the ultimate, drag it to a part of the map, and he knows.
Don't see, just believe.
That is perfect.
Blink and you'll miss it.
And there were times though that Onic were able to counter the Team Liquid aggression, and that's what we were talking about here. That if initiation from Sanji, or excuse me, JP or Sanford go wrong, then that's when they're going to be able to counter. And if you can whittle down the front line, then you can access the back. King Kong, Kelra, just go ahead, dive. You can lead it to a wipeout. And they could have kept doing that. But then TLPH also adjusted their approach to team fighting and started looking more towards the initiations of Brusco, Super Prince, and Kirk, wherein, okay, we know that they're going to go in. Let's prepare for their entry, mess them up, so that when their front is down, King Kong, Kelra, Super Friends can do nothing.
These are the games where Brusco really had a bad time in that hero, despite it usually being the bane of all junglers.
He had a good time until he had a bad time.
Yeah.
He was actually doing pretty good in the first, 6-7 minutes?
Yeah.
And then, again, it's an age-old adage. A jawhead on the defense is a sad jawhead.
Yeah.
You use your ejector to run.
Yeah. You ejector yourself out of there. It's like, I don't want to be in this situation. 16 minutes is all it took for Team Liquid PH to stampede through Onic and take the series. Again, it was an even game up until the point where even when Onic wiped out Liquid, Liquid still somehow had a lead.
Yeah. That's a really tough part here for Onic Philippines, and I really just want to credit again Team Liquid Philippines and any team that's learned how to really shut down Onic Philippines, seeing them dominate ever since MPL Philippines. It's undeniable at this point. The Filipino teams have adjusted to what Onic Philippines brings to the table. They're not giving up so much. They're blocking jungle pathings and areas so that King Kong can't do his usual stuff of invading. And when he does, Team Liquid Philippines and any team going up against them aren't afraid anymore to trade across the map. So what Onic Philippines did really well to end up becoming the global superstars that they are today, the Filipino teams just showed, okay, thanks for setting the bar, fellow Filipino.
Yeah.
Let's see you try to do that back home when we can do it now, too.
I see you.
I see you.
So basically, they paved the way for everyone.
Yeah.
So to be able to just be what they were a few months ago that we were talking about.
Exactly.
And now the fear against Onyx, sometimes it's not there quite yet, which used to be one of the big factors. Like, I don't want to fight these guys. These guys are, I don't want to come close to this hero. Stuff like that.
I think that's an attitude that teams in the Philippines, athletes we have in the esports realm have shared is you shouldn't be afraid of greatness.
Yeah.
You should be able to step up to greatness, stare in the eyes and say, I can do better than you.
In the interview, Oheb was asked, what kind of standard are you? If there's the gold standard, the next standard, Oheb replied, just call me the rich guy. And he is the rich guy, brought to you by BPI for this game. And he ended up the game with a Maniac. I believe that's the second or third Maniac for Oheb this season.
I think second. Yeah.
Yeah, second. That just goes to show just how well he's fitting with the Liquid system and how well Liquid have made the system for Oheb.
This close to a Savage. Could have been the second in all season 15.
Because Prince was right in front of him.
Yeah, Prince kept himself scarce, like, no way, Oheb, I ain't giving you that. And with a GPM of 851 here in game number 2, he maintains his status quo, which got him #1 in all GPM rankings last week. So with that said, I think Carl Tizzy might be chasing him. Unless things change tomorrow, Carl Tizzy should be up now and racing his Baby Cakes duo partner in the charts. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, to wrap up this series and the whole evening as is, let's check out this mic check and listen in to Liquid Philippines.
Uli ko sa'yo. Sa akin yung iri, pre. Iri dyan. Kaya sa akin yung iri, pre. Sa akin yung iri. Balin. Boy pa ako. Iri lang, ira. Iri. Eh, tagka dalawa. Sa akin. Puro lang. Walang bigyan ng iri. Ubus mo! Kalma. Tapos na. Brus ka muna.
That Liquid bomb comes was exactly as I expected. Quiet, and then suddenly not.
Yeah, it just goes from, hey, how is it? Whoa! Everything just goes nuts. And after you saw it there, it felt like this win meant a lot to Sanford, and it meant a lot to our commenter here in Ram.
Check out Ram saying, goosebumps, roughly translated, with a diversion on that Lu Yi. Whose shot call was it? It was so shocking. Even if I was expecting it, I still got surprised.
If that's how Ram laughs, Ram has to get that checked.
I just read it, man.
Okay.
He just read it.
If that's how you laugh, you know what? I'll accept it.
Thank you.
In fairness, you're right, Ram. I mean, we were watching the minimap. We have full vision.
Yeah.
We still got surprised by it as well.
Renmore exclaimed, off map! On dudes!
Yeah, because I saw that, wait, Divergence loading up. All of them's there. Where is it? Oh, it's off map!
It's on Onic! And
Amazing.
that's all she wrote. Again, I don't think even Onic saw that come in. And I don't know if y'all saw this coming, but Liquid now on top of the charts. 5-0, 5 points. Even with RORA's win against Omega tonight, a hard-fought win, mind you. The Cavalry still galloping away with first place.
Yeah, first place is no joke, especially with the sea of talent that we have right now in Season 15. It really does feel like everyone's on level, and that's something that we want to see. Biggest question is, I guess, at this point, we'll also start watching the other regions. How are they going to stack up against these guys?
Things continue to get tough for the Onic organization as Onic Indonesia or Onic Esports also struggling at home. Well, we see where Onic Philippines are. Even in the Fansik Laban, feels bad for the Sonics.
And the Cavalry and the Auroras, despite the two latter teams actually being on top of the charts in the MPL standings, in Fansik Laban, wherein you get to play using Infinix phones, the official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, where you play against other fan bases, they're actually down on the charts. And it's the Minds who are on top. Yeah. So that's ridiculous. There is one more day of Fansik Laban and one more day of MPL Philippines to look over in week 3 to try and change that. But what we saw tonight, what Liquid brought out, no one comes close.
That's true. I mean, I hope it inspires the cavalry here.
Maybe
'cause-
Falcons, but
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%, right?
But when we saw them, it was Liquid who finally got revenge against Falcons. So now I think it's the perfect time of the season to ask, who's going to stop Liquid?
Seems unstoppable. Feels like an actual stampede.
Yeah, Team Liquid is 100% bona fide back. I'm going to say what I told these gentlemen off broadcast. I straight up just went,
say it now.
Say it now.
They're going back to Riyadh. I stood up, took off my headset, and yelled at them, they're going back to Riyadh.
Or else you will shave your head.
I did not say that.
Don't put words, Carl.
Yeah.
That's a different dude.
That's a different dude.
It's a
That's
different
Good
dude.
point. I forgot. My mind is just...
He said it, but he already he shaved his head prior.
Yeah, I mean...
I thought you were going to shave it again.
I'm halfway believing it, Renmar. That's the vibe we're getting. So with that said, congratulations to Liquid. Congratulations to the winners of tonight's matches. He's Renmar Santa Cruz. This is Rock Hard. And I'm Leo. Thank you all so much for joining us. Let's go to the stage.
See you.
Iba talaga ang pakiramdam dito sa MPL Arena every time there's a Saturday triple header, right?
Ibang-iba rin naman kasi talaga ang aksyon with Twisted Minds getting their first win of the season after a twisted draft and Aurora continuing on their winning streak.
At natapos naman ang araw na ito with Team Liquid Philippines, the Cavalry, keeping their record unscathed kontra sa super family ng Onic Philippines.
And of course, Golden Month celebration pa rin kaya may nakapag-uwi na naman ng mga pasurpresa.
I am just waiting for more of the action. Kaya inaanyayahan ulit namin kayo sa mga susunod na araw dito lamang sa MPL Arena. My name is Hans Galeria.
And I'm Kalusi. Sama-sama ulit tayo bukas para tunghayan ang
Lakas ng Pinas! See you guys tomorrow!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera, HP Racing may reset up. Built tagatang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Sa amin ang alas, hindi to aatras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Wala ka sa Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pa. Malakas ng Pinas. Lakas ng Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas.